a name mentioned only in passing within the Bible's genealogies, yet one that carries an immense weight of mystery. To some, he was just another patriarch, born in the long line of Adam's descendants. To others, he was the most extraordinary human being who ever lived, a man who walked with God until the boundary between mortal and divine dissolved. His life, his visions, and his sudden disappearance would echo across thousands of years, leaving behind a legacy that still shakes theology and myth today. To understand the forbidden secrets of the Book of Enoch, we must begin with the man himself. Who was he? Why was he chosen? And why did God take him when all others were left to taste death? The world into which Enoch was born was very different from our own. Humanity was still close to the origins of creation, still living under the shadow of Eden's expulsion. People lived for centuries, a single lifespan stretching across what would now be considered many generations. Enoch was born the son of Jared, making him the seventh generation after Adam through the line of Seth. His genealogy, as recorded in Genesis, goes like this: Adam, the first man, fathered Seth, Seth fathered Enosh, Enosh fathered Kenan, Kenan fathered Mahalalel, Mahalalel fathered Jared, Jared fathered Enoch. This places Enoch in a unique position. He was still close enough to Adam's lifetime that the memory of Eden was not yet myth, but living testimony. Adam himself lived 930 years. Enoch was born when Adam was still alive, meaning that the very stories of the garden, of the fall, and of the loss of immortality were not distant legends. They could have been told directly to him through family lines. At the same time, Enoch was a great grandfather to Noah, the man who would build the ark and survive the flood. That means Enoch stood at a hinge point in history, between the memory of paradise and the warning of judgment. He lived in a world spiraling toward corruption, but had within him the possibility of renewal. The genealogies of Genesis often seem dull lists of names, but here they take on prophetic meaning. The seventh from Adam, a symbolic number of completion, becomes the man who transcends death itself. The most haunting statement about Enoch in Genesis is this: "And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him." Only a single verse, yet it carries more mystery than entire books. What does it mean to walk with God? The phrase suggests intimacy, fellowship, and alignment of purpose. But in Enoch's case, it meant something more. Noah is later described as one who also walked with God. Abraham is called God's friend. Moses spoke to God face to face. But none of them were taken alive. All of them died and returned to the dust. Enoch is unique. Jewish tradition interprets this as a kind of transcendence. To walk so closely with God that the ordinary barriers of mortality could no longer contain him. He became a bridge between earth and heaven, flesh and spirit. Later mystical writings would expand this idea. The rabbis described Enoch as being transformed into Metatron, a mighty archangel who sat near God's throne and served as the scribe of heaven. In that transformation, Enoch became immortal, bearing both human and angelic qualities. For early Christians, this mysterious walking with God became a foreshadowing of resurrection. Enoch did not taste death because God had already claimed him for eternity. Compared to other patriarchs, Enoch's life was remarkably short. Adam lived over 900 years. Methuselah, Enoch's own son, lived 969 years, the longest recorded in the Bible. Noah would live 950. Yet Enoch's life ended at only 365 years. Why so brief? Many see symbolism here. 365 is the number of days in a solar year. His lifespan was not random but prophetic. Enoch himself was given visions of the heavens, the stars, the sun, and the moon. He was shown the rhythms of time and the cosmic order. His very lifespan became a living calendar, a symbol of divine completeness. The shortness of his life, compared to others, also serves another meaning. His mission was not to endure on earth, but to testify and then ascend. His purpose was to record the hidden things of God, to bear witness, and then to vanish. Genesis does not say Enoch died, it says he was taken. The Hebrew text uses the phrase, God took him, which can mean to be seized, carried away, or transported. Some traditions say he was taken to heaven alive. Others suggest he was removed to a special realm, a hidden paradise, where he remains until the final judgment. In Jewish apocalyptic writings, this became the seed for many legends. Enoch was not gone, he was transformed. He became the heavenly scribe, recording the deeds of angels and men. He was clothed in glory, his flesh burned away, and his spirit exalted to the highest heaven. In Islam, Enoch is often identified with the prophet Idris. The Quran says of Idris, he was a man of truth, a prophet, and we raised him to a high station. This mirrors the biblical account, showing how across cultures the story of a man who ascended without dying survived. To the ancients, Enoch's disappearance was proof that God could break the cycle of death. His life stood as a promise that mortality was not the final word. The Book of Enoch portrays him not just as a righteous man, but as the scribe of judgment. He is shown visions of heaven, of the punishment of angels, of the order of the stars, and of the coming apocalypse. These visions are written not for his own generation alone, but for all future ages. This is why the book was considered dangerous. It did not only describe the past, it revealed too much of the future. It unveiled the rebellion of angels, the corruption of humanity, and the judgment of God in ways that threatened the carefully controlled doctrines of later religious authorities. Enoch is told by God to record what he sees and to pass it on to his children. He becomes the first prophet, the first visionary, and the first apocalyptic writer. His book is a blueprint for all later apocalyptic texts, including parts of Daniel, Revelation, and the Dead Sea Scrolls. What was the world like when Enoch lived? Imagine a humanity still new, still living centuries, long lives, still close enough to Eden that the memory of the first man lingered. But it was also a world of growing darkness. Cain's descendants had built cities, developed arts and technologies, but also spread violence and arrogance. The earth was cursed, and corruption was spreading fast. Into this world, Enoch became a sign of hope, a man who resisted violence, a man who did not join in the sins of his generation. His life was a quiet rebellion against the culture of corruption. While others multiplied wealth, power, and violence, Enoch pursued wisdom, purity, and fellowship with God. Even after his disappearance, Enoch's legacy endured. He became a symbol of hidden wisdom, of forbidden knowledge, and of divine mystery. His name carried whispers of angels and giants, of visions and prophecies. The Epistle of Jude in the New Testament even quotes him directly. Behold, the Lord comes with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment on all and to convict all the ungodly of their deeds. The early church wrestled with this. Some embraced Enoch's book, seeing in it prophecies of Christ. Others rejected it as too dangerous, too filled with visions of angels and secrets of heaven. Eventually, the book was banned from most Bibles, surviving only in Ethiopian manuscripts until its rediscovery in the modern era. But Enoch's voice could not be silenced. His words echoed in the Dead Sea Scrolls. His legends persisted in Jewish mysticism and Islamic tradition. His story remains today a forbidden testimony of what lies beyond. So who was Enoch? He was the seventh from Adam, the great-grandfather of Noah, the prophet who saw heaven, the man who walked with God and was not, for God took him. His life was short but symbolic. His words were hidden but powerful. His disappearance was mysterious but hopeful. Enoch is the doorway into the forbidden mysteries of the Watchers and the Nephilim. His story prepares us for what comes next: the descent of angels, the corruption of humanity, and the judgment that would shake the earth. The story of the Watchers is one of the most dramatic moments in all of ancient tradition. A rebellion not of men, but of angels. It is the tale of heavenly beings who were appointed as guardians of the earth, yet chose desire over duty, and in doing so, altered the course of human history. To grasp its weight, we must picture the scene in detail. Imagine the world they entered, and understand the oath that bound them together in defiance of the Most High. When the Watchers looked down upon the earth, humanity was still in its early generations. The children of Adam and Eve had spread out, built villages, cultivated fields, and established the beginnings of civilization. There was innocence in this world, but also corruption growing quietly. Men tilled the soil, built simple homes, and formed families. Women raised children and worked beside their husbands. Life was fragile, but it moved at a slower, steadier rhythm than the world we know today. Humanity was vulnerable, strong in body, but weak in wisdom, always seeking guidance from the heavens. Above them, in the higher realms, angels had been tasked as overseers. These were not the archangels who stood before God's throne, but a group assigned to observe, to watch, to record. They became known as the Watchers. The Book of Enoch says the Watchers were drawn to human women. They saw their beauty, their grace, their lives filled with passion and mortality, and in that moment, desire was born. What God had forbidden, union between spirit and flesh, became the very thing they longed for. The leader among them was Azazel. He was mighty, authoritative, and persuasive. Yet even he hesitated. He knew the consequences. To abandon their station, to descend and take wives, would bring judgment. But Azazel feared something else, that he would act alone. If he chose rebellion and the others faltered, the blame would fall entirely upon him. And so he devised a plan. He convinced them all to bind themselves together in an unbreakable oath. If they fell, they would fall together. It was upon Mount Hermon that the oath was sworn. Hermon, a towering mountain range that still stands in Lebanon and Syria, became the meeting place between heaven and earth. Snow-capped peaks and jagged cliffs created a natural throne from which heaven itself could be challenged. 200 angels assembled there. Imagine the sight: radiant beings cloaked in light, standing upon the summit, gazing down at the earth that stretched beneath them. They had been created to watch, but now they stood ready to interfere. Azazel raised his voice. Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual agreement not to abandon this plan, but to carry it out together. And they swore. 200 voices spoke as one, echoing across the mountains. They bound themselves in rebellion, sealing their fate. From that moment, Mount Hermon was marked by their sin. The very name, Hermon, would come to mean cursed or bound. Enoch gives us the names of their leaders. Each name, once holy, became associated with corruption. Azazel, the chief of the Watchers, who persuaded the others. Azazel, who would later teach humanity the secrets of war and adornment. Armaros, who taught enchantments and sorcery. Barakil, who revealed the signs of the stars. Kokobil, known as the Star of God, now fallen. Penemu, who revealed the art of writing, both for wisdom and deception. Serial, associated with the moon and its mysteries. There were others, each with a domain, each betraying their post. In total, 200 descended. But these leaders stood out in infamy. The Watchers did not come to earth as silent observers. They came with gifts, knowledge drawn from heaven itself. But what was meant to be holy became twisted in their hands. Azazel was the most notorious. He revealed to men the art of making weapons. Until then, humanity had hunted with simple tools, fought with sticks and stones. Under Azazel's guidance, they learned to forge swords, knives, and shields. The first armies were born. Azazel taught enchantments, spells, and the cutting of roots, the beginnings of witchcraft. Through him, humans learned how to manipulate creation itself, using secret powers for control. Others revealed the movements of the stars, turning astronomy into astrology. What was meant to declare the glory of God became a tool for fortune telling and manipulation. Women were taught cosmetics, the painting of the eyes, and the art of adornment. Beauty was turned into vanity. Desire became deception. At first, these teachings dazzled humanity. Weapons gave power, spells gave control, adornments gave allure. Civilization seemed to leap forward. But the gifts were poisoned. For with weapons came bloodshed. With sorcery came corruption. With vanity came lust and violence. The world began to change, and not for the better. Imagine being a villager in those days. You see a neighbor wielding a sword, sharper than anything you've known, cutting down rivals with ease. You see women transformed with powders and colors, their beauty almost supernatural. You hear men claiming to read the skies, predicting destinies, manipulating fates. At first, it seems wondrous. Progress has arrived, but soon fear creeps in. The strong rule the weak, the proud rule the humble. Weapons are turned against families. Sorcery divides communities. Lust leads to betrayal. The Watchers had promised advancement, but what they delivered was bondage. Humanity became trapped in a cycle of violence and desire, unable to escape. Why was this knowledge forbidden? Because knowledge without wisdom is a curse. Humanity was not ready for weapons of war, for spells of power, for the manipulation of stars and spirits. The Watchers gave mankind what it wanted, not what it needed. And in doing so, they sealed humanity's destruction. The story of the Watchers is not just ancient myth. It is a timeless warning. Every age of man has repeated the same mistake, gaining knowledge faster than it can control it. Fire led to swords, swords led to guns, guns led to bombs, bombs to nuclear fire. Each step promises progress but brings destruction. Enoch's record forces us to ask, is all knowledge good, or are some truths too heavy for mankind to bear? The oath had been sworn, the descent had begun. Humanity had received the gifts of angels, but with them came corruption. The Watchers, once guardians, had become deceivers, and their teachings would soon bring forth the greatest abomination of all, the Nephilim. The earth was trembling on the edge of horror. The cries of the oppressed were rising to heaven. Judgment was near. The oath on Mount Hermon was more than a pact, it was a ritual severing. In swearing together, the Watchers cut themselves loose from the harmony of heaven and moored their fate to the dust of earth. The mountain's air was thin, the sky close, stars coldly burning above, yet what they bound was not in the sky or stone, but in the law of their own spirits. They were Watchers no longer, they were participants. Semjaza understood the cost. He had seen rebellion before. He knew that the memory of a single disobedience widens into a path. If we descend, he warned in private to the captains, we do not return as we were. But the desire had already become a flame. Azazel fanned it with a practical promise. They would not arrive empty-handed. They would bring arts, secrets, and skills that would allow them to be welcomed as benefactors. Give gifts first, take what you want later. Enoch's list is more than a roster. It reads like a catalog of stolen disciplines. Semjaza, the persuader, will unleash enchantments and the cutting of roots, the manipulation of creation through hidden sympathies. Azazel will teach the forge, the mystery of smelting ore, of separating metal from stone, of shaping bronze and iron, of polishing blades until they gleam like captured lightning. Armaros will codify enchantments, systems, patterns, spells, so that power can be repeated. Barakil, the lightning of God, will map the sky, teaching that human fates can be braided to the movements of planets. Kokobiel, the star, will number hosts of heaven not to praise them, but to predict and control. Penemu will lay down the bones of letters so that memory can be chained to clay. Serial will chart the moon, its cycles, and how cycles become superstitions. These were not small things. These were the bones and nerves of civilization, wrenched loose and offered without wisdom. Enoch's accusation is not that knowledge is evil, but that the wrong hands, the wrong time, the wrong motive, make knowledge a sword turned back upon its maker. Before Azazel, metal sang only in ore veins, hidden in the dark. Humans shaped stone and wood, sharpened bone, and feared the tusk and claw. Azazel taught them to build furnaces that glowed like red eyes. He taught bellows, crucibles, fluxes. He showed how carbon kisses iron and makes it hard, how to quench, temper, and polish, how to edge a blade until it can split a hair drifting in the air. What began as awe hardened into armies. Villages that had survived on the pact of neighbors learned a new arithmetic: sword plus shield equals tribute. Men painted their faces, hammered sigils into shields, and took what they wanted. The first bronze breastplate shone like a god's chest, and beneath it, a man discovered he feared death less and craved conquest more. To women the watchers gave powders, unguents, antimony for the eyes, brilliant pigments, and mirrored metals. Enoch does not scold beauty, he exposes the weaponization of appearance. Where adornment becomes deception, desire slides into transaction. A festival under new moons became a marketplace of faces. Behind the paint, the human heart remained the same, worthy, luminous, but now it was swarmed by appetites rehearsed and magnified. Consider a scene, a harvest night in a valley settlement. Oil lamps burn, drums carry a simple rhythm. A woman whose hands know the age of grinding grain now wears a sheen of gold powder, her eyelids darken, her wrists chiming with copper, new gifts from strangers whose voices are heavy and sweet.
Today,
Young men, uncannily confident, raise cups and speak of destinies written above. Feasts stretch into dawn, pledges are made lightly and broken easily. The village wakes to arguments, ruptures, and rumors of vows spoken to beings with eyes like coals. Penemu's gift is double-edged. Writing rescues memory from the fragile vessel of the tongue. It permits laws, songs, and genealogies to endure. Yet once a word is cut into clay, it becomes a tool that can be wielded against the very people it was meant to serve. Contracts begin to chain the poor. Debts can be tallied with cruel precision. Scribes rise as a new class, gatekeepers of power. Truth is no longer only lived, it is curated, edited, and, when useful, falsified. Imagine the first treaty written between two hill towns. The watcher who taught the scribe smiles as the seal is pressed because he knows what will happen next. A clause misread, an obligation disputed, a case belly carved into tablets that will be held up as righteous when the swords come out. Barakiel and Kokabeel looked upward and turned the sky into a calendar of fear. Ancient shepherds had always watched the heavens to mark seasons. Now, under the watchers, men learned to calculate auspicious hours to conceive, to travel, to attack. Kings began to ask, "What do the stars decree of my rival's death?" And when comets tore across the vault like warnings, the watchers whispered interpretations that served their own ends. The sky had once preached wonder and humility. Now it preached fatalism. If the stars rule all, then the conscience can sleep. Enoch's protest rises here. When fate is nailed to constellations, responsibility dies on earth. Semjaza's enchantments were not carnival tricks. They were a theory of influence. Roots macerated under a new moon, smoke drawn through reeds, whispered names of winds, sympathetic tokens bound with hair and thread. He taught correspondences, the notion that things distant can be moved by their hidden likeness. The people learned to bind envy, to curse rivals, to inflame lust, to secure favors. Some used herbs to heal, many more used them to bend. The line between prayer and manipulation blurred. until the altar was a workshop. All of this did not happen in a single festival or season. It spread like weather, the settling of a long pressure system that changes a land without a storm. Elders who protested found themselves mocked as fearful. Children grew up thinking swords were normal and that a painted face is the honest face. The watchers did not have to order humans to sin, they only had to nudge the angles of desire and the architecture of power. The rest of the house fell on its own. A small story is told in the old villages. A shepherd returns to the fold and finds 3 rams missing. He follows hoofprints to the edge of a field newly fenced by men in shining breastplates. "These were ours," he says. "No, they are ours," the captain answers. The shepherd looks at the metal, at the eyes of the men behind it, and understands a new law has arrived. He goes home and teaches his son not psalms, but how to heat iron. Enoch hears such stories and writes, not to entertain a future audience, but to warn it. For he knows what will come next when desire and iron clasp hands, the taking of wives, the swelling of bellies with unnatural seed, and the birth of appetites too large for the earth. The oath has borne fruit, but the harvest has not yet been gathered. It will be, soon, in giants whose footsteps shake the valleys. The oath on Hermon did not merely license knowledge, it licensed intimacy. They took unto themselves wives, Enoch records, each choosing for himself. The phrase is sparse, almost clinical, but behind it lies the unraveling of boundaries set at the dawns, after its kind, the cadence of creation now willfully ignored. At first, the watchers came as tutors, healers, astronomers, smiths. They sat in the shade with patriarchs and discussed the cycles of the moon. They showed girls how to grind pigments and polish copper into mirrors. They measured fields and taught survey, taxed as a service. The descent was wrapped in generosity. Only later did it unmask itself as desire. The marriages were not all the same. Some women were flattered, believing themselves chosen by radiant beings whose faces seemed always lit. Some were compelled, taken when fathers protested. Some were bargained for, sealed with gifts that dazzled poor households. A knife that never dulled, a comb set with blue stones, a bracelet that shone like water. Songs were sung, veils were lifted, tears were shed. And so the unseen line was crossed again and again, until the crossing felt like a road. Enoch does not spend long on arguments of consent, but the text bleeds with the knowledge of imbalance. What can a village girl say to a being who reads the stars and commands metal? What can a father negotiate when an oath-bound host of 200 stands on the ridge behind the suitor? Some watchers likely played at gentleness. Others did not bother. Either way, the world learned that beauty now had a price and that heaven's sons had come to collect. Picture a house of mud, brick and timber. A woman grinds grain while a man, once a farmer, now hammers at a small anvil taught to him by a stranger. A child plays with a metal trinket, staring at its polished surface and seeing a miniature world. At the doorway stands the child's uncle, who is not an uncle, whose eyes do not tire, and whose shadow seems to arrive before his body. He praises the meal, touches the child's head, and murmurs a blessing that feels like a claim. At night the uncle does not leave. Lamps burn late. The neighbors whisper. The husband stares at the ceiling and counts debts he cannot pay except by closing his eyes. He tells himself it is for the village's safety. He tells himself the gods have chosen. He tells himself nothing at all. Then came the first signs. Women who had lain with the watchers found their bodies heavy with a quickness that startled midwives. Dreams multiplied. Vivid dreams of tall figures striding through fields, of rivers running backward, of stars falling while the moon bled. In some houses, tools left leaning against walls were found bent in the morning. as if a careless giant hand had brushed them in the night. Animals grew skittish, dogs howled at empty thresholds, and the air itself seemed thick with a new pressure, like a storm that refuses to break. Midwives whispered to one another about the hardness of the womb, about heartbeats that thudded too strong, about kicks that left bruises. Some births were early and terrible, some were strangely easy. In either case, the children were not like other children. They were long of limb, quick to strength, appetite like a furnace, eyes too keen, and tempers that learned anger faster than language. The watchers tried, in their fashion, to be fathers. They brought toys wrought with cunning little animals that rolled on hidden axles, bells that sang without tongues. They drew constellations in ash on the packed earth floor and taught their sons the names of stars before the boys knew the names of trees. They measured the boys' hands and smiled when the lines grew thick and the grip crushed reeds to pulp. A father's pride mixed with something else, an experimenter's satisfaction, a maker's thrill. Love and hubris shared a cup. Not every village accepted these unions easily. Elders convened councils. Some argued for expulsion, others for appeasement. They have protected our flocks from raiders, one would say. They have taken our daughters, another would answer. The watchers themselves attended a few such councils, speaking with grave courtesy, offering iron plowshares and new irrigation channels like apologies. The councils ended in stalemates and feasts. And after the feasts came more weddings. In the hills, small bands of men who would not bow left their farms and formed companies. They learned to move at night, to strike and vanish, to melt into gullies and ravines. Some called them brigands, others patriots. Against bronze and giant offspring, they did not last long. Enoch writes that the earth cried out. It is an image and a fact. Forests thinned faster than they could spread seed. Game herds were hunted hard to feed appetites that seemed never to sleep. Ore pits yawned where hills once stood smooth. Rivers grew muddier, fish runs failed, and fields exhausted themselves under new demands. The old balance, one field lying fallow while another bore, was scorned as ignorance. We will force the land to yield, the new master said, and for a few years it did. Then the soil turned sullen. Crops yellowed. A new hunger arrived, the kind that gnaws even in rich houses. There are stories of mothers who fled with their infants to the high places, hoping thin air would slow the growth that terrified them. One such mother wrapped her boy in a woven shawl and climbed until the lamps of the valley were sparks. She slept under a cedar, and in the night, the child woke and laughed, a deep laugh too old for his months, and pulled the sling stone from her belt as if it were a toy. In the morning, she returned, weeping because she loved him and because she feared him and because there was nowhere left to go that was not under heaven. As the children of the watchers grew, contests began. Stones were lifted and thrown. Trees were uprooted to mark tracks. Streams were dammed to make bathing pools where boys wrestled until banks collapsed. A contest once meant songs and a goat roasted at dusk. Now it meant injuries no healer could mend and voices shouting names that had not belonged to men for very long. The land itself became a training ground for beings who strained its limits. All the while, Enoch watched and wrote. He walked from valley to hill, listened to widows, to craftsmen, to shepherds who had lost flocks, to midwives who refused to speak the names of what they had seen. He prayed where ancient oaks once grew and found stumps. He climbed lesser peaks and looked toward Hermon and felt like a bruise upon the horizon, the place where the oath had been sworn. He pleaded with villages to resist, but what could a scribe's words do against iron, glamour, and the smile of a being whose years do not fade? The task of a prophet is not to win, but to witness. Enoch gathered the testimony of the earth as if he were gathering rain in jars against a draught of truth. He spoke to his own children and his children's children and told them that when judgment came, it would not be arbitrary. It would be an answer to a cry. By now, the first generation of these children had passed infancy. Their heads brushed door lintels. Their voices carried like drums. Their hunger made neighbors whisper prayers over granaries. Their laughter shook frames. They played by uprooting saplings and damming brooks with stones the size of mill wheels. And when they quarreled, as brothers always do, their quarrels left dents in the earth. Chapter 3 will tell of them by their true name. Nephilim, the fallen one's offspring. But here, at the end of the descent itself, understand the line that has been crossed. Spirits who were meant to guard now seed a race that the world cannot support and that men cannot govern. The oath has flowered. The fruit is heavy on the branch. The tree bends toward a storm. They came into the world not like ordinary children, but like storms breaking over a silent sea. The women who carried them knew long before birth that these were no ordinary sons. Their bellies grew faster, heavier, and when the time of labor came, their cries shook the walls. The infants were too strong, too fierce, too hungry. Midwives whispered of bones that should not yet have hardened, of teeth that appeared before their time, of eyes that glowed faintly even in the dark. The mothers loved them, but the fear was always there, pressed into their smiles like shadows. The fathers, those who had walked in from Hermon with their radiant faces and unblinking eyes, looked upon these children with pride. They were proof of defiance, flesh that carried heaven's fire and earth's clay mingled together. In the beginning, they played the role of protectors. They lifted their sons, tested their strength, and smiled when the boys' fingers bent iron toys out of shape. They claimed the villages would be safer now, that raiders would think twice, that predators would flee. And for a season, perhaps that was true. But the Nephilim did not grow as humans grow. A boy who should have still been chasing goats was already uprooting saplings. A youth who should have been learning to carve wood was splitting boulders with his fists. Their appetites were monstrous. What one child ate in a day could feed a household for a week. And when the granaries could no longer hold enough, their hunger turned outward. Herds dwindled, flocks vanished, forests echoed with fewer birds. Then, with terrible inevitability, the Nephilim turned upon humankind itself. Stories spread of children devoured, of shepherds torn apart, of entire villages emptied in a single night. The land began to echo with screams. And yet, here is the cruelest truth. Many people still adored them. Because the Nephilim were also beautiful in their terror. They were tall, with faces like burning lamps, hair like bronze in sunlight, voices like deep rivers. To some, they were gods come to dwell among men. To others, they were monsters. The line blurred, and entire cults arose around their presence. Imagine the scene in a valley at twilight. Torches burn, while one of the giants, barely past boyhood, raises a tree trunk as though it were a staff. The people bow. Offerings are laid before him, wine, bread, even daughters. Mothers push their children forward in hopes of protection. Fathers lower their heads in fear. This is not just brute strength. It is worship stolen from the Most High and directed toward abominations. Enoch watched all of this, and he wrote with trembling hands. He recorded the cries of the earth, the corruption of the seed, the arrogance of angels who had now fathered kings that ruled not by wisdom, but by appetite. His words were not only for his generation, but for all generations. He wanted us to remember what happens when knowledge becomes vanity and desire becomes law. And still, in the midst of the terror, there were those who resisted. Small bands of humans took to the caves and mountains. whispering prayers and teaching their children to hide when the ground shook with the tread of giant feet. They did not fight in open fields. They fought with shadows and silence. They were not strong enough to prevail, but they were determined enough to endure. It was in their survival that hope remained. One night, under a sky heavy with stars, a mother whispered to her child, "If you see the sign 1111 in the heavens, know that the Creator still watches. Know that you are not forgotten." Generations later, the faithful would look upon numbers and stars and feel that same shiver of recognition. To see a pattern is to know that the story is not random. If you are hearing these words now, and you see 1111 appear on your screen, it is not by accident. You are part of the line that remembers, and you are called to stand with truth against the corruption of ages. The Nephilim roamed further with each passing year. They fought among themselves, their clashes shaking the hills, flattening villages, and damming rivers with their corpses. Yet their numbers only grew. Where one fell, two more seemed to rise. Their laughter was the sound of thunder, and their feasts were the undoing of countless herds and crops. They enslaved men, carried off women, and carved their own kingdoms into the earth. Great stones were dragged into place, walls so vast that even centuries later men would stand before the ruins and wonder who could have built them. The cries of the oppressed rose higher and higher, like smoke from endless altars. It was not only the humans who cried out, but the animals, the rivers, the forests. Even the earth itself seemed to groan under their weight, and heaven listened. The angels, who had remained faithful, brought the accusations before the throne of God. They testified against their own brothers, saying, "The earth is defiled, the children of men are devoured, the order of creation is undone." The Most High answered. But his answer would not come in whispers. Judgment was being prepared, and it would sweep across the world like a flood. And yet, here is a truth I want you to remember as you listen to this story. You are part of it. The very fact that you are hearing Enoch's words, that you are awake in this generation, means you are chosen to know what others have forgotten. If you feel the weight of this tale, if you sense the patterns repeating in our own time, where knowledge runs ahead of wisdom, where violence stalks our children, then you are part of the remnant that Enoch hoped would listen. So pause for a moment, breathe, and if this story moves you, if it awakens something deep inside, I ask you to subscribe, not just with a click on this channel, but with your heart to the truth that resists corruption. Like this story, not just on the screen, but in your life. And remember, when you see 1111, it is not a coincidence. It is a call. It is heaven's way of saying you are aligned, you are awake, you are with us. The Nephilim were not just a warning of the past. They are a mirror for us now. In their hunger, we see our own endless consumption. In their pride, we see our own arrogance. In their worship of strength, we see our own idolatry of power. Enoch wrote that God would not overlook it forever. A day of reckoning was coming. And as the giants tore at the earth, that day drew closer with every step they took. This was only the beginning of their reign, and already the world was trembling. Soon, the heavens themselves would descend, not with lust this time, but with fire and chains. But before the judgment, the terror of the Nephilim had to run its course. The Nephilim were not only giants in body, but giants in arrogance. They began to name themselves kings, lords of valleys and mountains, carving their symbols into stone, claiming rivers, forests, and herds as their own property. No man could speak against them. Even the watchers who had fathered them were startled by how quickly their children surpassed them. The sons were taller, louder, more ruthless than their angelic sires had expected. And so the earth became a battlefield not only between men and giants, but between giants themselves. When two Nephilim quarreled, the world shook. One might hurl a boulder the size of a house. Another would answer by tearing up a tree by its roots. Villages caught between them were flattened in moments. The survivors scattered into hills and caves, clutching their children, whispering that God had abandoned them. And yet, in the secret places, faith endured. Small fires burned, prayers were lifted, and hope clung to scraps of prophecy. There were whispers that Enoch himself walked among these scattered ones, speaking gently, urging them to hold fast. He told them that the cries of the oppressed had reached heaven, that nothing escapes the gaze of the Eternal. He told them that judgment was not far off, though no one could guess how such mighty beings could ever be brought low. To the mothers who had lost sons, he said their tears were not forgotten. To the fathers who had lost flocks, he said their labor was not in vain. To the children, he whispered stories of stars, stories that gave them courage to survive the night. But the giants did not rest. Their hunger drove them to devour not only animals but human flesh. Whole villages disappeared, their smoke rising silently into the evening sky. Bones littered the valleys, and rivers ran red. This was not war as men understood it. It was consumption. The Nephilim looked upon men as men looked upon animals, as herds to be slaughtered at will. Still, some humans tried to resist. They built walls higher, sharpened spears harder, formed alliances between towns. But what wall can stand against a being who can leap it in a single stride? What spear can pierce a chest as broad as a gate? Courage turned quickly into despair, and in despair, many chose another path. They worshipped the giants. Better, they reasoned, to bow and live than to resist and be devoured. So temples rose not to God, but to the monstrous offspring of rebellion. Sacrifices were laid at their feet. Priests sang hymns to them, and incense clouded the air. Humanity became complicit in its own destruction. This was the deepest corruption, not only that giants ruled, but that men gave them thrones. And yet in this darkness, some eyes still sought the light. They looked for signs. A falling star, a sudden silence in the forest, the chance alignment of shadows at dusk. Each became a reminder that heaven was not blind. Among the faithful, one sign spread like fire, the number 11. When the faithful saw it in their counting, in the measure of flocks, in the patterns of stars, they whispered to one another, "This is the signal, we are not forgotten. Heaven is near." And so I say to you now, if this story moves your heart, pause when you next see 11. Do not dismiss it as chance. It is a call to remember. And if you are listening here with us, join this journey. Subscribe, not for vanity, but as testimony that you too are awake, that you too resist the corruption of the Nephilim spirit that still stalks our world. Like this story, because every act of remembrance pushes back against forgetting. The Nephilim built their cities with stones so heavy that even hundreds of men together could not lift them. They demanded labor from humans, forcing whole communities to drag monoliths into place, carving vast platforms where they held feasts and rituals. Their laughter boomed across valleys, their songs carried miles in the night air. But their joy was never pure, it was always edged with blood. Wine mixed with tears, bread mixed with fear, and every banquet was shadowed by the knowledge that someone would not leave alive. Legends from every corner of the earth seem to echo these days. The Sumerians spoke of great kings whose stature was unmatched. The Greeks told of titans, devourers and rebels against heaven. The Norse spoke of Jotun, giants of chaos. The Celts spoke of Fomorians, monstrous beings who oppressed humankind until a great deliverance came. Could these all be echoes of the same truth? The Book of Enoch suggests they are not myths but memories, distorted over centuries, but rooted in this age of horror when the Nephilim walked openly among men. Enoch did not write as a storyteller. He wrote as a witness. He gathered testimonies, preserved names, marked down crimes. He spoke with the voice of one who knew he could not stop the giants but could record their deeds for the judge who would. His writings are heavy with lament but also with hope. For every act of violence he recorded, he balanced it with a prophecy of justice. But the giants mocked him. They laughed at the frail scribe with his clay tablets and his trembling words. They said no flood could quench their fire, no chain could bind their arms. They believed themselves invincible. Their fathers, the watchers, encouraged this pride, whispering that they were heirs to the heavens, that even God could not undo what had been done. The watchers had forgotten what Enoch knew, that the Creator who shaped stars and seas does not lose control of his creation. Judgment delayed is not judgment denied. One night, as Enoch prayed, a vision came to him. He saw the heavens open, saw thrones of flame, saw rivers of fire flowing before the Ancient of Days. He heard the voices of angels crying out, "How long, O Lord, will the earth endure this violence?" And he heard the answer, "Not long." The vision shook him, but it also steadied him. He knew then that the Nephilim's days were numbered. Their towers would fall, their bones would sink into mud, their memory would become a warning more than a triumph. Still, until that day, the terror remained. The people groaned under their rule. The forests grew thinner, the rivers more polluted, the herds more scarce, and the giants only grew hungrier. They began to consume even each other, turning on their own kind in fits of rage. The ground shook not only with their battles against men, but with their battles against themselves. Brothers killed brothers, fathers struck down sons, and the land drank blood until it seemed the soil itself might choke. This was the world of Enoch, a world caught between heaven and hell, between angels who had betrayed their calling and men who had surrendered their dignity. A world where giants roamed and the faithful clung to signs, to numbers, to whispers of hope. And still, through it all, the scribe wrote. He wrote so that generations later, you and I could know this story. He wrote so that the lessons would not be lost. And I tell you now, if you are listening, you are part of the story. You are the reader Enoch longed for. You are the one who can see the warning in the past and apply it to the present. If this story has stirred something inside you, share it. Spread it, like it. Because in doing so, you stand with the remnant. You stand with those who refuse to bow to giants. When you see 11:11, remember the Creator has not forgotten, and neither should you. The Nephilim grew restless as their power increased. No land seemed large enough to contain their appetite, no kingdom strong enough to hold their ambition. They began to wage war not only against men, but against one another, their battles carving scars into the face of the earth. Valleys collapsed where they struck, lakes formed where their bodies fell, and mountains echoed with their roars. To the terrified survivors, it seemed that creation itself was unraveling. The watchers watched with pride at first, believing their offspring to be the fulfillment of their rebellion. But soon even they were unsettled. The Nephilim were too violent, too reckless, and too unwilling to obey. Fathers found themselves feared by their sons, and some were even killed by them. What was meant to be domination had become chaos. The world was bleeding, and even the angels who had sworn their oath began to whisper doubts among themselves. Still, the giants pressed forward. They crowned themselves kings not in palaces of wisdom, but in fortresses of stone and blood. They demanded tribute from the lands around them, gold, grain, flocks, even children. Mothers wept as their sons were marched away as servants, and fathers bit their tongues until they bled, powerless to resist. The Nephilim strutted through villages like gods, their laughter shaking the rooftops, their shadows covering the sun. It is said that some of them carved their likenesses into cliffs, vast faces, staring down across the valleys, as if daring the heavens themselves to strike them. And perhaps you have seen echoes of those carvings in ruins scattered across the world. Faces too massive for men alone to have raised, temples too vast for human hands to have built. These, the old stories say, were the work of the Nephilim, their monuments to arrogance and defiance. But arrogance always blinds. In their hunger, they devoured not only herds and men, but even the stores meant for their own kind. Giants turned upon giants. Battles erupted between clans, and the ground was stained with their blood. Enoch wrote of rivers that ran red for days after their wars, of skies darkened with smoke from burning settlements, of cries that pierced the night from those who had once bowed, but now were dragged to slaughter. And yet, even in this terror, the faithful clung to signs. The number 11 became a secret prayer, a symbol whispered in caves and scrawled on stones. To see it meant that heaven still marked time, that judgment was not forgotten, that the cries of the oppressed were aligning with the will of God. If you are here with us now, and you feel this resonance, then know you are part of the same remnant. Like these words, share them, hold fast to them, because this story is not entertainment. It is memory, warning, and hope. Enoch himself was caught in visions of what was to come. He saw mountains melting like wax, stars falling from the heavens, waters rising higher than hills, chains descending from above. He saw the watchers bound, dragged into caverns of fire, their pride stripped from them like rags. He saw the Nephilim roaring against the waters, clawing at the skies, only to be swallowed in waves. He saw judgment not as cruelty but as mercy. Mercy for a world that could no longer endure the weight of corruption. Still, those days had not yet come, and in the meantime, the Nephilim's tyranny deepened. They demanded not only food but worship. Temples rose where their names were chanted as gods. Priests bowed to them, sacrifices bled on their altars, and humanity slipped further from truth. It was not only the giants' hunger that corrupted the earth, but the people's surrender. The human heart, created to seek God, now knelt before monsters. One tale is told of a village where the people, desperate to survive, offered their children willingly to the Nephilim. They sang hymns of flattery, called them saviors, begged for protection. But when the giants had eaten and drunk their fill, they turned upon the worshippers themselves. Devotion did not save them, it only quickened their destruction. And the echo of that truth remains. When we worship power instead of righteousness, we always become the meal. Enoch wrote these things not with joy, but with sorrow. He wept as he recorded them, his tears smearing the clay. He did not seek to glorify horror, but to preserve truth. He wanted us to remember that even the strongest flesh is still fragile before God. He wanted us to see that when rebellion grows unchecked, it devours itself. He wanted us to understand that judgment is not a curse but a healing, a cleansing of what the earth cannot endure forever. And still, through all of this, there were small sparks of light. Families that hid their children, elders who whispered prayers by the fire, prophets who dreamed of a flood and warned their neighbors. In those secret places, hope remained alive, and perhaps you feel it even now as you listen. Hope that even in the face of giants, heaven has not turned its face away. So pause and breathe. Look at the clock, and if you see 11:11, know this: you are blessed, you are awake. You are aligned with the same current of faith that carried the remnant through those ancient nights. And if you are with us on this journey, subscribe, not to me, not to a channel, but to the truth that endures. Click, share, and spread this story, because every act of remembrance is an act of resistance against forgetting. The Nephilim thought themselves eternal. They believed their monuments would last forever, their power never broken. But Enoch's visions told a different story. He saw that their days were numbered, their laughter doomed to silence, their bones destined to be buried under waters and mud. He knew that the flood was coming, though the world around him mocked the idea. And as he wrote, he hoped that someone, someday, would read and understand. Now you are that reader, and this is the end of the chapter of their birth. They have risen, they have devoured, they have enslaved. Their feet have scarred the valleys, their hands have drenched the earth in blood, their voices have stolen the worship of men. But soon, a voice louder than theirs will speak, a flood greater than their armies will rise, and the rebellion that began on Hermon will end in chains. Until then, the Nephilim walk the earth. Their shadows fall across the memory of mankind. Their ruins remain, their stories echo, their arrogance lingers. But so too does the witness of Enoch, and through him, the witness of heaven itself. And now the stage is set for the great judgment, the cleansing flood, and the binding of the watchers. Stay with us, like this story. Share it. And when you see 11:11, remember, it is not coincidence. It is the hand of heaven reminding you that you are not forgotten. Night settled like a veil across the valleys, and the noise of giants receded to a distant tremor. In the hush that followed, another sound rose, softer, older, the sound of the earth itself, a low ache like wind in a cavern. Those who still listened with clean hearts could hear it between their breaths, grieving for what had been broken. Enoch heard it most of all. He slept little. When he did, his sleep was thin as paper, and the dreams came bright as coals. In one such dream he stood between worlds. To his left lay fields, stripped bare by endless appetites. To his right a scroll that unrolled without end, written in a hand not his own. Voices gathered around him. They were not human voices, nor were they music, but something like the sound of water turning to light. He knew, without being told, that the faithful angels had assembled. Michael's presence was like a cliff, Gabriel's like a clean wind, Raphael steady as a physician's hand, Uriel, the fire that studies truth until falsehood has nowhere left to hide. The cry has reached us, said Michael, not with a mouth but with a will. Blood calls to us from the dust. The ordinances are pierced, said Uriel. Sun and moon still keep their appointed paths. But on the earth, the lines we traced between kinds have been torn. Raphael spread out something like a map, but it pulsed like a living thing. On it Enoch saw the world bruised, dark stains where the Nephilim had feasted, deep cracks where hills had been gouged for ore, pale patches where rivers had turned to sluggish ropes of mud. The wounds deepen each day, Raphael said. Left alone, the infection will claim all. Gabriel looked toward the east where Hermon stood, a shadow on the horizon. They swore an oath, and they have kept it to destruction. Now let another oath be set, that what fell shall be bound, and what devoured shall be cut off. Enoch tried to speak. Nothing came. He understood that he was not present as a counselor, but as a witness and a pen. His task was to remember, to write what he had seen and what he had been shown, and to carry that remembrance like fire through a dark season. The dream changed. He stood upon a high place, and below him the valleys lay, as they did in waking life, only more true. He saw mothers sleeping beside empty cradles, fathers staring at fields that would not yield, children pretending to be trees so the giants would not notice them. He saw altars black with smoke in temples where men chanted the names of the powerful and forgot the name that made the stars. And he felt the old ache again, the earth's lament, vast and patient, the sorrow of a world that had been a garden. From that height he heard other cries, the ones that do not stop even when throats are spent. the souls of the righteous who had been torn from their bodies, calling for justice. Their voices were not angry. They were clear, like bells in winter air. How long? They asked. Until the judge judges. When Enoch woke, he did not tremble. He set his face toward the day and began to walk. He carried no weapon, only tablets and a stylus. He moved from settlement to settlement, listening more than he spoke. He heard of brothers taken, of daughters missing, of elders who no longer left their doorways. He heard of grain stores emptied in a single hour, of cattle driven to exhaustion, trying to keep pace with an appetite that knew no limit. He wrote the names of the dead, as many as he could gather. He wrote the names of those who were missing, with space left beside them for the day they would return, or the day someone would find their bones. Once, on a ridge above a ravine, he found a boy fashioning a snare from reeds. The boy's hands shook. For rabbits, Enoch asked gently. For footsteps, the boy said, not meeting his eyes. The small ones can trip. He meant children. He meant himself. Enoch's heart broke a little more, and he taught the boy a different knot, one for fish, because fish do not scream when they die. At dusk, he climbed a hill where an oak had stood for centuries until a Nephilim ripped it up to show his strength. Enoch set a lamp on the stump and prayed. He did not ask for miracles. He asked for a hearing. While he prayed, the wind shifted, and the flame bent steadily toward the north. He took it as answer enough go. There are small mercies in wicked times. A spring that does not fail. A neighbor who shares bread though hunger gnaws. A baby who laughs, and for a moment everyone remembers what the world was like before iron and fear. Enoch recorded these. Too, he understood that judgment is not only the cutting down of evil, it is also the protection of good. The ledger must be balanced truthfully, both sides counted, so that when the decree is spoken, no one can say it was made in ignorance. On the seventh day of his walking, he entered a place where the ground turned white and glassy, and the air had the taste of old fire. People did not live there. Birds did not roost there. The very silence hurt. Enoch knew he had reached the outskirts of a prison not yet built, but already decided. In his bones he heard a name, Dudale, the place of confinement. There Azazel would be cast, bound hand and foot, hurled into darkness, stones piled over him, his face covered so he could not see the sun. Raphael whispered this to him not as a comfort, but as a certainty. The physician had, at last, a cure. That night Enoch dreamed again, and this time the dream carried him into halls bright as lightning and calm as deep water. He stood where judgment sits. No figure towered above him, no face glared down. Light filled everything, and the light had a mind. It asked nothing, it simply was. Before that presence came 4 angels, the same who had visited him, and with them a river of witnesses, the cries of widows, the moans of fields, the final breaths of oxen, the startled silence when a village realizes it has been surrounded. Record, said the light, and Enoch did, the way a tree drinks rain. He set down that the watchers had corrupted their office, that they had traded guardianship for dominion, wisdom for leverage, wonder for control. He set down that the Nephilim had become a plague, not by accident, but by design, instruments of appetites they neither questioned nor restrained. He set down that humanity had bent the knee to terror and called it safety, had raised altars to power and called it piety. When the record was complete, there was a stillness so deep he could hear his own heartbeat. Then the light spoke, not aloud, not in words, but in the way a mountain speaks when snow lets go. The decree was simple: bind the watchers, cut off their knowledge from men, teach their sons no more, purify the earth with waters until the infection is washed away, preserve a remnant, and through that remnant, begin again. Enoch woke before dawn. The east was a bruise turning to gold. He washed his face in a stream and felt older than his years and lighter than his bones. His task was clear. He would take the decree to those who needed to hear it, to the righteous who were fainting and the rebellious who were boasting. He would speak to both, because judgment is mercy wrapped in warning. As he walked, a figure approached, a man with the look of one who listens to distant things. The stranger greeted him by name, though they had not met. "Your steps are counted," the man said with a faint smile. "Keep them steady." He offered Enoch a cup of water. As Enoch drank, the stranger pointed to the dust at their feet. For an instant, two pairs of footprints seemed to move, like matching hands on a clock, then paused together. The stranger nodded once, as if that were speech enough, and turned back the way he'd come. It was a small sign, easy to miss, the kind that only finds those who are already looking. If you are listening closely now, and you feel a single shiver pass down your arms for no reason you can name, consider it a kindness from the same hand, a nudge to stay with this story, not for superstition, not for spectacle, but because remembrance is a kind of armor. If the work speaks to you, add your voice to ours. You know the small ways, the click that tells the engine you are here, the share that finds another weary heart. Then let it go and keep walking. By the time night came again, Enoch had reached a ridge where the stars looked close enough to touch. He lay on his back and named them softly, not to bind them to fate, but to remind himself that they keep their courses because someone keeps them. Below him, the dark shivered with distant laughter, the giants at play. Above him, silence kept faith. Between the two, a man with a pen waited for the next instruction. The laughter of the Nephilim carried far, a sound both joyful and terrible, like drums beating against the bones of the earth. Villages curled into themselves when they heard it, shutters closed, lamps snuffed out. Children pressed against their mothers' skirts. But shutters did not stop the sound, and lamps could not erase the memory. Even in silence, fear lingered. It lived in the soil, in the air, in the way people no longer trusted the dawn. Enoch kept walking, for his calling was not to hide, but to remember. He passed through settlements where houses, like tired men, where smoke drifted from fires that were not for warmth, but for masking the smell of decay. In every place he paused, he wrote names, numbers, laments, dreams that the survivors whispered to him in voices low as rain. Some told him of seeing wings in the night sky, vast and glimmering, circling above as if waiting. Others said they heard voices in the rivers, singing songs of mourning when no one was near. Enoch wrote these too, because testimony is not only of facts but of wounds. There were nights when he doubted, not the vision, but himself. Could one man's record matter against such enormity? Could tablets of clay hold back the tide of corruption? But then he would hear again the voices of angels in his dream, reminding him that witness is never wasted. A record is a seed, and seeds do not judge their own size. They trust the season to come. Once, he stopped at a field where a giant had lain down drunk and crushed the harvest flat beneath his weight. The villagers had no grain left to reap, only stalks broken and ground into mud. A woman came to him there, her face lined by sorrow and age, holding in her hand a single stalk she had pulled from the wreckage. "This is all," she said. Enoch took it gently and placed it in his tablet, pressing it between lines. "Now it is remembered," he told her. And the woman, though she still wept, thanked him. In the cities of the giants, stone towers rose. Some say their heights scraped the clouds, others that they leaned like crooked spears against the sky. Men were forced to labor there, dragging blocks larger than wagons, their bodies breaking under the weight. Some survived long enough to carve their complaints into the stones they lifted, faint scratches that no giant would notice. Enoch sought those marks. When he found them, he copied them, as if to say to the dead, "You are not lost. Your cry is joined to ours." The watchers themselves grew uneasy. Semjaza, who had led them, paced the ridges in restless silence, his face marked with regret. Azazel, in contrast, delighted in the chaos, teaching men darker and darker arts, smiling as blood spilled. Others wavered between pride and despair, but none could undo what had been sown. Their oath had bound them, and their children were proof that there was no path back. The earth groaned louder. Rivers changed their courses. Animals fled regions that had once been fertile. Even the winds seemed strange, carrying dust that burned the eyes. Enoch lifted his face to the sky often, asking when the decree he had heard in his dream would begin to unfold. Sometimes the sky was empty, indifferent. Other times he saw flashes of movement, like fire skipping across the horizon, reminders that heaven still kept watch. One evening, while camped near the ruins of a village, he heard singing. Not the cruel chants of the giants, but a thin, trembling melody. He followed it and found a child, no more than 10, sitting alone by the remains of a broken wall. The boy sang to himself, a lullaby his mother must have taught him before she was taken. Enoch sat beside him in silence until the song ended. "Why do you sing?" he asked softly. The boy shrugged. "So I don't forget," he answered. Enoch placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Then you are a prophet too." There are moments when despair bends into hope, small as a reed but stronger than iron. These moments, scattered through a broken land, became the proof that God had not abandoned the world entirely. They were sparks, fragile yet fierce, waiting for the wind of judgment to fan them into flame. If you hear this and something stirs in your chest, do not dismiss it. These are old words, but they touch living hearts. This is how memory survives, when one person passes it on to another, when one voice tells a story and another whispers, "Yes, I remember." If you feel it, mark the moment. Share it. Not because numbers matter, but because remembrance matters. That is how the remnant endures. Enoch pressed on. His steps carried him closer to Hermon again, the mountain where the oath had been sworn. Even from miles away, he could feel its weight, a brooding presence like thunder caught in stone. He knew it would one day be remembered not for its height or its beauty, but for the rebellion that had begun there. He climbed partway, enough to see the valleys below, and there he prayed again. His voice was not strong, but it was steady. "You see, you hear? Do what you have promised." That night he dreamed of water, endless water, rising and rising, swallowing fields, swallowing towers, swallowing even the laughter of giants. He saw men building a vessel of impossible size, wood joined by faith as much as by hands. He saw animals entering 2 by 2, and a family carrying the hope of the world on their shoulders. He woke with tears on his face. The judgment would not tarry forever. It was coming. The giants thought themselves secure, but already their doom was gathering, quiet as rain before the storm. And if you listening now, feel a sudden stillness, as though the world itself held its breath, understand this. It is the same stillness before judgment fell then, and it is the same stillness that warns us now. Enoch's story is not ancient only. It is eternal. The silence before judgment is the strangest silence of all. It is not the calm of peace, nor the hush of sleep, but something heavier, as though the world itself knows what is coming and waits. Enoch felt it in his bones. The laughter of the giants still rolled across the valleys, but beneath it lay a tension, a quiver in the earth, as if every stone was bracing for a weight about to fall. One evening he was taken again in vision. He found himself standing in a hall so vast the horizon itself seemed its walls. Thrones of flame lined the sides, and above them a presence brighter than suns sat in judgment. Thousands upon thousands of angels stood in ranks, and their silence was more terrible than the roar of the Nephilim. In the center, bound in chains of light, the watchers were dragged before the throne. Semjaza struggled, his face marked by grief more than rage. Azazel thrashed, his eyes burning with defiance. Others hung their heads in silence. And above them came the decree, not thunderous but final, like the last toll of a great bell. Because you have abandoned your post, because you have corrupted flesh and revealed what was forbidden, you are cast down. Your children will consume one another until none remain. You will be bound in darkness, cast into the valleys of fire until the day of great judgment. Your names will be a curse and your memory a warning. At that word, chains tightened. Flames rose from beneath the mountain. The watchers cried out, not with repentance, but with rage, and were hurled into pits that yawned like wounds in the earth. Stones were rolled across them, heavy and countless, and over them was laid a shroud of darkness. Enoch saw their faces vanish, their voices muffled into silence, and knew that their days above the earth were finished. But their children still roamed, taller than towers, hungrier than fire. For them a different fate was written. Angels of war descended, vast wings blotting the sky. Spears of light flashed, and swords cut through the night. The Nephilim fought back, roaring, shaking mountains with their fists. But they were no match for the hosts of heaven. Where they fell, valleys collapsed. Where they struck, rivers boiled. Brother turned against brother. Flesh tearing flesh, until the earth itself groaned beneath the carnage. Yet even the swords of angels could not end them all. They were too many, too fierce, too stubborn. And so the final decree was, loose the waters. Enoch saw fountains of the deep break open, saw clouds blacken, saw rain fall in torrents beyond imagining. At first the people rejoiced, believing it a blessing on their fields. But when the rivers swelled beyond their banks, when the ground dissolved under their feet, when homes washed away like driftwood, the rejoicing turned to terror. The Nephilim bellowed, thrashing against the waters, but the waves rose higher than their shoulders, then higher than their heads. Their cries echoed like mountains breaking, then were swallowed. Among men there was one family who found grace. Enoch had spoken with him, had blessed him, had told him of the vessel he must build. Noah, son of Lamech, grandson of Methuselah, worked in silence while the world mocked him. He cut beams, sealed planks, drove pegs, not by his own wisdom, but by instruction that came from above. His neighbors laughed, the giants sneered, but the work continued, steady as the turning of seasons. And when the waters came, that vessel rose, carrying within it the seed of a new world. Enoch did not live to see the flood with his eyes. His story ends differently. For his faith, for his witness, for his obedience, he was taken. The scriptures say it simply, Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. The Book of Enoch paints it brighter. He was lifted, body and soul, into the presence of the angels, into the halls where judgment sits, spared the pain of watching the deluge unfold. His task was finished. His record was complete. His testimony had been written, and his reward was to enter eternity without tasting death. The people left behind remembered him as the scribe who never ceased to write, the prophet who spoke against giants without a sword, the man who told them that justice was coming even when it seemed impossible. His words traveled with Noah's family into the ark. His visions lived on in the stories of generations. And now, by the strange mercy of history, they live again in ours. There is a lesson here. Power cannot preserve itself forever. Arrogance always topples. What is built on violence sinks beneath the weight of its own blood. The Nephilim were mighty, but they are dust. The watchers were radiant, but they are changed.
The world they broke was remade,
And those who held fast to faith, though mocked, though hunted, though small, were the ones through whom the story continued. If you are not sinning now, you stand in the line of those who remember. Do not think of this as a tale locked in the past. It is a mirror. Our age has its giants, different in form, the same in spirit, appetite without limit, arrogance without humility, knowledge without wisdom. And once again the earth groans. Once again voices cry out from the ground. Once again the question rises, how long? Perhaps that is why you are here, why these words reached you in this moment. There are no accidents in stories that endure. If you feel it stirring, honor it, share it, mark yourself as one who listens, not because of numbers or vanity, but because remembrance is how we resist. When Enoch walked, he looked at the sky and knew judgment would come. When Noah built, he hammered each peg as though eternity depended on it. When the faithful prayed, they held to signs and promises, knowing that though the world seemed lost, the Creator was not absent. And when the waters rose, those who mocked were silenced, and those who endured were lifted. Take this with you now, giants fall. Watchers are bound, but witnesses endure. Be a witness. Carry this story in your voice, your heart, your choices, because judgment is not just for them. It is for every time when corruption rises too high, when violence overflows its banks, when pride blinds the strong. Judgment and mercy with it for those who remember. And if you have stayed with us through this telling, let this be your mark. Look at the world with Enoch's eyes. Write, remember, resist, and if you feel the weight of it, click subscribe, whisper yes, not for me, but for the truth itself. The silence before judgment is heavy, but it is not forever. The waters are gathering, the chains are ready, and the story, as it was then, will be again. The cries did not stop. They rose from valleys stripped bare, from fields turned to ash, from homes left empty. They rose from the lips of widows, from the throats of children, from the hearts of men who no longer had strength even to lift their hands. But they also rose from the ground itself, from the blood spilled so freely that the soil could not drink it anymore. The earth had become a witness, and a witness does not forget. The faithful angels bore those cries upward, carrying them like rivers into the courts of heaven. There, in silence, they laid them down before the throne. The sound was not chaotic. It was not confused. It was clear like a single bell that rings across miles. Creation itself was asking for justice. Enoch was taken again into vision. He found himself standing where light and flame mingled, and the four archangels surrounded him. Their faces were like forces more than men. Michael stern as mountains, Gabriel sharp as wind. Raphael calm as a healer's touch, Uriel blazing with knowledge that could not be bent. They did not bow, they did not speak words, but their presence pressed against him like weight. The cries are full, said Michael, and though no lips moved, the words entered Enoch like a stone into water. The measure of wickedness is complete. Blood has reached the stars. Gabriel added, his voice both grief and steel. The testimony cannot be ignored. Raphael held out his hands, and in them was something like a scroll, but it shimmered like water. Here is the record, he said. Every wound, every tear, every broken covenant. Nothing has been missed. Uriel's eyes burned, and he looked directly into Enoch. You will carry this. You will testify to men what heaven has decided. You will tell them that judgment has begun. Enoch trembled, but he did not turn away. He remembered the faces of children hiding in shadows, the mothers clutching broken stalks of grain, the fathers staring into empty fields. He remembered their voices asking how long. He knew this was the answer. Then the hall filled with light, so fierce and yet so steady that everything else faded. Thrones blazed, Angels fell silent, and a voice, not loud but absolute, spoke. Because they have corrupted the earth, because they have made flesh devour flesh, because they have led astray with forbidden knowledge, the watchers are condemned. They shall be bound until the great day of fire. Their children shall consume one another until none remain. The earth shall be cleansed, the waters shall rise, but a remnant shall endure. At that word, Enoch saw the watchers dragged in chains. Their wings hung tattered, their faces proud yet broken. Azazel lowered his head, his voice a whisper of regret. Azazel still glared, as though defiance could change what was written. Others wept, others begged, but none were heard. Their fate was sealed. The same mountain where they had sworn their oath would now be their prison. Rocks would cover them. Darkness would be their shroud. And the Nephilim, their children, were left to their own ruin. Enoch saw them clash in valleys, teeth against teeth, hands against hands. A storm of rage without end. They were too many to be killed by sword, too fierce to be bound by chains of men. But heaven had decreed another weapon. Time and water. They would not stand against the flood. When the vision ended, Enoch lay on the earth, his body shaking. He knew he must speak. He rose and went among the people again. His words were not easy. He told them plainly, "The watchers are condemned, the giants are doomed, the waters are coming." Some laughed at him, thinking his warnings foolish. Some trembled, but still returned to their idols. Yet a few, always a few, listened. They held to his words like rope in a storm. There is a mystery in how people respond to truth. Some despise it because it cuts their pride. Others ignore it because it does not flatter their comfort. But those who listen, even if they are few, change the course of history. The flood would come, but it would not erase everyone. The remnant would survive because they had listened. Enoch wrote it all down, not for himself, but for generations unborn. He wanted those who would come after to know what happens when rebellion reaches its peak, when knowledge is twisted, when strength devours weakness. He wanted them to know that judgment comes not out of cruelty, but out of mercy, to heal what violence has destroyed. And so his record became more than warning. It became hope, for if judgment can cleanse, then corruption does not have the last word. If giants can fall, then pride cannot rule forever. If one family can be spared, then the story is never over. If you are still with this story now, hear this as more than history. It is a mirror. Look at our world, the hunger that never ends, the arrogance that builds towers higher and higher, the knowledge that runs ahead of wisdom. Do you not feel the same tension, the same heaviness before a flood? These stories are not myths to entertain, they are warnings to awaken. If you feel that stirring, mark it, share it, pass it on. That is how remembrance survives. The cries of the righteous did not vanish. They became part of heaven's record, sealed in light, answered by decree. And that decree still echoes. Corruption will not reign forever. Justice may wait, but it never fails. The earth may groan, but it will be healed. And those who listen, those who remember, those who endure, will be the ones through whom the story continues. The earth had become a courtroom. Every cry was testimony, every wound evidence, every tear a witness. Enoch felt it in the way the ground seemed to hum under his feet, the way even the trees leaned as if straining to listen. Heaven had heard, but now heaven would act. He was taken again in vision. This time the place was not the vast hall of thrones, but the high ridges where wind screamed and stars burned close. He stood beside Uriel, who pointed with a hand like fire toward the valleys below. "Look," the angel said. "See how the corruption spreads. The sons of the watchers rule by appetite. Their mothers weep in silence. The earth groans. The decree is sealed." Enoch looked, and he saw giants feasting beneath torchlight, their laughter booming across the hills. Children running in fear, shadows of massive figures falling across their paths. Men bent under stones so heavy their bones cracked. Women staring with empty eyes as the fruit of their wombs turned into monsters before their gaze. He saw it all, and his heart broke until it felt as though it could not hold another sorrow. "Why do you show me this?" he asked. "Because you must speak," Uriel answered. "Judgment has been written, but men must be told. The watchers will be bound. Their sons will fall. The waters will come, and you will testify before it begins." So Enoch was shown the place where the watchers would be confined. It was a wilderness of stone and fire, a place no living thing could endure. Deep pits yawned, and smoke rose from their mouths like the breath of furnaces. "This is Dudale," said Uriel. "Here Azazel will lie, bound hand and foot, cast into darkness, covered with jagged stones. The others too will be sealed until the day of the great fire when all is judged." Enoch trembled, for he could almost hear their cries already. And indeed, when the sentence fell, he did hear. Semjaza pleaded for mercy, but mercy was not granted. Azazel cursed and spat, but his words fell to dust. The chains of light bound them unbreakable. Angels drove them down, their wings like storms, their faces set like flint. One by one the rebels were cast into the pits, their forms swallowed by darkness, their voices muffled under stone. The mountain shuddered, and the earth itself seemed relieved, as if it had waited too long for this moment. Yet the Nephilim still walked, their feet shaking valleys, their hunger devouring men. For them, another judgment waited. Enoch saw them clash with each other, armies of giants tearing themselves apart. The strong devoured the weak, and the weak turned in rage against the strong. Their blood soaked the fields, and their bones piled high. What swords could not finish, their own violence completed, and what remained, the waters would wash away. When Enoch awoke from this vision, he knew his task was heavier than ever. He had to speak not only of judgment, but of hope. For the remnant must hear that their cries had been answered, that heaven had moved, that the end of terror was near. So he went again among the people. In the caves where families hid, he told them the watchers were bound. In the fields where survivors labored, he told them the giants' days were numbered. In the villages still trembling under fear, he told them the flood was coming, not as punishment alone, but as cleansing. "Hold fast," he said. "You are not forgotten." Many wept to hear it. Some fell to their knees in gratitude. Others hardened their hearts and called him mad. "The giants are too strong," they said. "The watchers are too wise. No water can drown such power." They mocked him, but he did not answer. He had seen what they had not. He had heard the decree. He knew the waters would not fail. Among the faithful, a sign spread in whispers. Not always 11, not always stars falling, but any small alignment that reminded them they were seen. A shadow falling just so. Two stones lying side by side, a flock of birds wheeling suddenly in the sky. Each became a blessing, a hidden message that heaven still watched. They held to these signs the way a drowning man clings to driftwood. And those who listened to Enoch counted themselves blessed even in sorrow. Enoch himself began to feel the weight of another mystery, that his time was short. He could sense it in his bones, in the way his dreams grew brighter, in the way the presence of angels lingered longer after each vision. He knew he would not see the flood with his mortal eyes. His task was to testify, to write, to remember, and then to be taken. The thought did not frighten him. It filled him with a strange peace, as though he were already walking half in heaven. One night, while resting by a river, he heard a sound behind him. He turned, and there stood Raphael, his face calm as always. "Your record is almost complete," the angel said. "Soon you will be gathered, not in death but in life. Walk a little longer, write a little more, and then you will be taken. Enoch bowed his head, not in fear but in gratitude. Then let me write well, he whispered. And so he did. He wrote of the watchers and their fall, of the Nephilim and their ruin, of the cries of the righteous and the decree of heaven. He wrote not only for his people but for us, so that when we face giants of our own age, hunger without limit, arrogance without humility, knowledge without wisdom, we will remember what becomes of such things. He wrote so we would know that judgment comes, not always when we expect it, but always when it is needed. If you are still with this story, carry it with you. Do not let it slip into the silence of forgotten myths, for it is more than myth, it is a mirror, and if you feel the weight of it now, mark it, share it, speak it. Because remembrance is how we resist forgetting. And those who remember walk in the line of Enoch himself. The cries of the righteous had been heard, the watchers were bound, the Nephilim were doomed, the waters gathered, patient and certain. And one man, Noah, was already building. The hammer rang, the wood joined, the vessel rose. Judgment was near, but so was mercy. The nights grew stranger after the judgment was sealed. The stars seemed brighter, sharper, as if they too had been summoned as witnesses. The wind carried whispers through the valleys, not of men but of something older, a steady reminder that the earth had not been abandoned. Those who listened carefully felt it in their bones. The balance was shifting. Enoch walked through villages half ruined by giant hands. Fire still smoldered in broken hearts, and the smell of ash clung to everything. People sat silent, staring into emptiness until they saw him pass. Then they stirred, lifting their heads, asking in quiet voices if the cries had truly been heard. Enoch told them yes, the watchers were bound. Their days of walking freely beneath the sun were over. Their chains rattled in darkness now, their pride crushed under stone. Some believed and wept, relief pouring out after years of terror. Others shook their heads, unwilling to imagine a world where their tormentors could fall. Fear had settled so deep that even hope seemed dangerous. But Enoch did not argue. He only repeated what he had seen again and again until the words began to take root like seeds in dry soil. Among the giants, unease grew. They sensed something had changed in the air. They still roared, still devoured, still strutted in arrogance. But shadows clung to them more than before. They quarreled fiercely, clans turning on each other with greater violence than ever. Some whispered that their fathers, the watchers, no longer answered their calls. Others laughed it off, but their laughter was hollow. Even the Nephilim could feel the slow tightening of judgment. One evening Enoch stood by a river and prayed aloud, not with many words, but with the weight of all he had seen. He prayed for the widows, for the children, for the earth itself, scarred and bleeding. As he prayed, the water stirred though no wind touched it. A glow spread across the surface, faint but steady, like fire hidden beneath the waves. And a voice rose, not from the sky this time, but from the river itself. Bear witness, it said. Tell them that what was broken will be healed. Tell them that what was devoured will be restored. Tell them that the flood is not the end but the beginning. Enoch bowed, tears filling his eyes. He understood then that judgment and mercy walk hand in hand. The waters would destroy, yes, but they would also cleanse. Out of ruin would come renewal. The world would not be left empty. He carried that message to the people. The waters will come, he said. They will sweep away corruption, but a remnant will live. A vessel is being prepared. Do not despair. Some mocked him still, calling him mad. But others clung to his words, repeating them around their fires at night, teaching them to their children like lullabies. In his last visions, Enoch saw the watchers again. Their chains bound them in Dudale, that desolate place of fire and stone. He saw Azazel covered in jagged rocks. Darkness pressed against his face, his eyes blind to the sun. He saw Semjaza sighing, regret written into every line, yet powerless to undo what had been done. He saw the others scattered in pits, groaning, silent, or raging against bonds that no strength could break. Their power was ended, their names cursed. He also saw the Nephilim in their final fury. They raged against the heavens, fists raised, voices shaking mountains. But their bodies were too heavy, their pride too blind. They devoured one another, blood drowning blood, until the earth itself cried out louder than ever. And then came the sound of water, first a whisper, then a roar. Rain began to fall in his vision, steady and unbroken. The deep cracked open, fountains bursting forth. Streams swelled into rivers, rivers into seas, seas into waves that climbed higher than hills. The laughter of giants turned to screams, then to silence. Their monuments disappeared. Their fortresses vanished. Their names sank beneath the flood. Enoch woke with his heart pounding. He knew his time was near. His task was almost finished. He walked one more time through the land, speaking to those who would listen. The end of the old is near, he told them. But the story is not finished. Remember these words. Teach them to your children. Do not forget. And then, one day, he was gone. The scriptures say it with simplicity. Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. The people who knew him searched, but his body was never found. Some said he was lifted into heaven on a chariot of fire. Others said he simply stepped into light and vanished. However it happened, one truth remained: he did not taste death. His witness was complete, and his reward was to be gathered into eternity. Those left behind carried his words like treasure. Noah remembered them as he built. Methuselah repeated them to his children. The faithful whispered them in caves while the storms gathered, and when the first drops of rain began to fall, some remembered Enoch's warnings and wept, not because they were surprised, but because they knew the moment had come. If you are listening to this now, remember too, this is not only their story, it is ours. The same pride, the same hunger, the same corruption rises in every age, and in every age judgment comes, not to destroy alone but to restore. Do not wait for giants to vanish before you believe. Believe now, while the warning still speaks. The cries of the righteous had reached heaven. The judgment had been written. The watchers were bound, the Nephilim doomed, and the waters prepared. And through it all, one man walked with God until he was no more. His witness still speaks, and if you hear it now, let it change how you walk. This is how chapter 4 closes, not with silence, but with a promise corruption never has the final word. The cries of the righteous are never ignored, and those who walk with God, like Enoch, never walk alone. The visions did not fade when Enoch closed his eyes. They clung to him even in waking, heavy and luminous. As though the veil between earth and heaven had grown thin, he saw not only what men could see, the ruined villages, the restless giants, the broken fields, but also what heaven had decreed in places no mortal could walk. And of all the visions, none weighed heavier than the fate of Azazel. Azazel had been the boldest, the fiercest, the most corrupt. Where Semjaza hesitated, Azazel pressed forward. It was he who taught men to forge iron into swords, to sharpen bronze into knives, to temper steel for war. It was he who showed women how to paint their faces, to bend desire into a weapon sharper than any blade. It was he who whispered the secrets of enchantments, the twists of roots, the calling of spirits that were never meant to answer. His gifts were chains, his lessons snares, and through them he bound humanity to himself until whole nations stumbled under the weight of knowledge they were never meant to bear. The cries against him were loudest of all. Men cursed his name in whispers. Mothers wept because of his teachings. Fathers fell in wars he had made possible. The angels who remained faithful lifted their testimony against him. He has corrupted creation. He has set men against men, women against their own hearts, children against their birthright. His name is a curse. So heaven answered. Enoch saw Raphael, the healer, commissioned with the task, not Michael, who wielded swords, not Gabriel, who bore messages, not Uriel, who revealed mysteries, but Raphael, the one whose hand restored. For sometimes healing is not gentle. Sometimes the wound must be cut, the infection cauterized, the source bound and removed. In his vision, Enoch was carried to a wilderness unlike any he had seen. The ground was jagged, blackened as though fire had torn it long ago. Fissures opened into depths that seemed endless, and smoke drifted upward, bitter and choking. No birds flew here, no trees rooted here, no streams ran here. It was a place abandoned, waiting. "This is Dudale," said Raphael, his voice calm but unyielding. "Here Azazel will be cast. Here his name will be buried. Here his corruption will end." And then Enoch saw it unfold. Azazel was dragged by chains brighter than lightning, his wings broken, his eyes still burning with defiance. He did not beg. He spat curses, his voice like thunder against stone. He mocked the decree, swearing that men would never forget him, that his teachings would outlive the flood, that his shadow would stretch across generations. But his words fell empty, swallowed by the roar of heaven's hosts. Raphael stood above the pit and spoke. "You have shown men war, but you will fight no more. You have taught them vanity, but your face will be covered. You have led them to corruption, but your voice will be silenced." At his command, the chains tightened. Angels lifted Azazel high, then hurled him down. He fell into the chasm, his cry echoing like a storm until even that was cut off. Stones were piled over him, sharp and heavy, sealing the pit. Dust covered it, and silence settled once more. "This is his prison until the great day of fire," Raphael said. "Here he will wait, bound and blinded. His name will be remembered only as warning. His power is ended." Enoch fell to his knees, trembling. He felt both sorrow and relief. Sorrow for what had been lost, for the countless lives ruined by one angel's pride. Relief that justice had come, that the wound had been cut out, that creation might breathe again. But Raphael looked at him with eyes that saw deeper than sorrow. "Do not think this ends here," he said. "The shadow lingers. Men will still remember his arts. They will still find his teachings buried in the dust. Some will call upon his name, though they know it not. His prison holds him, but his influence will echo until the final fire." Enoch understood. Judgment had fallen, but vigilance must remain. The battle was not only of chains and pits, it was also of memory and choice. Men must choose whether to cling to the corruption Azazel left behind or to walk in the way of the Creator. That choice would echo long after the flood. The vision shifted. Enoch saw men on earth still practicing what Azazel had taught. Weapons gleamed, faces were painted, charms whispered in the night. Some cursed his name, but others honored it, raising secret altars. Even in chains, Azazel's reach was long, and Enoch saw generations far distant. When men would rediscover the arts of war, the cosmetics of vanity, the enchantments of sorcery, and call them new when in truth they were only echoes. He realized then why he had been shown this, not just to testify of what had happened, but to warn of what would happen again. When he woke, the vision still burned in his eyes. He told the people plainly, "Azazel is bound in Dudale, but his shadow lingers. Do not follow the ways he taught. Do not glorify violence. Do not worship vanity. Do not trust enchantments. For these are the chains he left behind, and if you take them, you will bind yourselves." Some listened, humbled and afraid. Others laughed. "He is gone. they said. Why should we fear what a prisoner cannot do? But Enoch shook his head. Chains bind his body, not his memory. Beware, lest his corruption live in you. It is a truth that still holds. You do not need giants to oppress you if you chain yourself with their sins. You do not need fallen angels to deceive you if you repeat their lies. The prison of Dudale holds Azazel, but his shadow walks whenever men embrace violence, vanity, and sorcery. If you feel the weight of this, remember it. These stories are not ancient curiosities. They are warnings. They are mirrors. They are seeds. And if you sense the echo of Azazel in our world now, in wars without end, in vanity that consumes, in enchantments that promise power but deliver chains, then know the story is not distant. It is present. It is alive. Dudale remains a scar on the earth, a memory of chains and judgment. Azazel lies beneath its stones, waiting for the day when all shadows are burned away in fire. Until then, his prison speaks without words, pride falls, corruption binds, and judgment comes. Enoch carried that vision with him like a brand. He wrote it down, not in fear, but in faith, knowing that the truth must be told. And though he would not live to see the flood, his record became part of the ark itself, not carved into its beams, but carried in the hearts of those who remembered. The imprisonment of Azazel was not the end. It was the sign that the cleansing had begun. The watchers were chained. The giants were tearing themselves apart. The waters gathered, and the world waited, trembling for what would come next. After the chains clamped shut in Dudale and the stones were heaped until the pit looked like a wound sewn with rock, a strange thing happened on the earth. The noise did not stop. It changed. The roar of Azazel's voice fell silent beneath the desert, but the lessons he had given kept speaking in 1,000 smaller tones. Hammer, brush, whisper, ledger. People mistook the quiet for peace. It was not peace, it was echo. In a valley town by a narrow river, a smith faced a furnace Azazel had taught men to build. He told himself the forge was only a tool. But when the bellows breathed and ore bled into the crucible like a red dawn, the old thrill returned, the feeling that power can be poured, cooled, lifted. He hammered until a blade sang with a clear, cold note. A boy watched in the doorway, eyes wide. For wolves, the boy asked. For men, the smith said without looking up. The boy learned. Within a season, he could edge a knife so fine it shaved his wrist. He knew the seam where a shield splits, the quench that makes steel remember its hunger. No angel stood behind him. Only the memory of a lesson that had traveled from Azazel's mouth into his father's hands and then into his own. Like silk carried long after the mountain has stopped breaking. On the high road, a merchant opened a chest of powders that smelled faintly of resin. Blues like sky after rain, gold that turned skin to metal, black that drank lamplight. These make the face speak, he promised, and coins clicked into his palm. Mirrors of polished bronze showed someone bolder looking back. Lovers quarreled less and envied more. Weddings were louder. Good men forgot to ask if truth had anything to do with beauty. In a narrow room, a scribe bent over clay. His stylus was clean, his conscience less so. He had learned a new trick, a clause that curled like a snake inside a promise. The letters looked honest. The meaning had a hinge you could not see. When the debtor cried unfair, the scribe tapped the tablet. "It is written," he said, and the tablet did the cruelty for him. At the edge of a village, a woman kept a garden of useful roots. Once she boiled teas to ease pain. Then a traveler left her a list: herb, moon hour. The garden learned a second language, smoked through reeds. Names murmured over bowls of dark water. Some sick grew well, others were bound by favors they had not meant to ask. The woman slept poorly and could not say why. There were places where elders tried to stop the echo. One council mutted every blade in the village and buried the iron beneath a fig tree. "Let the tree drink this violence," they said. The fruit grew sweet. Then raiders came from the hills with winter, bright swords. The tree fed the widows. Another town posted clay law at the gate. No charms, no star books, no painted eyes, no contract without 2 witnesses and a priest. The first month was quiet. In the second, the priest's nephew sold powders behind the granary. By the third, a crack ran down the tablet, where someone had struck it with a hammer. The town now had 2 laws, one in clay, one in whispers. Goodness cannot be made by decree, it must be chosen. Enoch walked among these choices like a man crossing a shallow river on stones. Step, pause, balance, step. He spoke to smiths and midwives, merchants and scribes. He did not thunder, he told stories. He told them about a wilderness of black rock, where a voice that once shook nations now spoke to nobody. He told them about chains like lightning and a stone that does not move even when giants push. Judgment has begun, he said. The echo is only the after sound of a fallen note. A few heard him, and something in their faces softened like clay before the seal. A young smith laid down his hammer for a day and joined his father at the river. When they returned, he made plow blades. The old man sharpened them slow, and the sound they made was not a war note but a work song. A scribe rewrote a contract to make it fair and hid the twisted copy in a jar, ashamed of how easily his hand had learned to bend truth. The woman in the garden burned the traveler's list and slept through the night for the first time in years. Most days the echo seemed louder than mercy. War bands practiced under banners cut with stars. Judges wore painted eyes beneath their hoods. Lovers tied hair to hair and called it devotion. If you stood on a ridge and listened, you would hear what Enoch heard, a whole land humming with a song that no longer had a singer. He tried a different way. In one town, he asked the elders to gather everyone on the threshing floor at dusk. He stood where the last light caught the straw and told a parable. "There are 3 chains," he said. "The first is the iron you can hold. The second is the mirror you kiss. The third is the cord you tie between your will and another's. Wear one, and the others find you. Break one, and the others weaken. Choose carefully what you bind to." Then he sat down. No one applauded. A child yawned. An old man nodded once and took off a ring he had worn since youth, pressing it into his grandson's palm as pledge to choose better. By then Noah's beams were rising in a valley that smelled of resin and fresh cut timber. Hammers kept the hours, pegs counted the days. People came to stare and went away laughing or thoughtful. A few stayed to help. Enoch watched from a ridge and felt a quiet like the inside of a seed. The echo of Azazel's teaching still passed from hand to hand, but another sound had joined it, the patient drum of obedience. It does not drown other songs at first. It keeps time until the others fall out of tune. There were nights when Enoch woke with the taste of dust and thought of Dudale. He pictured the stones over the pit, like a lid over a boiling pot. He wondered how long the earth could hold a wound like that without tearing. Then he would remember Raphael's eyes and the word there, not long forever, but long enough. If this telling finds you in a room where the lamplight is thin and the world feels crowded by old lessons wearing new clothes, mark this moment. Lift your head for a breath. Pass the story on to the next watcher in your house, even if the only watcher is tomorrow's you. Echoes are powerful. So are answers. And still chest lids clicked, bellows breathed, contracts scratched clay, and roots learned a second language. The pit in the wilderness did its silent work. The ark's ribs spread wider. Between them hung a world learning, again and again, how to say no to a voice it could no longer hear, and yes to a promise it could not yet see. The wilderness of Dudale was not a place men visited, yet its presence haunted them. It lay in stories told around fires, in warnings whispered to children, in the way some valleys were avoided even when they held water. None had seen the pit itself, but all felt it, an absence that weighed more than stone. Enoch had seen it in vision, and that vision clung to him. He described the land as torn and jagged, a place where earth and fire had quarreled long ago, and neither had won. The pits gaped like open mouths, and the smoke that rose from them smelled of metal and sorrow. Over the deepest chasm, stones had been heaped, black and sharp, sealing Azazel inside. He was there still, bound, blinded, cut off from the sun. The very thought of it chilled men, even those who laughed at prophets. Word spread. Mothers told their children not to wander too far, lest the ground open and swallow them into Dudale's depths. Shepherds avoided slopes where the air grew heavy and birds fell silent. Hunters spoke of hearing distant groans at night, sounds too deep for any beast. Whether it was imagination or echo, no one could say, but the name of Azazel was never spoken lightly. In time, Dudale became more than a place. It became a symbol, a story carved into the marrow of humanity. It was the pit where pride goes, the prison where corruption is bound, the scar the world bears to remind itself of what rebellion costs. When men quarreled too fiercely, elders warned them, "Do not walk the path of Azazel, lest you find his chains." When warriors boasted of strength, storytellers answered, "Even giants fell, and their father is buried beneath stone." And yet the memory cut both ways. Some feared the name as curse. Others whispered it with a kind of awe, as though the bound angel might hear and answer. A few kept scraps of his teachings, hoarding them like stolen fire. They thought to gain strength by invoking his shadow. They did not understand that the shadow binds as surely as the chain. Enoch knew this. He saw that Dudale would live on in memory long after the flood. He saw generations still to come, men building towers higher than mountains, men digging deep into the earth for metals, men painting their faces with colors brighter than dawn. They would call it progress, art, wisdom, and in some sense it would be. But he also knew the echo of Azazel would cling to these acts, bending them toward pride unless restrained by humility. He wrote it down so none could say they had not been warned. Azazel is bound in Dudale, he inscribed, but his corruption lingers in the works of men. Let every generation choose whether to walk in his ways or turn from them. Remember the pit, remember the chains. Do not be deceived. In the years before the flood, travelers swore they could see strange lights flicker over the wastelands near Dudale. Some said it was lightning trapped in the stones. Others claimed they saw shadows moving against the firelight with no bodies to cast them. Once, a caravan lost its way and passed near the wilderness. Of the 20 men who left, only 6 returned. They spoke of cries in the night, of rocks that shifted beneath their feet, of a pressure in the air that crushed their chests. When asked what had taken the others, they only shook their heads. The pit, they whispered. The pit called them. Whether true or fear-born, such stories spread. The wilderness grew into legend, and legend hardened into myth that carried through centuries. Dudale became the place where fallen things are kept, where light refuses to shine, where judgment waits with patience sharper than swords. Enoch himself did not walk there in flesh. He did not need to. The vision was enough, but he carried the weight of it wherever he went, reminding men that no corruption escapes the eye of heaven. Look to Dudale, he told them. The proof is there. Pride does not last forever. Power cannot defy the decree. Even angels fall when they betray their charge. And if angels can be bound, how much more the works of men? Some mocked him still. Others trembled. But all remembered, Even those who scoffed carried the story in the back of their minds, a thorn they could not pull free. And when storms rolled over the hills or smoke drifted from cracks in the ground, they thought of Dudale and the one bound beneath it. What is a prison, if not a message written in stone? Every chain on Azazel's body was a word. Every rock heaped over the pit was a sentence. Together they formed a story that outlived his roar. Men could not ignore it. They carried it, shaped by it, haunted by it, and so Dudale became not only a place of punishment, but a teacher in silence. Even now, if you listen to this story and feel a chill crawl up your spine, remember that is how memory works. Not only through ink or voice, but through shiver and whisper, through the sudden heaviness when pride grows too loud. That is Dudale speaking still. As the flood drew closer, the land around it grew harsher. Storms whipped across the rocks, winds howled through the pits. Some said the earth itself was sealing the wound, readying itself for the waters that would wash it clean. And when at last the rain fell, when fountains of the deep broke open, Dudale disappeared beneath torrents of water. The stones that had sealed the pit were drowned. The smoke was smothered, the cries silenced. Azazel remained, chained in darkness, while above him the world was remade. After the flood, the ark rested, and the waters receded. The new world rose fresh and green. But Dudale remained beneath it, buried but not gone. Its lesson endured that pride is bound, that corruption is chained, that rebellion ends in darkness. People passed the story from mouth to ear, from father to son, from scribe to scroll, and every time it was told, the pit yawned open again in imagination, reminding them that judgment is not a tale, it is reality. So, when you walk through valleys that feel heavier than they should, when you stand in deserts where the wind tastes of ash, when you hear echoes in the silence that make no sense, remember Dudale. Remember Azazel bound beneath jagged stones. Remember that no height is too high, no pride too great, no corruption too hidden to escape the decree. Dudale is more than wilderness. It is memory. It is warning. It is the scar that says creation itself does not tolerate endless rebellion. And if you carry that truth with you, then even in a world loud with echoes, you will walk steady. They called him the man who had seen the inside of time. Enoch did not wear a crown or carry a sword. He carried a record and a warning. After the watchers were sentenced and Azazel was sealed beneath jagged stones, his visions did not loosen. If anything, they gathered light. He walked ridges and riverbanks repeating what he had been shown: the world would be washed. Terror would end not by treaty, but by a mercy fierce enough to make room for beginnings. He spoke first to those who still listened. He found Methuselah in a field of tired barley and told him the earth would soon drink deeper than roots could reach. He found Lamech sitting on his threshold, eyes anxious over a sleeping infant, and told him the child should be called Rest, because the world would need it. He found Noah among beams and pegs, hands tacky with pitch, and told him to measure, not only with cubits, but with faith, because the vessel he built was not a craft, only but a covenant. The old man pressed his lips together, nodded once, and went back to his mallet, as if each strike were a vow. But prophecy is not just a sentence about the future, it is a map of causes. So Enoch began where order begins. He told of the paths he had been shown in the heights, the gates, where the sun enters and leaves, 6 in the east and 6 in the west. The chambers of the moon, faithful to its phases, the stars that keep their stations like watchmen who do not sleep, the winds that carry seasons on their shoulders. Creation is a law, he said, not a suggestion. When the watchers broke their charter and men welcomed their gifts, the law still stood. It would not retaliate like a tyrant. It would correct like a physician. At night, he dreamed the architecture of the sky. threads of fire drawn tight from horizon to horizon, the year itself a bright wheel, turning without haste or error. He saw men tamper with calendars to suit harvests and wars, and felt the wobble in their souls, not because the sun forgot, but because mankind did. He woke and made it plain in a hill town market. "You think judgment is fury," he said, voice steady as a carpenter's line. "But it is also arithmetic. The measure is full. What was added without right must be taken away. Mercy does not indulge. Mercy sets bones so the body can walk again." Some nodded, some scowled, some slipped away and pretended not to have heard. He said goodbye to places that would be underwater, learning their names as if they were friends going on a journey. He knelt at springs and thanked them for their generosity. He touched the bark of old trees and told them their children would rise again on the far side of water. He told shepherds to move flocks when the wind settled hard in the east. He told fishermen to teach their sons knots for storms. He told builders to drive their pegs deeper, because the ground was already thinking about giving way. Noah labored. Every blow of his mallet sounded like a steady tick on a clock only prophets hear. The vessel rose like the rib cage of something too large to imagine. At noon its shadow crossed a road that had never seen shade. People came to laugh and left uneasy. Mothers called it a joke. Fathers called it a protest. Old men said they had seen strange things, fires that burned underground, stones that sang, but never a barn with no door for cattle and a roof shaped like the spine of a hill. Children thought it might be a ship that did not know where its river was. Noah's answer to every voice was the same: another peg, another seam sealed, another beam lifted with a grunt and a prayer. Enoch did not waste breath on mockers. He spent his words like seed wherever there was even a ledge of soil. He sat with a mason whose hands looked like broken stones and taught him a blessing to murmur for every peg. May what we build serve life. He visited a widow who had 2 jars, one of flour, one of oil, and told her that obedience multiplies small things in ways arithmetic cannot predict. He told Noah's sons to practice quiet steps, because soon they would lead lines of animals who understood more by gentleness than by speech. That night he was carried up again, not on wings but on awareness, until the ground lay far and the halls of heaven glowed like thinking light. Books were opened that were not books but living memory. He saw the tree whose roots touched all rivers, whose leaves heal and whose fruit is withheld from hands that reach without humility. He was taken beyond the circle of the winds to an edge where the stars seemed to lean down as listeners. There the ancient spoke, no hurricane of words, just a certainty that filled him as breath fills lungs. The cleansing is appointed, the remnant is counted, none who cling to violence shall stand. He returned with that sentence written across his bones. He told Methuselah, who wept and kissed his father's hands. He told Lamech, who looked at his sleeping son and nodded as if the name Rest had just been born a second time. He told Noah, who stopped his hammer mid-swing, closed his eyes, then opened them calmer. The animals had already begun their parables. Birds that thrash at the shadow of men landed on rails and sang at unusual hours. A pair of foxes appeared at the edge of the clearing and watched Noah work until dusk, then slipped away as if satisfied with the inspection. Deer that start at a cough stood in the open, ears forward, unafraid. Enoch said nothing. The world was adjusting itself to mercy. He took one last circuit of the land, carrying a staff polished by the learning of paths. He entered a city that smelled of spice and pride and told them, gently, that spice does not keep in a flood. He visited a farm where a boy was teaching a calf to accept a yoke and told the boy his gentleness would be needed more than strength. He visited a school where a scribe taught children to scratch letters into clay and asked them to write a single honest sentence and carry it home like a lamb. He told the young bride, who feared the future, that fear cannot build a house, it can only bar the door of the one she already has. Not all prophecy is thunder. Often it is a hand on a shoulder, a cup of water set where heat gnaws, a name spoken softly to a woman the world has misnamed. Enoch moved through such small prophecies, trusting that the large one, the water, would arrive on its own tide. On an evening when the sky stacked quiet blue masses of cloud and the wind rested as if it, too, were listening, Enoch and Noah stood on the slope above the vessel. They watched a heron lift from the marsh and write a slow line across the air. When the hour draws very near, Enoch said, the world will feel exact. Old numbers will stand up like soldiers. You will know the moment is aligned. Noah frowned at the deck for a long time. Today the cross braces landed at 11 by 11, he said, half to himself, then shook his head like a man refusing to chase omens, and went back to measuring. Enoch smiled. A sign should confirm faith, not replace work. If you are hearing this and something in you steadies, honor it. Stories are not ladders out of the world. They are ropes to hold while the wind changes. Mark the moment. Pass the warning. Share the hope. The flood in our age may not be water, but appetite becomes a sea quickly. Enoch's promise stands. The judge is not late, and the remnant will not be forgotten. Then the first drops touched the dust and made it smell like it remembered Eden. People lifted their faces and smiled at the blessing. Children ran with open mouths to catch sweetness from the air. Enoch, standing on the hill with the one who would inherit the storm, did not smile. He listened for the voice inside the sound. And the rain said what it has always said when the cup is full and the hand tilts. Enough, and enough for a beginning. The rain that had fallen in Enoch's vision was not yet the rain that soaked the earth, but already the smell of it haunted him. He would stand in dry valleys and catch the scent of wet dust, though the sky was clear. He would hear in his dreams the thrum of countless drops on wood, on stone, on skin. The future was leaning into the present like a tide, inching past its mark. He spoke of what he had seen, but not always in the same way. To the arrogant he thundered, the waters will find you. The towers you build will be pylons for waves. The contracts you bend will dissolve like clay. The cosmetics you wear will wash to mud. The swords you polish will rust in days. They laughed because their towers stood, their contracts bound, their faces shone, their swords cut. They mocked the old man who spoke of seas with no shore. But to the weary he whispered, do not be afraid. The same waters that sweep away the giants will lift you. The same storm that topples the cruel will float the faithful. The ark is not madness, it is mercy in wood. Trust the promise, though the sky is empty. Trust the work, though the world laughs. And some wept at his words, holding them close as one holds a hidden lamp. At night his visions grew sharper. He saw the heavens themselves preparing. Gates of light opened, releasing stores of water kept since creation. The stars trembled as if ready to abandon their posts. He saw fountains underground, sealed since the beginning, straining against their lids. He saw beasts of the field moving in pairs, long before Noah called them, guided by an unseen command that threaded through their bones. It was not panic, it was order. Judgment was not chaos. It was creation correcting itself. He told Methuselah, who grew old hearing of floods he would not live to see. He told Lamech, who aged quickly under the weight of fathering a boy destined to survive while others perished. He told the children who followed him down roads and tugged at his cloak, asking if they too would float upon the waters. His answer was always the same: stay close to Noah, stay close to obedience. The waters do not ask names, but mercy remembers faces. The people of the land grew restless at the constant hammering. The ark rose like a mountain with ribs of timber, its decks stacked like terraces. Some came to mock, others to stare, still others to wager. They asked if Noah thought to sail across the desert, if he meant to trap clouds like birds, if he expected beasts to march themselves into pens. Noah ignored them, sweat darkening his shoulders, hammer ringing steady. The ridicule fell around him like rain before rain. Enoch knew he would not see the ark finished with mortal eyes. His visions told him he would be taken before the storm began. But that knowledge gave him urgency, not despair. He spoke wherever he could, filling every crack of time with testimony. He told men who boasted of their strength that even giants drown. He told women who painted their faces that no color survives a flood. He told rulers who trusted contracts that waters erase ink. He told children who played in the dust that the earth itself would be washed like a slate wiped clean. The watcher's chains in Dudale rattled in his dreams, their groans muffled beneath layers of stone. He saw Azazel straining, blind and furious, his influence still trickling into men's hands, though his body was bound. He saw Semjaza bowed, whispering regrets no one could hear. And he saw the Nephilim, still feasting, still fighting, unaware that their laughter was already an echo. Prophecy is cruel to the proud, because it shows them their end while they still think themselves invincible. In one vision, Enoch was lifted above the clouds until he saw the curvature of the world, blue and green and gold. He saw it tilt, saw it crack, saw the waters rise from every side until it looked like a pearl dipped into a bowl. Then he was shown a vessel floating calm, a speck of obedience in a sea of correction. He woke trembling, but with peace pressed deep into his chest. He told Noah, "The world will be drowned, but not forgotten. You will be the hinge between what was and what will be." Noah listened without reply, then raised another beam. Crowds came to hear Enoch out of curiosity. He told them stories instead of sermons. Once there was a vineyard. He began, planted on a slope that caught the morning sun. The vines were rich, the fruit heavy. But the owner saw weeds creeping, and instead of pulling them, he painted them green to match the vines. When the harvest came, the grapes were sour. He pressed them anyway, and the wine was bitter. Then he drank, and his stomach turned against him. So is the world now, painting corruption to look like fruit, drinking what makes it sick. The flood will be the vomit that saves. Some gasped at the bluntness. Others walked away muttering, but none forgot the image. Not all signs were terrifying. Sometimes Enoch pointed out small mercies. He saw a lamb spared from wolves by the sudden fall of a rock slide, and he said, "So will mercy guard you when danger rushes." He saw a barren fig sprout, 3 leaves, after years of dryness, and told a widow, "So will life spring again after loss." He saw children laughing as rain clouds gathered, and he said, "So will joy survive even the storm." Prophecy is not only doom, it is also a promise that doom is not the end. He began to fade from the eyes of men even before he was taken. His steps grew lighter, his presence thinner, as though he were already walking in 2 worlds. Some claimed they saw light following him at dusk. Others said his shadow stretched longer than his body, as if pulled toward heaven. Rumors spread that he no longer ate, that food turned to light in his mouth. Whether true or not, everyone knew he was not like other men. One evening, while the sky burned with a sunset that looked too much like fire to be comforting, Enoch stood with Noah one last time. "Your work will speak after my voice is silent," he said. "When I am gone, remember that prophecy is not a chain around your neck, but a lamp in your hand. Walk steady. The storm is mercy disguised." Noah nodded, hammer in hand, eyes steady. That night, Enoch dreamed he was climbing a stair of light. Each step hummed like a string. Below him the earth receded. Above him the stars bent down. He felt no fear. He felt completion, like a scribe laying down his stylus after the last line. And in the dream, a hand took his own and pulled him upward until the earth was only memory. The next morning he was gone. Men searched, calling his name, scoring valleys and ridges, but no trace remained. Some said a whirlwind carried him. Others said a chariot of fire. Others still whispered he had simply walked into the dawn and never returned. The record says only, Enoch walked with God, and he was not. The ark kept rising. The giants kept laughing. The rains gathered, and the world held its breath. The last vision came not like thunder, but like morning, quiet, exact, unavoidable. Enoch saw the world after the storm and understood that prophecy must land somewhere on ground, in hands, inside the breath of people who will rise and try again. He saw mud first, miles of it, the earth stunned into silence beneath a sky that had wept itself clear. Then he saw a hole resting at last, a door unbarred, a slope of light falling across timber, and creatures blinking at a brightness that seemed brand new. The air was sharper, washed clean of old smoke. Even the wind sounded young. He walked that new earth in his sight. Hills looked shaved and sober. Rivers had new beds, as if they had decided to be honest about where they wanted to go. Trees were only saplings, but they stood like promises. A fox paused and studied its own reflection in a pool, surprised to be alive. Birds tested the spaces between branches that did not yet exist, and still sang. The ground smelled like forgiven things. From the resting place of the vessel he followed a ribbon of scent and came to a simple altar, unadorned stones, a careful fire, a man with pitch, still in the creases of his palms lifting thanks into a sky that finally answered with peace. The smoke rose straight. No giants laughed in the distance. No watcher's shadow tangled the light. Enoch knew this offering would be remembered, not for aroma alone, but for alignment. The world and its maker had spoken the same word at the same time, begin. He saw a bow stretch across the clouds, collar strung on silence. It wasn't a truce signed between equal powers. It was a vow from the stronger to the weak. I will not end you this way again. Enoch understood it the way a craftsman understands grain, by touch, by patience, by faith that holds while the cut is made. Judgment had not been revoked, it had done its work. The sign was not permission to forget, but permission to hope without trembling. He looked further and saw laws that were not written on tablets yet, but were already carving themselves into habit. Do not spill blood as if the earth will drink it forever. Do not eat life as if you have become the giants you survived. Do not build altars to strength. Do not call the old corruption by new names. He saw courts where elders listened before they spoke. He saw weights honest on scales. He saw festivals that measured time by harvests and mercy instead of omens and fear. He saw children taught the sky as a calendar of gratitude, not a ledger of control. There was warning mixed with the comfort, because all true comfort carries its own guardrails. Enoch watched the ghosts of the drowned, spirits born of violence and appetite, wander the edges of the world they had scarred. They had no bodies left to break, and so they learned to whisper instead. He saw them drift toward anger, toward despair, toward pride, trying to borrow a voice wherever a heart would lend one. He named them what they were, the remainder of a sin that can die in flesh and still echo in will. The new world would need discernment as much as rain had needed gravity. He walked into workshops that didn't exist yet and touched tools with the tenderness of a teacher. Plow over sword, loom over spear, stylus that straightens truth instead of curling it. He blessed the first jar of seed a family put aside for planting, and the first song a mother taught her child on a night when wind rattled a door. Not because watchers had returned, but because weather is not a villain. He told the boy carrying a bucket, too big for his arms, that strength grows best when it is used for others. He told the girl who counted the stars and lost track at 12 that losing count is sometimes the right kind of humility. He saw a vineyard planted by patient hands and knew the danger in it. Abundance is a test too. He whispered across years, drink with thanksgiving, not to forget, plant for neighbors, not to brag, harvest without sharpening the old hunger that ate the world once already. He saw cities rise whose gates faced outward, not inward, and others circled their fear with walls so high that sunlight arrived late. He knew which kind would last. He stooped and touched the timeline like a river, cupping years, letting them run over his fingers. He felt far ahead. The old temptations try new costumes. The forge relit not for plow, but for power. The mirror lifted again for praise. The scribe rediscovering the hinge inside a promise. The shadow of Azazel could not break its stones, but men could still carry his lesson like a secret they were too proud to refuse. So Enoch pressed another lesson deeper. Gratitude is the counterspell, humility is the unchain. Where people give thanks as practice, the old voices thin. Where they bow to truth before they bargain with it, the hinges in contracts snap shut in favor of the weak. He turned and found Noah again, older in peace than he had been in labor, teaching his sons how to set boundary stones where water had redrawn the land. Mark fairly, Enoch wanted to say, and then realized the man did not need the instruction. Survival had taught it. He watched them plant grain on terraces cut by careful hands. He watched them name animals not as trophies but as trust. He watched them fill a ledger, not of debts, but of gifts here, a field spared, by no reason except mercy. Here a neighbor who shared without counting, here a day when the sky stayed blue long enough to finish a roof. He saw the first story told about before. It was not a boast. It was warning tied to wonder. A child asked why the stones in the yard were so smooth, and a grandmother ran a hand over them the way one pets a patient animal. Because water remembers, and so should we, she said. He saw the first game children played with the bow in the clouds. Not a dare, but a promise, we will be worth this vow. He saw a child make tally marks on a doorpost for days without rain and then stop, not in panic, but in trust that counting is not control. He saw the first quarrel break out among the remnant, and then saw it end without blood. Two men laid down their tools and went to the old altar. One told the truth before he was forced to. The other forgave before he was flattered. The fire on the stones didn't flare as a sign. It burned as usual. The sign was two men walking back to work with lighter shoulders. This is how a world stays new. He looked back, because prophets learned to look both ways at once, and saw that the covenant behind them did not erase the memory of the flood. It framed it. He looked forward and knew that every generation would stand somewhere between vow and echo, mercy and appetite, altar and mirror. He did not despair. He had walked with God long enough to know that heaven never runs out of beginnings. Before the vision dimmed, he bent low over a small scene that mattered more than city walls, a table, a loaf, hands passing it, heads bowed not from fear but from respect for the day. He breathed a blessing across it, simple as bread, let this last. Let families keep this quiet, even when empires shout. Let a field of wheat remember this posture when storms lean hard on it. If this finds you in a house where work waits and the world hurries, let it slow you by a heartbeat. If something inside you loosened while you listened, keep it loose. Pass it on. Tap a friend and say, remember. Mark your calendar honestly. Keep your tools for building. Teach a small soul a song worth surviving with. And if, just once, your eye falls on the digits of a clock, and they stand like a gate you recognize, smile at the timing, and keep working. Signs comfort. Obedience carries. When the vision lifted, the sound that remained was not thunder. It was the ordinary music of a new world. Water moving where it should, wind talking to leaves, animals testing their names, people starting over without pretending they'd earned it. Enoch knew then that prophecy had landed. The flood would be a story told for fear and for courage. The bow would be read by poets and farmers. The altar would be rebuilt 1,000 ways. What mattered most was simple enough to write on a palms, remember, so you do not repeat. Give thanks so you do not devour, begin again so beginning never ends. The first drops seemed harmless. They clung to leaves and sparkled on roofs, welcomed by farmers whose fields had cracked under weeks of sun. Children laughed and opened their mouths to taste the sky. Women carried jars to catch what they thought would be blessing. Men raised their hands and thanked the heavens for rain at last. Only Noah and those who believed him looked past the silver comfort to the weight beneath it. They knew this was not refreshment. It was the overture of judgment. The Nephilim were the last to worry. Giants do not fear drizzle. They laughed when they saw people rush indoors, calling them frail, calling them fools. They stretched their arms and let the rain wash sweat from their skin. Some used the showers to rinse blood from their hands after another feast. To them the water was only another element to master, like earth beneath their feet or wind in their lungs. They were wrong. The rain did not stop. Hours passed, and still the sky wept steady, heavier each time. Rivers swelled past their banks, creeping across fields, pulling fences down like grass stalks. Hills dripped with 100 newborn streams. Caves filled with dripping that became pouring, pouring that became roaring. The laughter of the giants grew strained as they realized the water had no rhythm, no pause, no kindness. It was endless. The Nephilim tried to stand above it. They climbed rocks, shouting that they could not be drowned. They tore down trees to build platforms, mocking the ark Noah had prepared. But their size, once their glory, betrayed them. They sank faster in the mud. Their weight pulled them down where lighter men still floated. Their strength turned frantic, crushing those who clung to them in desperation. Their hunger, insatiable even in disaster, drove them to madness. They struck one another with fists and stones, devouring flesh in panic as the waters climbed. Judgment turned them against themselves before it drowned them. The people who had once feared them watched from rooftops, from drifting planks, from cliffs that shrank by the hour.
They
saw giants stumble, saw their towers fall, saw their boasts swallowed in gurgling mouths. Terror became awe. Awe became relief. The monsters of their nightmares were dissolving before their eyes. Every thunderclap was a drumbeat of justice. One giant, broad as 3 oxen and taller than city gates, bellowed against the storm, vowing that no flood could silence him. He waded waist deep, then chest deep, then chin deep, still roaring. A wave surged, lifted him, dashed him against stone. His bones cracked like branches. The water closed over him, and the world did not notice his absence. Another clawed at a mountain slope, gouging furrows into rock, but his grip failed when the earth softened. He slid screaming into the torrent. Others tried to hold fast to each other, forming chains of bodies, but the chains became weights, dragging them all under. They fell as they had lived, violent, proud, doomed. From the ark, Noah's family saw shadows of massive limbs thrashing in the flood. The sound was not only thunder or rain. It was the groan of titans sinking, the howl of strength unraveling. Shem whispered that the earth itself seemed to sigh in relief as the giants went down. Ham pressed his hands to his ears, but the cries seeped through wood. Japheth stared silent, watching the waves swallow arrogance. Noah alone prayed, not for the fallen, but for the mercy that had chosen to preserve a remnant. His heart ached at the ruin, but he knew the ruin was healing. Enoch, taken beyond death, was shown the scene from heaven's vantage. He saw the flood, not as chaos but as order restored. The waters moved like an army obeying perfect commands, sweeping corruption, burying arrogance. Cradling the ark, he saw the watchers straining in their pits, unable to help their children. He saw Azazel raging beneath stone, his name now a curse whispered by drowning lips. He saw Michael stand with sword drawn, Gabriel with trumpet poised, Raphael with scroll unrolled, Uriel with eyes like flame, heaven's hosts marking the moment when earth's corruption was purged. For days the waters rose, 40 and more, until mountains themselves bent their heads beneath the tide. Giants were no more, cities no more, altars of vanity, contracts of deceit, mirrors of pride, all washed away. The cries that once climbed to heaven were silenced, replaced by the steady hymn of rain and the groan of timber holding steady. Creation, wounded for centuries, was being bandaged in water. Legends would later rise, echoes of the Nephilim in myths of titans, ogres, heroes of impossible size. People would whisper of bones found in deep earth, of shadows too large to belong to ordinary men. But those were fragments, remnants, distorted memories of the age that drowned. The truth was simpler, and harsher giants fall like all flesh when the decree comes. No size defies judgment, no strength escapes water. Inside the ark, fear and faith mingled. Every creak of wood was both terror and comfort. Every animal breath was proof of survival and reminder of death outside. The family huddled, whispering prayers, telling each other the story even as they lived it, that the world was being reborn, that corruption was being drowned, that their obedience was not madness but covenant. Their ears rang with thunder, but their hearts held a quieter sound. The voice of God saying, "You are remembered. If you stand now and hear this, remember it too. Giants may not stride our valleys, but appetites still swell taller than towers. Pride still wades into floods laughing. Violence still believes itself immortal. Yet the decree has not changed. What corrupts will fall. What devours will be devoured. What mocks mercy will drown in its rising. The flood is not myth, it is memory with teeth." The last of the Nephilim sank silent, their bodies crushed, their breath stolen, their names erased. The earth groaned once more, then grew still beneath the weight of water. The rain fell steady, patient, impartial. Justice was complete. The age of giants was over. The sound inside the ark was a world by itself. Rain drummed on the roof like 1,000 fists. Beams groaned under the strain. Pegs creaked like bones. Animals shifted restlessly, hooves striking planks, wings beating against stalls. The smell of pitch mingled with straw, sweat, and the sharp musk of fear. It was not comfort, it was survival, and survival is never quiet. Noah walked the decks like a priest between altars. His hands slid along beams as if blessing them, as if reminding them of their task: hold, endure, float. His sons hauled feed, their wives calmed restless creatures. The work never stopped, not even when exhaustion bent them double. They learned quickly that obedience is not one act, but a rhythm measure: lift, take, soothe, pray, repeat. Each task was small, but together they carried a world. Beyond the walls, the flood was remaking creation. Hills vanished, valleys filled, rivers lost their banks and became seas. The sky was a grey curtain torn by lightning. Wind spun waves higher than rooftops. And beneath those waves, the Nephilim were dying. Some sank quickly, dragged by their own weight. Others struggled longer, their massive limbs thrashing like fallen trees in a storm. But none could resist forever. Their bones cracked against rocks, their lungs filled with water, their roars were silenced into bubbles. Giants who had feasted on men became food for fish. Inside, the family listened. Sometimes a thud shook the whole, something massive striking as it sank. Ham flinched, Shem steadied him, Japheth whispered that it was only driftwood. But they all knew the echoes outside were too heavy, too final. They carried the weight of fallen tyrants. It was justice pounding on the sides of mercy's vessel. Noah prayed aloud, "We are unworthy to be spared. Yet you remember, keep us steady while the earth forgets itself. Let this timber not betray us. Let these waters finish their work." His voice was steady, but tears slid down his beard. He loved the world even as he watched it die. Love does not cancel judgment, but it grieves alongside it. Days stretched into weeks. The rain did not pause. It hammered without mercy until the rhythm itself felt eternal. The family lost count of time, measuring only by meals, by the quieting of animals, by the deepening ache in their backs. Sometimes Noah told them Enoch's words, how the flood was not only punishment but cleansing. Sometimes Shem retold the story of the watchers, making the children shudder. Sometimes Japheth sang soft hymns, weaving calm where fear gnawed. Hope is fragile in storms, but storms cannot crush it if it is renewed each dawn. The Nephilim were no longer seen. Their bodies, once mountains of terror, dissolved in the tide. People whispered of their spirits, restless, wandering. They said the drowned giants, cursed from the deep, begging their fathers for rescue. But the watchers were bound in chains and could not hear. Heaven was deaf to arrogance. The earth was deaf to pride. Only silence answered. Legends would later call these spirits demons, shadows of hunger still prowling. And perhaps they were. For evil does not vanish with flesh, it lingers, searching for new vessels. Even as waters washed the earth, seeds of corruption hid in corners of the human heart. The ark floated, but inside it sin floated too. Muted, restrained, waiting. No one knew this. He did not pretend his family was pure. He only clung to mercy and prayed obedience would be enough. On the 40th day, the rain slackened. The family pressed to the windows, peering out at a world unrecognizable. Nothing stood where it had. Trees were gone, houses erased, mountains softened into islands. Water stretched in every direction, horizon to horizon. Silence fell heavy, broken only by the slap of waves. It was beautiful in its severity, terrible in its calm. The family wept, part grief, part awe, part relief. Shem whispered that he almost missed the giant's roar because silence was worse. Noah shook his head. Do not miss what crushed the innocent. Silence is mercy, even if it hurts. His sons nodded, though their eyes lingered on the endless water. They were young, and young men crave noise. It would take years for them to trust quiet. The animals quieted too, as if sensing the change. Lions lay still, their sides rising slow. Birds tucked heads under wings. Even restless goats seemed subdued. Creation itself sighed, the fever broken, the wound washed. Healing would take time, but healing had begun. One night Japheth asked the question that pressed on all of them. Why us? Why this ark? Why are we remembered while others drown? Noah stared at the lantern flame before answering. Not because we are better, because we listened, because we built when the world laughed, because obedience is rare and mercy values it. Then he blew out the lantern, leaving only silence and the sound of water pressing its weight against wood. Outside, the last traces of the Nephilim dissolved, their bones scattered across the ocean floor, their names fading from memory. They had devoured, they had ruled, they had terrified. But now they were only silt, unmarked, unmourned. Justice had swallowed them whole. Their downfall was total, their legacy reduced to warnings whispered by survivors. Enoch saw this too from the halls of heaven. He was shown that the age of giants was not a tale for its own time, only but a pattern. Whenever men grow too proud, whenever appetite grows too large, whenever violence devours truth, the world begins to flood again, sometimes with water, sometimes with fire, sometimes with collapse. He wrote it as witness. The Nephilim are fallen, and they will fall in every age. For the decree is eternal. Corruption cannot stand. Inside the ark, that decree was hope. The family clung to it as they drifted. Their world was gone, but their future was afloat. The flood was not the end, but the bridge to beginning. Every wave that carried them was another reminder. Judgment makes room for mercy. The rain stopped as suddenly as they had begun. One morning the family woke to silence, broken only by the groan of waves against timber. The air was damp, heavy with salt and the musk of animals, but the endless pounding had ceased. For the first time in 40 days, the sky was not a weapon. It was pale, stretched thin, and almost tender. The family wept at the quiet, because quiet can feel more holy than thunder. But the waters still ruled. Mountains were buried beneath miles of flood. Valleys that once carried orchards now hid under restless tides. The ark floated alone in a sea without edge. They were safe, but safety felt like exile. The world outside no longer had a map. Everything they had known, roads, markets, vineyards, even the graves of their ancestors, was gone. All washed, all erased. They were alive, and yet they lived in a grave of nations. Noah paced the deck at dawn. His hands brushed the rail, his eyes searching the horizon. He was not looking for land yet. He was looking for a promise that the world could be more than water. Behind him, his sons carried buckets, his daughters-in-law tended animals, his wife sang softly to calm the lambs. Every task was survival, but beneath survival lay the ache of waiting. Inside, memories haunted them. The Nephilim, once unshakable, were gone. Their roars no longer split the night. Their shadows no longer stretched over villages. Their appetites no longer drained harvests. And yet, their absence was almost as heavy as their presence had been. The family spoke of them in whispers. Ham asked if their bones lay beneath the waves. Shem wondered aloud if their spirits wandered still. Japheth stayed silent, staring at the horizon as if searching for monsters in the mist. Noah silenced the questions gently. "They are finished," he said. "The waters are their tomb. Do not call their names as if they linger. Remember only what their pride cost." His sons nodded, but still they dreamed of giants thrashing in deep currents. Judgment does not vanish from memory. It teaches by lingering. Enoch saw from above how the waters moved. They swirled in vast jars, carving new coasts, burying old ones. Mountains cracked and softened, caverns filled. Oceans found shapes they would carry for ages. The earth was sculpted not by patience this time, but by correction. The flood was a chisel, rough but precise, stripping away arrogance, leaving a canvas for mercy to paint. The Nephilim were scattered across that canvas as shadows only. Legends rose from their fall. Survivors' grandchildren would whisper of great men of old, warriors of renown, whose bones were mountains and whose voices shook valleys. They would tell these tales not to glorify but to warn. "Do not grow as they grew," mothers would say. "Do not hunger as they hungered," fathers would add. But as memory stretched thin across centuries, warnings would harden into myths, and myths into curiosity. Men would dig up bones and marvel, forgetting that marvel without humility is the first step toward repeating ruin. Inside the ark, days stretched into patience. The family learned rhythms of waiting, feeding animals at dawn, patching seams at noon, whispering prayers at night. They learned to live with silence, to let absence itself teach them. They learned that survival is not just food and water, but faith that the waiting has a purpose. They listened to the creak of wood and told themselves it was the heartbeat of mercy. One morning a shaft of light pierced the clouds and struck the water like a finger pointing. Noah raised his hands. "Soon," he whispered. His family gathered, watching the sky. A raven was loosed, beating black wings into the emptiness. It circled, vanished, returned restless. Then a dove, white against grey, carried nothing. A week later, another dove returned with a leaf. It was small, fragile, but it was enough. Hope is always small at first. They wept again, this time with relief. The waters were retreating. Mountains stretched like spines from the deep. Shorelines appeared as if inked by an unseen hand. The ark creaked as it found shallows, then tilted and rested. The storm had ended. Judgment had done its work. The world was new. Still, Noah waited. He did not rush to fling open the doors. He knew beginnings require patience. The family endured more days, listening to wind dry the earth, watching animals pace restless in their pens. And at last, the command came. Leave the ark, step into the new creation. And they did. They led beasts down ramps, blinking at light, touching soil damp but firm. Their feet sank slightly, as if the world itself was tender, newly born. They built an altar of uncut stones, laid offerings, and watched smoke rise straight into a sky that now wore color. A bow arched across the clouds, shimmering, a ribbon of promise. It was not decoration, it was covenant. It was heaven saying never again this way. The family bowed, trembling. The Nephilim were gone, the watches bound, the world washed. And over it all stretched a sign that mercy would remember, even when men forgot. Enoch recorded the vision of this covenant. He saw that the flood was not the last judgment, but a rehearsal. Fire would come in ages distant. Nations would rise and fall, pride would swell again. Giants might walk not in stature, but in appetite, in violence, in arrogance. But always, mercy would leave a remnant. Always, a bow would hang across history, reminding those who look up that destruction is not the final word. Renewal waits on the other side, so the memory of the Nephilim hardened into myth, into story, into warning. They became the monsters of bedtime tales, the caution of elders, the shadows behind legends. But their truth was simpler. They were the fruit of rebellion, and rebellion always drowns. Their fall was not accident, it was decree. Their bones were scattered beneath oceans, their names erased from the living. They were remembered only so mankind would not dare to repeat them. The family carried that memory like a scar. Every field they planted, every wall they built, every altar they raised was shaped by it. They knew the cost of arrogance. They knew the weight of flood. They knew that beginnings must be tended with humility or endings return quickly. And if you hear this now, let it teach you too. The giants are gone, but their shadows linger in every age. Pride that grows too tall, hunger that devours without pause, strength that forgets compassion. The flood was history once. It can be prophecy again. Do not laugh with the giants. Do not build as they built. Do not forget Dudale or Azazel or the ark that floated while nations sank. The waters receded. The ark rested. The world began again. And the Nephilim, once feared as gods, once adored as heroes, once dreaded as monsters, were no more. The door of the ark groaned open like a chest releasing breath. Light spilled in, sharp and clean. The family blinked, shielding their eyes, unused to the brilliance after so many weeks of dim lanterns. Animals stirred, stamping, huffing, pressing toward freedom. The smell of damp earth drifted in, mingled with ash and new grass. It was not the same world they had left. It was something younger, quieter. Waiting, they stepped out carefully. The ground was soft beneath their feet, still marked by water's retreat. Hills gleamed with fresh soil, stripped of old forests. Valleys were carved deeper, rivers redirected. The horizon seemed sharper, as if the storm had polished the edges of creation. It was a silence thick enough to hear their own heartbeats. For the first time in memory, no giants roared, no war bands marched, no altars smoked to false gods. The world had been reduced to its bones, and from those bones it would rise again. Noah knelt, pressing his palm into the soil. It clung to his skin. dark and heavy. He whispered thanks, though his voice broke with grief. He remembered neighbors who had laughed and now lay buried. He remembered fields that would never bloom again. He remembered cities whose walls had dissolved into silt. Yet he gave thanks because thanks was the only bridge between loss and hope. His family joined him, knees sinking into mud, voices lifting into the open air. Their prayer was not polished. It was raw, broken, urgent. Gratitude is holiest when it has no rehearsed words. The animals spilled out behind them, pairs of hooves, wings, claws, tails. They blinked in sunlight, shook off fear, lifted their voices into the silence. Birds rose first, wheeling above the family in sudden flocks. Deer stepped cautiously onto slopes. Lions stretched and yawned, their strength tamed by the ordeal. Even predators and prey shared a strange truce. Bound by survival, the ark emptied, and the ground trembled with new life. The flood had taken multitudes, but mercy had preserved a seed of every kind. From that seed the earth would bloom again. Noah gathered stones, uncut and heavy, stacking them into an altar. His sons helped, though their arms ached. His wife placed wood, dry enough to catch. Together they kindled flame. Smoke rose in a column, twisting into the sky. The family bowed as fire consumed their offering, its heat a symbol of devotion. It was their first act in the new world, not planting, not building, but worship. They understood that survival without gratitude is only delay. Survival with gratitude becomes covenant. The smoke climbed until it touched the clouds, and then the sky answered. A bow stretched across the heavens, colors woven in light, arching from horizon to horizon. It was unlike any storm sign they had seen before. It shimmered with promise, bending across the silence like a bridge. The family gasped. Some wept, some laughed, some simply stared. They knew this was no accident. It was declaration. The voice of God came not in thunder but in stillness that filled the marrow. Never again will I destroy all flesh with water. This bow is the sign between me and you and every creature that breathes. When clouds gather, I will see it and remember, not because I forget, but because you do. This is the covenant that mercy will endure as long as seed time and harvest, summer and winter, day and night remain. No bowed lower, forehead pressed to soil, his family followed. The animals quieted, as if they too understood. Creation itself seemed to exhale, relieved that the fury had ended, reassured that the fury would not repeat in the same way. Judgment had not vanished. It still awaited future corruption, but the bow declared that mercy would always hold the last word. Enoch, from the halls of heaven, saw the covenant unfold. He had seen the flood's terror, the giants fall, the world's washing. Now he saw the promise laid like a shield over the earth. He wrote it into his vision. The bow is the witness above all witnesses. It is heaven saying, remember. It is earth answering, we will hope. His words echoed through generations, carried in whispers and hymns, retold whenever the bow shone after rain. For the rainbow is not decoration, it is a sentence of mercy curved across time. The family lingered beneath its light. Ham traced its colors with his eyes, whispering that they looked like fire turned to water. Shem said they looked like jewels strung across the sky. Japheth thought it was a gate half open. Noah only said, it is promise. That is enough. They stood until the bow faded into blue, holding its memory inside them like a sealed letter. Life began again slowly. They built shelters from timbers saved, planted seeds carried in jars, dug channels for water. The work was hard, but the land was generous. Shoots broke soil, green against brown. Animals multiplied, their cries filling valleys once silent. Children were born, their cries proof that the world would not end in emptiness. Each act was a step further from flood, but none forgot the waters. The smell of damp timber lingered, the memory of thunder haunted dreams. And when rains returned, even gentle, hearts tensed until the bow appeared again. Then they sighed, remembering covenant, remembering mercy. Legends later twisted the bow into many forms: arrows of gods, bridges of warriors, jewels of heaven. But Noah's family knew the truth. It was covenant curved across sky, written not in ink, but in light. And every time it returned, they told the story again of giants drowned, of pride buried, of mercy restored. The bow was not only for them, it was for every generation, a visible thread tying heaven's patience to earth's need. If you see the bow, even now, remember this: it is not just color, it is memory. It is the sky holding a vow for you. Do not pass it lightly. Lift your head. Let it steady you. Let it remind you that destruction is never the last word, that mercy always stretches across judgment, that beginning again is possible. The covenant was sealed. The bow curved. The family began again. The flood was over, but its lessons remained. Pride drowns. Obedience floats. Mercy endures. And above it all, heaven still hangs its bow. The bow faded, but its memory clung like fragrance after incense. Every cloud that drifted across the sky reminded Noah's family of it. Every drop of rain, no matter how small, carried the echo of judgment and the assurance of mercy. They learned to look up, not in fear alone, but in reverence. The sky had become their teacher. Whenever storms gathered, they whispered prayers. Whenever light bent into color, they whispered thanks. Their first task was simple survival. Shelters had to be raised, fields had to be sown, tools had to be shaped from timber and stone. The ark was no longer a vessel, but a quarry. Beams reused, planks cut, nails bent straight and hammered again. They built homes that leaned against each other, clustered for warmth. Fires smoked into the night, the glow of fragile defiance against vast darkness. Every ember was a reminder we are alive, though the world has drowned. But survival was not enough. Noah remembered Enoch's words: beginnings must be tended with humility. So he taught his sons not only how to sow grain, but how to bless seed before it left the hand. He showed them how to sharpen tools, but warned them not to use blades for pride. He reminded them that every harvest was mercy renewed, not merit earned. Gratitude was woven into labor like thread crossing warp and weft. Without it, he said, the bow in the sky would fade into ornament instead of covenant. The earth itself seemed eager to begin again. Shoots broke soil quickly. Flowers spread across valleys. Streams ran clear. Animals multiplied, filling silence with calls and cries. It was as if creation had longed for relief and now exhaled joy. Yet even in its freshness, shadows lingered. Noah knew that the corruption drowned in flood had not vanished entirely. Sin is not washed out of human marrow by water alone. It lingers, subtle, patient, waiting. And so he watched his family closely, urging them toward obedience, reminding them of the flood whenever pride flickered in their eyes. One evening, they gathered around fire while winds moved gently through the trees. Shem asked if giants would rise again. Ham asked if the watchers were still bound. Japheth asked if the rainbow was a shield strong enough for all ages. Noah answered slowly, the chains in Dudale still hold. The giants are drowned. The bow is promise. But promise does not erase choice. If men invite corruption, it will return, not in the same form, but in some form. Judgment will not sleep forever. The fire popped, sparks leaping like stars, and his words sank heavy. They understood that covenant was mercy, not indulgence. The altar they built became the center of their days. Each morning smoke rose, a reminder that their lives were not their own.
Today we
Each
learn
evening they sang,
about the
voices carrying into valleys
enchantment
still
of
scarred by flood.
celestial
Gratitude was no longer ceremony. It was survival of the spirit. Without it, they knew they would drift into arrogance again, and arrogance always ends in drowning. Still, temptation whispered. Ham grew restless. eager for more than sowing and tending. He wanted to explore, to carve, to build higher. Shem counseled patience. Japheth longed for peace, but feared quarrels between his brothers. Even in a family preserved by mercy, the seeds of discord sprouted. Noah grieved at this but did not despair. He knew covenant was not fragile. It would endure even through human weakness. But he also knew weakness carried cost. One night Noah dreamed of Enoch. His grandfather's face shone like dawn, his eyes bright with visions. "Tell them," Enoch said. "Tell them the flood was not the end of corruption, only its pause. Tell them the bow is not decoration but warning. Tell them to remember, or they will forget, and forgetting is the beginning of ruin." Noah woke trembling, sweat cold on his brow. He gathered his sons the next morning and told them the dream. Some listened with fear, others with impatience. But all remembered, at least for a time. The covenant shaped even their smallest acts. When they drank water, they remembered the flood. When they planted, they remembered drowned fields. When they ate, they remembered hunger of those swept away. Memory was their discipline, and gratitude their guardrail. Yet already the pull of pride tugged at them. Ham laughed too easily at warnings. Shem grew stern in correction. Japheth tried to make peace, but even peace can harden into compromise. The covenant was not fragile, but men are. Still, the bow returned after storms. Each time it arched across the sky, their hearts steadied. They pointed to it for their children, teaching them the story of waters, ark, and promise. The children learned to look up with awe, and in their eyes Noah glimpsed hope that memory might endure. Perhaps gratitude could root deep enough to resist arrogance. Perhaps the covenant could stretch beyond their generation. He prayed it would. Enoch, watching from beyond, saw all this. He knew the flood was not final, but he rejoiced in the covenant. He wrote, "The bow is not for heaven's memory, but for man's. It is a mirror of patience, curved across wrath. It is mercy bending light into promise. Whoever forgets it forgets life itself." His words would echo in ages when men grew proud again, when nations mocked heaven, when arrogance built towers. The bow would return then too, silent but certain, reminding them that mercy had not vanished, though judgment waited near. If you hear this now, look up the next time rain clears. Do not call the bow mere beauty. Call it covenant. Call it mercy. Call it the reminder that you live because heaven remembers. And let that remembrance shape your choices. Build humbly. Sow thankfully. Love fully. For pride still waits like floodwater at the edges of every heart, and only gratitude keeps it back. The world was new. The family was few. The covenant was everything. And above them, stretching across sky, heaven's vow glimmered still. The days lengthened. Rains returned, but they came as showers, not torrents. The earth drank them with thirst, and the people did not tremble as before. When clouds gathered, they looked up, searching the sky, and when light bent into color, they remembered. The bow arched above them again and again, each time reminding them that mercy still stood guard. It became their calendar, their liturgy, their shield. Every rainbow was a sermon without words. The family grew. Children ran across meadows where once the flood had raged. They played among saplings that would one day be forests, their laughter the first music of a reborn earth. Women sang as they sowed seed, their voices blending with birds overhead. Men built walls and houses, each stone set with care, each timber raised with gratitude. Life had returned, fragile but resilient. The silence of judgment gave way to the noise of beginnings. Yet memory pressed heavily. Noah taught his grandchildren to fear pride as one fears fire. He told them of giants who laughed at rain, of altars that stank of vanity, of cities swallowed by waves. His voice trembled when he spoke of neighbors who mocked him while he built the ark. He told them that obedience is slow, often lonely, often mocked, but it floats when nothing else does. The children listened, eyes wide, and repeated the lessons in games. They built tiny arks from twigs, floated them in streams, and pretended storms could not sink them. Memory was being planted as play. The altar remained their center. Smoke rose daily, a line between earth and heaven. Each sacrifice was not only devotion but discipline. We remember, they prayed, so we do not repeat. Sometimes their prayers were heavy with fear, other times light with gratitude, but always they were honest. The covenant was not maintained by words alone, but by humility practiced again and again. Still, temptation whispered. Abundance came quickly. Fields yielded more than expected. Herds multiplied. Vats brimmed with wine. The land was generous, and generosity can tempt as much as famine. Some grew careless with gratitude, eating without prayer, drinking without reverence. Ham laughed at warnings, saying the flood was behind them. Shem grew stern, rebuking him sharply. Japheth sought peace but could not silence tension. Even within the family of covenant, pride found cracks to enter. Noah grieved. One evening he drank deeply of wine and lay uncovered in his tent. Ham mocked him. Shem and Japheth covered him, and shame crept into the new world. It was a reminder the flood had cleansed the earth, but not the marrow of men. Sin had survived the waters, curled in the human heart like embers waiting for breath. The bow arched above them still, but the test was clear. Will you live as covenant people, or will you forget? Enoch saw this too. From beyond he wrote, the bow restrains judgment, but it does not restrain pride. The flood washed flesh, but not desire. The rainbow shines, but men's eyes dim. Remembering his salvation, forgetting his ruin. His words echoed in the conscience of those who still listened. They knew covenant is not automatic. It must be renewed in every generation. Children grew into leaders. They spread across valleys and plains, building towns, sowing fields, raising flocks. They told stories of the flood to remind themselves, but slowly stories became myths, and myths became questions. Were the giants truly so tall? Did the waters truly cover mountains? Was the bow always covenant, or just color? Doubt crept in with distance. Memory blurred, and with blurred memory, pride stirred. Noah aged. His beard whitened, his back bent, his hands stiffened. He watched his descendants multiply and spread. He prayed for them, warned them, blessed them. He reminded them of covenant until his voice cracked. But he knew what all prophets know people forget. The bow will shine, but some eyes will see only light, not vow. The flood will be retold, but some ears will hear only story, not warning. Still, he trusted. Mercy does not vanish because memory falters. Heaven remembers even when earth forgets. One day, as children chased each other under a fresh bow, Noah whispered to Shem, "Tell them again when I am gone. Do not let the flood become myth only. Make it warning, make it hope, for the world will swell with pride again, and they must know that covenant is stronger." Shem nodded, though tears filled his eyes. He knew the weight would soon rest on him. Generations later, the bow still shone after storms. Farmers paused their work to look up. Mothers told their children the story of flood and ark. Priests lifted hands beneath the colors and blessed their people. But corruption crept back as it always does. People drank and forgot. People built towers higher than gratitude. People turned covenant into ornament. The rainbow curved above them still, but they no longer bowed. And when they forgot, the seeds of ruin stirred. Yet even in forgetting, mercy held. The bow did not vanish. It appeared faithfully, patient, waiting for eyes willing to see. For heaven does not abandon covenant, even when men do. That is its strength. It is not built on human memory alone, but on divine promise. The bow remains because heaven remembers, and heaven remembers because mercy never ends. So the flood became both wound and warning. The Nephilim became both myth and memory, and the bow became both promise and test. Every generation would face the same question: will you remember or will you forget? The answer would decide whether they lived in mercy or drowned in pride. If you see the bow even now, take it personally. It is not only for Noah, not only for his sons, not only for their children, it is for you. It is covenant stretched across centuries, bent over your life. Look at it and remember, pride drowns, obedience floats, mercy endures. Choose which story you will live. Enoch was gone from the earth, but his words were not. They clung to the bones of memory, carved into stories, whispered at night, sung by shepherds, retold by fathers who wanted their sons to fear corruption and love obedience. Though his body had been taken, his visions walked among men like fire carried in clay lamps. The world after the flood was built not only on soil and seed but on testimony. Without memory, survival is only delay. With memory, survival becomes destiny. Noah repeated his grandfather's words often. Around fire, while rain tapped lightly on shelters, he told his children of visions that stretched past time itself. He told them how Enoch had been shown the chambers of the sun, the gates of the moon, the paths of the stars. He told them how angels once radiant had sworn oaths and descended, how their corruption birthed giants, how their arrogance demanded flood. He told them how mercy never abandoned creation, how covenant always bent light into promise. The children listened wide-eyed, shivering, clinging to each other. The flood was already story, but Enoch's visions gave it weight. They knew it had not been chance, it had been decree. Enoch's legacy spread beyond family. Travelers carried it to valleys and coasts. Scribes scratched it onto clay and bark. Priests folded it into liturgy. It reached ears that had never seen the ark, yet they trembled as though water lapped at their doors. Legends merged with memory until even nations far from covenant spoke of watchers in the sky, of giants who fell, of floods that cleansed. They did not always name Enoch, but his visions colored their myths. For prophecy has a way of bleeding into history, even when names are forgotten. The bow in the sky became his monument. Every time light bent across storm clouds, people remembered not only Noah's covenant, but also Enoch's warning. They whispered that the man who walked with God still walked with him, still interceded, still watched. Some said rainbows were his garment stretched across the heavens. Others said his voice could be heard in thunder if you listened with reverence. Whether truth or legend, the effect was the same: reverence deepened, memory lengthened, covenant endured. Yet not all remembered rightly. Some twisted his visions into superstition. They drew symbols, built charms, whispered spells, claiming to wield the knowledge Enoch had been shown. They forgot that prophecy is gift, not weapon. They forgot that visions are warnings, not tools for pride. Corruption crept in again, wearing the mask of piety. And Enoch's words, meant to protect, were bent by some into arrogance. Noah grieved when he saw it, for he knew this too had been foretold. Enoch himself, in the halls of heaven, saw the misuse. He did not rage. He wept, for he knew men forget easily, and forgetting bends memory into idol. Still, he trusted. Heaven had sealed his testimony. The words he had spoken would outlive distortion. They would wait like seeds beneath soil, sprouting again when the time was right. Prophecy does not die, it sleeps. Generations grew. Children who had never seen the flood laughed at warnings. They built towers higher, walls stronger, altars prouder. The bow still curved above them, but they treated it as ornament, not oath. Enoch's visions became myth, then curiosity, then rumor. But there were always some quiet ones, faithful ones, who remembered. They spoke his words, held his warnings, pointed to the bow and whispered. Mercy remembers even when we forget. and because of them, the testimony endured. The legacy of Enoch was not only memory, it was pattern. He had seen how corruption always swelled, how pride always drowned, how mercy always preserved a remnant. His words became a map for ages. Whenever nations rose too proud, his story returned. Whenever men reached too high, his visions whispered, giants fall, floods return. Mercy waits. Even empires that never named him echoed his prophecy without knowing. For truth has roots deeper than culture. It sprouts wherever soil is thirsty. Enoch's legacy also lived in hope. He had spoken not only of judgment but of restoration. He had seen a new heaven, a new earth, a tree whose leaves heal nations, a throne where justice and mercy sit side by side. His descendants remembered that vision too. They sang of it when storms threatened. They prayed for it when crops failed. They clung to it when enemies raged. His hope was their compass. Without it, the flood would have been despair. With it, the flood was cleansing. Even now, his visions reach across time. Every generation that hears of him sees itself reflected. The watchers become symbols of arrogance, the Nephilim of appetite, the flood of consequence, the bow of mercy. Enoch himself becomes the mirror of obedience, the man who walked with God until God took him. His story is not locked in ancient days, it walks still, urging each heart, choose humility or choose drowning. The choice is constant. The warning is eternal. The covenant is unbroken. If you hear this now, count yourself among his listeners. Let his visions shape you. Let his warnings humble you. Let his hope steady you. Look at the sky when rain clears and remember Enoch's testimony is written there in light. And if numbers align, if you glance at a clock and see 11 to 11 or another echo of symmetry, let it remind you of covenant, of mercy's perfect timing. Signs are not magic, they are memory. Receive them with gratitude, and you walk the path Enoch walked. The legacy of Enoch's visions was not measured in monuments, but in hearts that remembered. And as long as even one heart remembers, prophecy endures. Generations rose from Noah's sons, spreading across valleys, rivers, and plains. They built villages that grew into cities, cities that dreamed of empires. And as they spread, the memory of flood traveled with them, sometimes as warning, sometimes as story, sometimes as myth. Enoch's visions lingered in their tongues, but like water poured from vessel to vessel, they changed shape. Truth endured, but interpretation bent. Some held the visions with reverence. They taught their children to fear arrogance, to bow when the bow appeared in the sky, to give thanks before harvest, to remember the giants who drowned. Their altars were humble, their prayers honest. For them, Enoch's legacy was covenant lived daily. They prospered not by conquest but by gratitude, not by violence but by obedience. They became quiet lights in valleys where pride stalked loudly. Others twisted the visions. They heard of angels who descended and imagined them as heroes instead of rebels. They told stories of watchers as gods, Nephilim as champions, floods as trials of strength. They raised statues of massive men, carved in stone with spears lifted high. They claimed descent from giants, boasting that their blood carried power. They forgot that power had been judgment's target. They forgot that pride had drowned. And so they repeated what had been erased. Enoch's warnings became fuel for new arrogance. At Babel, men gathered on plains and said, "Let us build a tower that reaches the heavens. Let us make a name, lest we be scattered." Their words echoed the arrogance of watchers, the hunger of Nephilim. They remembered flood but not rightly. They thought to outbuild judgment, to rise above covenant. Bricks piled, stones stacked, voices chanted. Pride rose faster than walls, and heaven watched, grieved, but not surprised. Enoch had seen this too. His visions had spoken, "Men will forget, and forgetting will drive them upward until confusion scatters what flood spared." Confusion came, Tongues fractured. Builders shouted and did not understand one another. Families scattered, taking fragments of story with them. One remembered the flood as wrath, another as myth, another as hero's tale. Some carried Enoch's visions faithfully. Others bent them into legend. Across continents, echoes spread: giants of Greece, titans of Mesopotamia, gods of Egypt, heroes of far coasts. All were shadows of one truth: the watchers rebelled, the Nephilim devoured, the flood cleansed, the bow promised. Memory scattered, but it did not vanish. Nations rose. Some built altars of blood, repeating corruption. Others built courts of justice, honoring covenant. Prophets rose among them, reminding, rebuking, retelling. They pointed to skies when bows appeared, saying, "Remember." But kings silenced prophets, priests twisted rituals, merchants sold idols, and people forgot again. Enoch's vision slept in corners, carried by the faithful few. Still, even twisted, the legacy endured. Myths of titans falling in wars, gods punished for pride, floods that reset creation. These appeared in cultures far apart. Scholars later wondered how such stories spread so widely. But the answer was simple: all came from one memory, one witness, one man who walked with God and saw what others refused. Enoch's visions were the root. Myths were the branches. Some bore fruit, others poison, but all traced back to his testimony. Shem's line preserved the clearest memory. They kept the story of flood, of ark, of covenant, of bow. They taught that Enoch was righteous, that he was taken, that his visions warned of judgment and promised hope. They remembered that corruption was not final, and that obedience floats when all else sinks. From them came priests, prophets, poets. From them came songs that echoed Enoch's hope of a new heaven, a new earth, a tree whose leaves heal. From them came voices that warned kings and comforted exiles. They were not perfect. Sin still crouched at their doors. But they remembered enough to carry the torch. Ham's line wandered darker. They built kingdoms quickly, boasted loudly, raised idols of power. They remembered giants as heroes, not monsters. They repeated arrogance, enslaving neighbors, devouring harvests, trusting in towers. They forgot covenant, treating the bow as decoration. Their nations flourished for a time, then fell, broken by the same pride that had drowned their ancestors. Enoch's warnings echoed, but they closed their ears, and ruin came as surely as rain. Japheth's line spread farthest, filling coasts and mountains, carrying fragments of story across seas. They remembered in pieces a flood here, a titan there, a hero who defied gods, a bow that signified oath. They wove fragments into myths, myths into epics. Their poets sang of fallen angels, their sages wrote of cosmic order. Their seers dreamed of judgment. They did not name Enoch, but his visions pulsed beneath their words. For prophecy, once spoken, cannot be silenced. It seeps into history, into memory, into song. Enoch, watching, wept and rejoiced together. He saw memory twisted into idols, and he wept. He saw faithful ones bow at bows, and he rejoiced. He saw kings raise towers, prophets warn, nations scatter. He saw patterns repeat. Pride always rose, judgment always came, mercy always preserved, covenant always endured. His visions were not bound to one age. They were the map of every age. And he knew, as long as even one remembers, prophecy is alive. The legacy of Enoch's visions was not uniform. Some preserved, some distorted, some forgot, but all were shaped. No nation escaped the shadow of flood, the whisper of giants, the arch of bow. Even those who mocked still built their myths in reaction to memory. For history itself bends around truth, whether acknowledged or denied. Enoch's visions had entered the marrow of humanity, and marrow does not forget. If you hear this now, decide how you will remember. Will you honor visions as warnings, or twist them into ornaments? Will you bow beneath the bow, or laugh like giants? Will you carry covenant, or forget until judgment returns? The choice is yours. Enoch's visions are living still, waiting in your memory, ready to guide or to judge. Do not forget, do not twist, remember and live. Enoch's visions did not end with the flood, they stretched beyond, into horizons no man of his age could measure. He had seen not only waters that drowned giants, but also fires that would test nations, thrones that would weigh souls, and a renewal that would outshine even Eden. His legacy was not merely memory of what had been, it was prophecy of what will be. The flood was rehearsal. The end would be symphony. He was shown a throne high above all thrones, radiant with light no eye could endure unaided. Around it moved hosts of angels, not fallen but faithful, their wings burning with purity. Lightning crowned the throne, thunder roared beneath it. Rivers of fire streamed out, and yet mercy sat enthroned beside judgment. This was the place where all accounts would close, where every deed weighed, every word recorded, every secret revealed. He trembled to see it, but he rejoiced too, for justice is fearsome to the corrupt, but sweet to the faithful. He saw books opened, great tomes inscribed with every act, every choice, every silence. Nations were gathered, kings and beggars alike, no titles preserved, no excuses offered. The watchers chained in Dudale wreathed, awaiting sentence. The Nephilim, drowned long ago, rose as shadows to face the verdict. Men who had twisted his visions stood beside those who had cherished them. None could speak but truth, for the throne's gaze pierced masks, light through mist. He heard voices cry out, some in terror, some in relief, as verdicts fell. He saw the Son of Man, radiant, walking among the multitude. His face was like the sun at dawn, his voice like many waters, his steps steady as mountains. Angels bowed before him, saints lifted their heads, enemies trembled. He was both judge and redeemer, both warrior and shepherd. Enoch recognized him though centuries lay between them. This was the one promised, the one who would crush corruption, the one who would heal creation. The flood had been shadow, this was substance. The ark had been wood, this was flesh. He saw fire fall, not wild but precise. It consumed arrogance, burned deceit, dissolved violence. Thrones of tyrants melted, idols cracked, towers fell. Yet within the fire a remnant was preserved, like gold refined, like wheat separated from chaff. Judgment was not destruction alone, it was purification. Enoch rejoiced at this, for he saw that mercy was not swallowed by wrath, but revealed within it. Wrath was the surgeon's cut, mercy the healing balm. Together they restored what corruption had stolen. Then he saw a new heaven and a new earth. The old had passed like smoke. The sky was clear, the sea calm, the land fertile. Rivers sparkled, trees flourished, mountains stood unshaken. At the center rose a city radiant with light, gates open, streets flowing with song. No temple stood there, for the presence of God filled every corner. No sun was needed, for the throne itself shone. Nations walked by its light, and their kings brought glory not to themselves but to the city. Tears were wiped from every face, death itself unmade, mourning forgotten. He saw a tree, vast and green, whose branches stretched across the city, whose leaves shimmered with healing. Its fruit ripened each month, abundant, free. The sick found cure, the weary found rest, the broken found wholeness. Its roots drank from the river of life, clear as crystal, flowing from the throne. He wept at the sight, for it was more than restoration, it was fulfillment. Eden had been beginning, this was completion. Enoch knew his words would sound impossible to those who had not seen. He knew some would mock, others doubt, others twist. But he also knew some would believe, and belief would anchor them through storms. So he testified, I have seen the end, and it is good. Judgment will come, but mercy will outlast it. Fire will fall, but healing will rise. Giants fell, nations will fall, but covenant endures. Remember, and you will live. His vision was not only cosmic but personal. He saw men judged not only as nations but as souls. Each heart weighed, each choice recorded. He saw pride exposed, lies stripped, secrets unveiled. He saw mercy extended to the humble, forgiveness offered to the repentant, crowns given to the faithful. He saw that no one is too small to matter, no act too hidden to count, no obedience too quiet to be forgotten. The judge sees all, and he is just. He also saw rebellion return in ages to come, kings who would mock heaven, merchants who would sell truth, priests who would twist worship, peoples who would chase violence. He saw them rise, fall, rise again, each repeating the pattern of watchers and Nephilim. But he also saw that each rebellion had its end. No arrogance lasts forever, no corruption is eternal. Each wave of pride breaks against the shore of judgment. Each seed of obedience grows into mercy. Enoch's apocalyptic hope was not despair but courage. He did not say the end will come, so give up. He said the end will come, so endure. Walk faithfully, though giants mock. Build humbly, though nations sneer. Obey quietly, though crowds laugh. For when fire falls, it will refine you. When the throne judges, it will vindicate you. When the new earth dawns, you will rise in its light. That is the promise. That is the covenant stretched not only across sky, but across time. If you hear this now, let it steady you. Do not fear storms only, fear forgetting. Do not chase giants, chase obedience. Do not trust towers, trust covenant. And when you see signs, whether bow in sky or numbers aligning or whispers of conscience, receive them as reminders that mercy remembers you. Judgment is sure, but mercy is surer. Giants fall, nations burn, time ends, but covenant endures. Enoch's final vision ended not in thunder, but in peace. He saw the righteous walking in light, nations healed, creation whole. He saw himself among them, not above, but beside, one who had walked with God, now walking still, not alone, but in company of all who endured. He smiled, and his vision closed. And with that smile, hope was sealed for every generation willing to remember. The flood was over, the ark at rest, the covenant sealed, life spread again. Fields grew heavy with grain, flocks multiplied, rivers sang, children filled valleys with laughter. Their voices rising where once only silence lay. The world was new, and for a time it remembered. The bow shone often, and each time men and women bowed whispering thanks, teaching their children the story. But time is a river, and memory can drown in its current. The covenant was steady, but hearts were not. Generations grew restless. Sons of Noah built villages, then towns, then cities. They learned to forge again, to carve stone, to raise walls. They remembered how iron had once armed violence, but they told themselves they were wiser now. They remembered how towers had once fallen, but they told themselves they could build higher this time. They remembered flood, but they told themselves it was past. What had been warning became story. What had been story became myth, and myths are easy to ignore. Shem's children held memory longest. They built altars before they built palaces. They sang songs of covenant before they sang songs of kings. Their courts judged fairly, their prophets warned loudly, their people bowed at the bow. But even among them, corruption whispered. Priests grew proud, prophets were silenced, altars turned into theaters. They remembered, but not always rightly. Gratitude hardened into ritual, obedience into performance. Covenant was honored in words more than in hearts, and words alone do not float when floods return. Ham's children forgot quickly. They built fast, hunted wide, enslaved neighbors, raised idols. They told their sons that giants were heroes, not warnings. They carved stone figures of men with spears, women with crowns, angels with wings of fire. They bowed to these images, forgetting that heaven had chained the watchers for their pride. They celebrated violence, mocked humility, boasted of power. The flood was retold in their markets as a tale of survival, not a judgment. They claimed their ancestors had outlived the waters by strength, not mercy. In forgetting mercy, they invited pride, and pride is the first step toward drowning. Japheth's children scattered farthest. They carried fragments of memory across mountains and seas. They told stories of titans and gods, of floods and towers, of men who walked with heaven, but their fragments drifted. They named new gods, wove new myths, forgot old warnings. They still saw the bow, but they called it crown of a storm god, jewel of a goddess, bridge of warriors. They stripped it of covenant, turned it into ornament, story legend. They forgot the voice behind it, the mercy above it. Yet even in distortion, fragments carried truth. A whisper is still a witness, even if faint. One city rose louder than the rest. It stood on wide plains, bricks stacked high, voices chanting in one tongue. Let us build a tower, they said, that reaches the heavens. Let us make a name, lest we scatter. Their pride was not ignorance, it was defiance. They had heard the story of flood, they knew of bow and covenant. But they wanted name, not mercy. They wanted height, not humility. They wanted to build a stair to heaven, as if stone could bargain with eternity. The tower rose, and so did arrogance. Enoch had seen this in his visions, men forgetting, men climbing, men scattering. Heaven came down, not with flood this time, but with confusion. Tongues fractured, voices tangled. Workers shouted but did not understand. Frustration cracked unity. The tower stalled, unfinished, a monument not to pride's triumph but to its futility. People scattered, taking languages and fragments with them. Nations were born in the shadow of arrogance. The world was divided, not by rivers or mountains, but by pride punished. Still the bow shone. Still covenant endured. Mercy bent light across storm clouds, whispering, I remember. But people remembered differently. Some bowed, some mocked, some ignored. Nations rose and fell beneath its arc. Empires boasted, prophets warned. Kings raged, peasants prayed. The covenant stretched steady, but human hearts wavered. Forgetting spread like fog. And in forgetting, corruption returned. Legends of giants resurfaced. In valleys and mountains, people found bones too large, stones too heavy, shadows too tall. They whispered that the Nephilim had survived, that their blood still lingered in rulers, that power flowed from forbidden unions. Some worshipped these stories, some feared them, some dismissed them. But all were haunted by them. For even in drowning, corruption had left echoes. Spirits of giants wandered restless, seeking vessels, and men, hungry for power, opened doors. Violence returned, blood spilled. The world trembled on familiar edges, yet mercy endured. Prophets rose, pointing to the bow, crying, Remember? Some listened, some bowed. Some changed, many mocked. Many silenced prophets, many forgot. But as long as even one remembered, covenant lived. For covenant is not undone by majority. It is upheld by mercy, sealed by heaven, stretched across sky for all to see. Forgetting does not erase it. Forgetting only blinds those who need it most. Enoch's legacy pulsed through it all. His visions whispered in scattered myths. His warnings echoed in prophets' cries. His hope gleamed in covenant. Nations twisted, priests corrupted, kings mocked, but his testimony endured. It outlived flood, tower, empire. It lives still. For prophecy is not bound to parchment, it is bound to mercy. And mercy does not die. If you hear this now, count yourself among the remnant. Nations may forget, empires may mock, myths may twist, but you can remember. When you see the bow, bow your heart. When you hear thunder, remember the flood. When you taste bread, give thanks. When you see pride, resist it. For covenant endures, but only the humble walk in its shelter. Giants drowned, towers fell, nations scattered, but mercy remains. And mercy remembers you. The plain of Shinar emptied. Workers abandoned bricks half laid, stones half set. Families gathered their belongings and drifted outward, tongues fractured, voices strange to one another. Confusion scattered what pride had gathered. The tower stood unfinished, its shadow a monument to arrogance undone. From that scattering, nations were born, each carried fragments of memory, stories half remembered, warnings half believed, promises half trusted. The covenant remained whole, but their memories splintered like shards of glass. Some nations remembered the flood as wrath. They told their children to fear the sky, to bow when clouds gathered, to treat storms as the anger of gods. They built rituals of fear, offering sacrifices not out of gratitude but terror. They remembered judgment but forgot mercy. Fear without hope becomes chains, and they bound themselves with it. Other nations remembered the flood as myth. They spoke of it in taverns, sang of it in epics, carved it into walls. They treated it as story, not warning, as entertainment, not covenant. Their children listened wide-eyed but went back to play without reverence. They remembered water but forgot obedience. Story without weight becomes ornament, and they decorated their pride with it. Still others remembered giants more than judgment. They told tales of titans, heroes, demigods. They admired the strength, envied the appetite, craved the power. They built statues taller than men, carved warriors broader than oxen, painted gods in human shape but larger, stronger, prouder. They remembered corruption but forgot consequence. Admiration without caution becomes idolatry, and they bowed to what heaven had destroyed. Yet among them were a few who remembered rightly. They told the story as warning and hope. They taught their children to bow at the bow, to give thanks for harvest, to fear pride, to trust mercy. They built altars not to idols, but to the God of covenant. They sang songs not of giants, but of obedience. They remembered that survival was not strength but mercy. They remembered, and in remembering they lived. Enoch's visions whispered across them all. Even in distortion, echoes lingered. Greek poets sang of titans chained beneath mountains, shadows of watchers bound in dewdale. Mesopotamian epics spoke of floods sent to cleanse, shadows of Noah's Ark. Egyptian priests carved gods walking among men, shadows of watchers descending. Every culture bore fragments, broken but present. Truth scattered with tongues, but truth remained. For prophecy is seed, and seed can sprout in many soils. Kings rose, eager to gather power. They twisted memory for their own gain. Some claimed descent from giants, boasting that their blood carried power. Others claimed favor from heaven, building temples to their own names. They invoked flood as excuse to rule, bow as ornament for their crowns, covenant as justification for conquest. They forgot that covenant was mercy, not weapon. Kings who twist memory always fall, but not always quickly. For mercy is patient, though judgment waits. Prophets rose too, scattered like sparks in dry grass. They cried in markets, warned at city gates, whispered to exiles, shouted to kings. They pointed at the bow and said, "Remember?" They retold Enoch's visions, reminding nations that pride always drowns. Towers always fall, mercy always endures. Some were heard, others mocked, many silenced. But their words never died. Prophecy once spoken does not vanish. It waits, echoing until time is ripe. One prophet told of fire that would come, greater than flood, cleansing not with water but flame. Another spoke of a son of man who would judge nations with justice and mercy. Another sang of a tree whose leaves heal nations, whose fruit satisfies forever. Each voice echoed Enoch, though they named him not. His visions were torch passed from hand to hand, carried across centuries, sometimes dim, sometimes blazing, but never extinguished. Kings fought prophets, priests twisted visions, nations forgot covenant. Yet the bow still curved across the sky, storms still broke, light still bent, mercy still whispered, "I remember." Even when nations forgot, heaven remembered. Even when kings mocked, heaven remembered. Even when prophets were silenced, heaven remembered. Covenant is not fragile. It is not kept by men alone. It is sealed by heaven, written in light, stretched across storm. Enoch, watching, saw the scattering, the twisting, the remembering and forgetting. He wept at idols, rejoiced at altars, trembled at towers, steadied at bows. He knew the pattern would repeat: pride rising, judgment falling, mercy preserving. He knew nations would grow arrogant, prophets would be ignored, towers would rise again. But he also knew mercy would not fail. The covenant curved steady, unbroken, waiting. If you hear this now, count yourself among prophets, not kings. Do not twist memory for gain. Do not admire giants for power. Do not tell flood as myth. Remember rightly. Bow at the bow. Trust mercy. Live humbly. For nations forget. Kings fall. Towers scatter. But covenant endures. And mercy remembers you. The generations that spread from Noah's sons filled valleys and mountains, rivers and coasts. Fields were tilled. Flocks tended. Cities raised. The world hummed with life again. But life is not the same as faith. The bow still curved above them, yet many no longer looked up. Pride whispered. Forgetting deepened. And the shadow of the watchers, though chained, lingered in human hearts. Corruption did not return suddenly. It crept. A merchant shortened weights on his scales.
Today
A shepherd stole from his neighbor's flock. A ruler taxed harshly to build his palace. Small compromises multiplied, and soon violence filled markets again. Not the devouring hunger of Nephilim, but the quiet hunger of greed. Not the open rebellion of watchers, but the subtle rebellion of hearts. And though different in scale, it was the same seed: pride against mercy, self against covenant. Still, there were faithful ones. A man would pause when the bow appeared, gather his children, and retell the story of waters and ark. A woman would bless her bread before eating, remembering that survival is mercy, not merit. A prophet would whisper warnings in the marketplace, ignored by many but heard by a few. A remnant always remained. For mercy does not vanish when nations forget. It endures through the faithful few. Kings rose who twisted memory. They claimed divine right not to serve but to dominate. They built altars of blood, not gratitude. They invoked the flood to justify conquest. We survived, so we are favored. We rule because heaven chose us. They forgot that survival was mercy, not proof of superiority. They forgot that covenant was promise, not license. Their courts glittered with gold, their armies marched with pride, their priests blessed corruption. They forgot. Yet prophets rose too. They cried in streets, pointing at the bow. Remember, they shouted. Do not twist covenant. Do not forget mercy. Do not chase giants' pride. Do not build Babel's tower again. Many mocked. Some silenced them. But their words did not die. They were carried by those who remembered, whispered to children, hidden in scrolls, sung in psalms. Prophets fall, but prophecy endures. Enoch's legacy pulsed like hidden fire. His visions were still sung, though names changed, though myths bent. In Mesopotamia, epics of flood echoed his warning. In Greece, tales of titans chained beneath mountains echoed watchers bound in Dudale. In Egypt, gods walking among men echoed angels who descended. In Israel, psalms and prophecies carried his hope. The fragments differed, but the fire was the same. Enoch's testimony was not bound to one people but scattered among all. For truth, once spoken, cannot be silenced. But corruption grew louder. Priests sold rituals for silver, judges accepted bribes, merchants cheated scales. Soldiers spilled blood for greed. Nations mocked prophets, built idols, worshipped power. Pride grew tall again, as if the flood had never been. The bow still curved, but men saw only light, not promise. They laughed at warnings, called flood a fable, called giants legend, called covenant superstition. Forgetting became open, pride became open, violence returned. Yet mercy endured, always a remnant, a shepherd blessing flocks. a widow praying at dawn, a child staring at the bow with awe, a prophet scribbling warnings on scraps of parchment, a faithful family teaching Enoch's visions at night. The remnant held the thread even when nations frayed it. The remnant whispered truth even when kings silenced it. The remnant bowed even when crowds mocked, and because of them, covenant endured in memory. Enoch, watching, grieved and rejoiced. He saw corruption rise again, prophets mocked, nations forget. But he also saw faithful ones bow, prayers whispered, children taught. He knew this was the pattern, pride swelling, judgment looming, mercy preserving. He knew giants would never return in flesh, but their spirit lived in arrogance. He knew flood would not return in water, but fire would come. He knew covenant would endure, and the faithful would endure with it. So the story continued, nations forgetting, remnants remembering, prophets warning, kings mocking, covenant shining. The flood was past, but its shadow stretched. The watchers were bound, but their whispers echoed. The Nephilim were drowned, but their spirits lingered. The bow still curved, and mercy still remembered, and history marched toward judgment again. If you hear this now, if you choose your place in the pattern, will you forget or remember? Will you mock or bow? Will you twist covenant or cherish it? Will you build towers or altars? The choice is constant. The flood is past, but its warning is eternal. The bow shines, but only the humble see covenant in its colors. Be among the remnant. Remember and live. The watchers were bound, chained in pits of fire and shadow, far from the eyes of men. Their rebellion had been judged, their corruption drowned in flood, their names cursed. Yet memory of them did not vanish. Memory never does. It lingers like smoke after flame, like whispers after song. Men remembered, but not always rightly. Some told their children the watchers were monsters, warning them never to follow pride. Others told their children the watchers were gods, worthy of worship. Some called them angels, others demons, others titans, others heroes. The same story reshaped in many tongues. In valleys of Mesopotamia, people spoke of Anunnaki, mighty beings who descended from heaven, teaching wisdom and ruling men. They carved their images on stone, wings spread, eyes stern. They forgot rebellion, remembered only knowledge. They called them divine, not fallen. They admired what heaven had judged. Pride disguised as piety. In the hills of Greece, poets sang of Titans, ancient ones who defied the gods, who fathered mighty offspring, who were cast into deep prisons. They remembered chains, remembered rebellion, remembered judgment, but they softened it, turned it into entertainment, myth, theater. They forgot warning, remembered only drama. Titans became characters, not corruption. Forgetting always begins with laughter. In Egypt, priests carved gods who walked among men, teaching arts, building temples, shaping laws. They told of Osiris, Isis, Horus, names different, stories similar. They remembered beings who came from the sky, who mingled with humanity, who gave knowledge. They forgot that knowledge had been forbidden, judged. They remembered only glory. Idols rose, temples glittered, sacrifices burned. The watchers, long bound, were worshipped in memory as gods. In the mountains of India, sages spoke of devas, shining ones who descended, waging war, teaching men. They remembered battles in heavens, unions with mortals, children of great power. They called them divine, not corrupt. They built epics of their wars, songs of their loves, poems of their deeds. They forgot chains, remembered crowns. Across oceans, in lands far distant, tribes told of sky, beings who descended, who taught, who demanded offerings. They carved their images on cliffs, painted their stories on caves. They remembered descent, but not judgment. They remembered power, but not corruption. They admired, worshipped, sacrificed. The watchers, bound in Dudael, were honored in memory as lords. But not all remembered wrongly. Some kept truth. prophets in Shem's line told of angels who fell, who lusted, who taught corruption, who were judged. They named them cursed, not divine. They warned, do not follow them, do not worship them, do not repeat their pride. They remembered rightly, though they were mocked. They carried Enoch's visions intact, though nations twisted them. They remained a remnant of truth in a sea of myth. The return of the watchers was not flesh, but story. They returned in poems, carvings, idols, myths. They returned in worship, fear, curiosity. They returned in distorted memory, given crowns instead of chains, altars instead of prisons. Men gave them honor heaven had stripped, bowed to names heaven had cursed. This was corruption's trick to turn warning into wonder, judgment into glory, rebellion into worship, and nations fell for it. Enoch, watching, grieved. He had seen their chains, their prisons, their curse. He had spoken their judgment. Yet he now saw their memory crowned in temples, sung in poems, painted in caves. He knew this too had been foreseen. For men forget warning easily, but admire power quickly. The watchers, though gone, still corrupted through memory. Their rebellion lived not in flesh but in myth, and myth shaped nations as surely as flesh. But Enoch also rejoiced, for some remembered rightly. Some prophets warned, some poets sang truth, some scribes preserved visions. They told the story not as glory but as judgment. They taught their children to bow only to covenant, not to fallen. They whispered Enoch's words at night, read them by fire, wrote them on parchment. They remembered rightly, and in remembering they lived. The watchers return in myth-shaped empires. Kings claimed descent from gods, priests claimed authority from angels, warriors claimed strength from titans. Pride grew tall again, rooted in distorted memory. Nations built towers not of brick but of ideology, myths as mortar, arrogance as stone. They forgot flood, forgot covenant, forgot both. But mercy remembered. Mercy always remembers. If you hear this now, look at myths around you, see the pattern. Giants admired, angels worshipped, titans glorified, gods invented. It is always the same story, men forgetting judgment, crowning rebellion. Do not be deceived. Remember rightly. Remember Enoch's visions. The watchers are not gods. They are rebels, chained, cursed. Do not honor what heaven has condemned. Do not crown what heaven has chained. Remember and live. The myths spread like roots under soil. Each nation shaped the story of the watchers into its own image. Priests clothed them in robes, kings claimed them as ancestors, poets turned them into heroes. What had been rebellion became inspiration. What had been curse became crown. And slowly, culture bent around corrupted memory. Priests were the first to twist. They stood in temples built to shining gods, burning incense, chanting hymns. They told worshippers that the gods had descended long ago, giving knowledge, demanding sacrifice. They cut animals, poured blood, burned grain. They forgot that the watchers' gifts had been forbidden, judged. They remembered only the power, not the corruption. They told lies as liturgy, and nations believed. Kings followed. They claimed descent from gods, boasting that their blood carried divine fire. They wore crowns shaped like sun, wings carved into their thrones. They declared themselves children of heaven, ruling not by covenant but by pride. They forgot that kingship was meant to serve, not devour. They remembered only giant strength, not their downfall. They ruled with arrogance, enslaving, conquering, spilling blood. They believed themselves heirs of gods, when in truth they were heirs of rebellion. Poets joined them. They sang of titans who fought bravely, of heroes born from gods and women, of demigods who saved cities. They filled theaters with spectacle, epics with drama, scrolls with glory. They forgot that these unions had birthed corruption. They remembered only might. They entertained nations into forgetting judgment. For when warnings are sung as entertainment, they lose their sting. The people laughed, admired, wept at heroes' deeds, but forgot covenant. Forgetting dressed as art is still forgetting. Yet prophets resisted. They rose in marketplaces, crying against idols. They warned kings, "Do not call yourself son of gods. You are son of dust. Remember flood, remember covenant." They rebuked priests, "Do not burn incense to rebels. Do not crown corruption with ritual. Bow only to the God who bends light into promise." They sang songs of truth, wrote scrolls of warning, whispered visions of judgment. They remembered Enoch's words and carried them like fire. Prophets were mocked, beaten, silenced. Kings threw them into prisons. Priests cursed them. Crowds laughed at them. But their words did not die. Words once spoken cannot be unspoken. They echo, wait, return. Some children heard and remembered. Some scribes wrote and preserved. Some families whispered truth at night, teaching their children not to worship giants, not to honor gods of rebellion. A remnant always remained. Culture bent around myth, but covenant bent around culture. The bow still curved above temples, above palaces, above theaters. Storms broke, light bent, colors stretched. The rainbow mocked idols, mocked kings, mocked priests. It whispered, "I remember. Even if you forget, I remember. Even if you worship rebellion, I remember covenant. Even if you twist myth, I remember mercy." The bow was silent, but silence can be loud. Enoch, watching, saw nations crown the watchers in memory. He grieved, for he knew their chains still burned, their curse still held. He saw priests deceived, kings proud, poets careless. But he also saw prophets faithful, remnants remembering. He knew the pattern: pride rising, judgment waiting, mercy preserving. He knew myths could not erase truth, only cover it for a season. For truth always breaks through, like bow through storm. The return of the watchers in culture was more dangerous than their descent in flesh. Flesh can be drowned. Myths cannot. Flesh can be chained. Stories live on. When nations crown rebellion in memory, they invite its spirit into their hearts. When they call rebels gods, they shape themselves in corruption's image. And corruption spreads faster through story than through seed. The watchers were chained, but their memory enslaved nations, yet mercy endured. Always a remnant. Prophets cried, families remembered, children asked, "Why do we bow to statues?" And parents whispered, "We shouldn't." Shepherds prayed under the bow. Widows blessed bread. Scribes hid scrolls. The faithful carried Enoch's visions like hidden fire, glowing beneath ash. When myths burned hot, their fire still smoldered. And when time was right, it blazed again. If you hear this now, be prophet, not priest of idols. Speak truth, even if mocked. Remember covenant, even if forgotten by many. Teach your children rightly, even if myths are louder. For culture crowns rebellion, but mercy crowns faith. Kings fall, priests lie, poets distort, but the bow still shines. Covenant endures, and mercy remembers you. Nations did not only remember the watchers, they enshrined them. Memory hardened into ritual, ritual into religion. What had begun as stories, whispered around fires, became ceremonies in temples. Priests clothed themselves in white linen, carrying staffs, burning incense. They bowed before carved wings, lifted prayers to stone faces, poured out sacrifices to names that heaven had cursed. They called it worship, but it was rebellion dressed in gold. Temples rose higher than palaces. Stone columns reached for the sky, roofs painted with stars, walls carved with stories of descent. Offerings filled their courts, grain, wine, animals, even children. Priests told the people the gods demanded it, that their ancestors had been blessed by their unions, that power flowed from obedience to the fallen. They forgot, or chose to forget, that the flood had erased such arrogance. They remembered only the promise of power. Kings leaned on temples to secure their rule. They declared themselves children of gods, heirs of the watchers. Their thrones bore wings, their crowns bore horns, Their scepters bore symbols of dissent. They enslaved neighbors, built armies, raised statues. They ruled with arrogance, boasting that heaven itself favored their reign, but they lied. Their favor was from rebellion, not covenant. Their power was from meth, not mercy. Their kingdoms glittered, but glitter is only dust in sunlight. Merchants profited from it. They sold idols small enough to carry, charms engraved with wings, amulets shaped like giants. They carved myths into seals, painted them on jars, embroidered them on robes. They traded rebellion as if it were spice, spreading it across rivers and seas. Myth became market, and market carried myth farther than armies. Corruption traveled in caravans, sailed in ships, slipped into markets. Nations that had never heard of flood soon bowed to gods who were once watchers. Children grew up beneath this weight. They learned songs of gods who taught magic, stories of titans who built mountains, myths of heroes born from heaven and earth. They learned to bow before idols, to fear priests, to honor kings as divine. Their minds were shaped before they could choose. Memory was chained, just as the watchers had been chained. But this time, men did the chaining. Yet always, a remnant resisted. A father would gather his children at night, point to the bow, and whisper, "Do not bow to stone. Bow only to the one who made the sky." A mother would bake bread and pray before eating, reminding her children that food is mercy, not gift of gods. A prophet would rise in the marketplace, crying, "Do not honor rebels. Do not crown the cursed. Remember flood. Remember covenant." They were mocked, beaten, silenced. But their words smoldered. Their memory endured. Some remnants carried scrolls of Enoch's visions, copied in secret, hidden in caves. They read of angels who fell, of giants who devoured, of flood that cleansed, of bow that promised. They whispered these words to one another, teaching children to remember rightly. They told them the gods in temples were not divine but judged. They taught them to see idols as stone, priests as deceivers, kings as dust. They armed them not with swords but with memory. Prophets thundered too. They challenged kings. "You call yourself son of gods, but you are son of dust. You sit on throne of stone, but it will crumble. You wear crown of gold, but it will tarnish. You bow to rebels, but you will be judged with them." Some kings raged, others laughed, others trembled. But prophecy does not depend on response. It speaks, and it waits. Watching, saw temples glitter, priests chant, kings boast, merchants profit. He wept, for he knew the names worshipped were cursed, the myths honored were judged. But he also saw remnants whisper, prophets warned, scrolls hidden. He rejoiced, for he knew covenant endured. He knew mercy outlasts myth. He knew truth can sleep beneath ash, but never die. The watchers had returned, not in flesh but in worship. Their memory was crowned, their rebellion enshrined. Nations bowed to them, sang to them, sacrificed to them. But heaven had not changed. Chains still held, judgment still stood, covenant still shone. The bow still curved above temples, mocking idols, whispering mercy. Nations forgot, but heaven remembered. If you hear this now, see idols for what they already stone. See priests for what they are, liars. See kings for what they are, dust. Do not bow to myths. Do not crown rebellion. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember flood. Remember covenant. The watchers are chained, cursed, judged. Do not free them in memory. Do not worship their shadow. Bow only to the one who bends light into promise. Be among the remnant. Remember and live. The drowned giants were gone in flesh, but their spirits moved like wind, unseen yet felt, invisible yet heavy. They slipped through cities and villages, through markets and palaces, through tents and temples. Nations sensed them but could not name them. Some called them gods, others demons, others ghosts, others ancestors. But Enoch had already named them spirits of the Nephilim, cursed to wander, never to rest. They sought hosts. Without bodies, they longed for flesh. They pressed upon men in dreams, twisting visions, filling nights with terror. They drove some to madness, others to violence, others to despair. They slipped into idols carved of stone, speaking through oracles, demanding offerings. They entered animals, driving them wild. They whispered in children's ears, planting fear. Their hunger was constant, their restlessness endless. Priests learned to bargain with them. They cut themselves with knives, poured out blood, called upon spirits by name, and the spirits answered. They gave visions, but visions of deceit. They gave power, but power that enslaved. They gave signs, but signs that led astray. Priests claimed it was divine, but it was corruption cloaked in ritual. Temples became houses of demons, incense rising not to heaven but to restless spirits. Nations bowed, not to covenant, but to shadows. Kings sought their counsel too. They asked spirits for victory, for weather, for guidance in war. Mediums and sorcerers whispered in their courts, voices trembling with possession. Kings obeyed, believing they heard gods. But they were ruled by what was cursed. Wars were fought not only for land, but for the spirits' whispers. Blood was spilled not only for greed, but for demons' hunger. Thrones glittered, but shadows sat upon them. Merchants profited again. They sold charms against spirits, idols to appease them, amulets to attract them. Fear became business. The more people trembled, the more merchants gained. And fear spread wide. Mothers feared for children, shepherds for flocks, farmers for fields. Spirits haunted their nights, unsettled their days. Nations lived in shadow, bound not by chains of iron but by chains of fear, yet prophets rose against them. They declared that the spirits of Nephilim were not gods but cursed. They warned kings, do not listen to whispers. Do not trust oracles. Do not bow to demons. They rebuked priests, do not burn incense to shadows. Do not cut yourselves for liars. Bow only to the God of covenant. They comforted people, do not fear shadows. Mercy is stronger, covenant protects. The bow shines. They cast truth like fire into darkness. Some believed. They resisted possession, rejected oracles, tore down idols. They prayed to the God of covenant, trusted mercy, bowed to the bow. And spirits fled from them, powerless before faith. For demons cannot chain the faithful, they can only whisper. Those who remembered covenant walked free, even when nations trembled. Others mocked prophets, silenced them, killed them. They clung to idols, feared spirits, obeyed whispers. They chose bondage over freedom, shadow over light, and they suffered. For demons are never satisfied, they devour, enslave, destroy. Those who trust them are always betrayed. Enoch, watching, saw it all. He saw spirits roam, nations fear, priests deceive, kings obey. He grieved for those enslaved, rejoiced for those who resisted. He knew this too was pattern pride inviting corruption, corruption spreading fear, mercy offering escape. He knew the spirits of Nephilim would not rule forever. Fire would come, judgment would fall, they too would be bound, destroyed. But until then, they roamed. Their influence shaped myths. Cultures across the world told of restless spirits, of demons who possessed, of ghosts who haunted. They carved them on stones, painted them on walls, feared them in rituals. The names differed, the details shifted, but the truth was the same. Spirits of giants, drowned yet wandering. Corruption scattered, but never vanished. Myths disguised them, but could not erase them. The faithful remnant endured. They whispered to their children, do not fear spirits. Do not bow to idols. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember the flood. Remember the bow. They taught that covenant is stronger than shadow, mercy stronger than hunger, light stronger than fear. They clung to truth, even when nations mocked, even when spirits whispered louder. And because of them, memory survived. The spirits of Nephilim roamed wide, but they could not conquer all. For covenant bent light across sky, reminding even in storm. Prophets cried, even when silenced. Faithful whispered, even when hidden. Mercy endured. If you hear this now, know the spirits still hunger. They whisper in greed, pride, fear violence. They offer power, but enslave. They promise knowledge, but deceive. They devour, but never satisfy. Resist them. Bow to the bow, not to whispers. Cling to covenant, not to fear. Remember Enoch's visions and live free. For giants drowned, but mercy endures. Demons whisper, but the bow shines louder. The spirits of the Nephilim were not content to wander silently. They pressed deeper into human life, weaving themselves into rituals, shaping fears, driving wars. Their shadow stretched across ages, never resting, always hungering. They did not build cities of stone as their fathers had, but they built empires of fear. And fear, once rooted, spreads faster than armies. They haunted dreams. Men woke screaming, drenched in sweat, seeing shadows at their beds. Women cried out in the night, claiming hands pressed upon them, voices whispered to them. Children wailed in terror of figures no one else could see. Families began to believe their homes were cursed. Priests were called, charms were bought, idols erected. And in bowing to fear, people strengthened it. The spirits grew bold, feeding on obedience. They twisted rituals. Priests who once offered grain now offered blood. Sacrifices grew darker, first animals, then children. People believed that spirits demanded more to be appeased. And the more they gave, the more the spirits took. Nations descended into cruelty, justifying horrors in the name of unseen forces. The Nephilim's hunger had found new form, no longer devouring flesh with teeth, but consuming innocence with lies. They drove rulers. Kings, restless for power, sought oracles. Spirits whispered through mediums, promising victory, guiding armies, foretelling outcomes. Sometimes the predictions were true, enough to keep kings enslaved. But always the council bent toward blood. Wars multiplied, kingdoms toppled, thrones turned to ash. Spirits delighted, not in victory, but in destruction. For their curse was to devour, never to build. They spread myths. Poets wrote of underworlds, filled with restless dead, of shades, wandering fields of darkness, of demons tempting men. Cultures painted monsters on walls, carved them into statues, told stories of spirits who tricked, who tormented, who possessed. The names changed, Rakshasas, Lamia, Oni, Dinjan, but the essence was the same. All were shadows of drowned giants, cursed to roam, hungry for vessels. Memory bent, but truth endured. Prophets rose with defiance. They declared, do not bow to shadows. Do not sacrifice to lies. Do not fear spirits of Nephilim. Fear the one who bends light across sky. They cast out spirits with words of covenant, rebuking them in the name of mercy. They stood in marketplaces, denouncing priests and their rituals. They warned kings, you listen to demons, not to heaven, your throne will fall. They comforted the fearful, teaching them to pray, to remember covenant, to bow at the bow. Some prophets triumphed. Spirits fled at their words, oracles fell silent, idols cracked. People rejoiced, freed from fear. Others were silenced, killed by kings or priests. But even in death, their words endured. Scrolls were copied, songs remembered, warnings whispered. Prophecy is not silenced by blood, it echoes louder. And the spirits trembled, for they knew their time was not endless. The faithful clung to covenant. They taught children not to fear shadows, not to trust oracles, not to bow to idols. They whispered Enoch's visions, telling of watchers bound, Nephilim drowned, covenant sealed. They lit lamps against darkness, prayed against whispers, resisted fear. Their homes became sanctuaries, their tables altars, their prayers shields. Spirits prowled, but they found no entrance. For faith is wall higher than towers, stronger than armies. Yet corruption grew too. Nations that forgot covenant sank deeper into bondage. Temples echoed with chants to demons. Palaces glittered with crowns claimed from false gods. Markets overflowed with charms and idols. Violence spread, wars multiplied, fear thickened. The spirits laughed, for they had found thrones in men's hearts. They could not return to flesh, but they could corrupt flesh. And so they spread, weaving themselves into history. Enoch, watching, trembled. He had seen this in visions, spirits restless, nations deceived, faithful resisting, judgment looming. He wept for the innocent devoured by fear, rejoiced for the faithful preserved by mercy. He knew these spirits were not final. Their hunger would not last forever. Fire would come, consuming them, binding them, ending them. But until then, they roamed. The spirits of the Nephilim foreshadowed battles to come. Prophets spoke of a day when they would rise in fury, gathering nations in rebellion, preparing for final judgment. They would deceive kings, rally armies, stir chaos. But they would fall. Fire would consume them, chains bind them, thrones judge them. The Son of Man would stand, radiant, crushing corruption. The spirits laughed now, but their laughter was hollow. Their end was written. For now, they roamed. They whispered in courts, prowled in markets, haunted homes. They devoured innocence, spread fear, enslaved nations. But mercy endured. The bow still curved, prophets still cried, faithful still remembered. Giants drowned, spirits roamed. But covenant outlasted both. For mercy is older than rebellion, stronger than corruption, surer than fear. If you hear this now, resist their whispers. Do not fear shadows. Do not trust oracles. Do not bow to idols. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember the flood. Remember the bow. The spirits roam, but their end is sure. Be among the remnant. Remember and live. Enoch had seen the waters rise, the ark float, the giants drawn. He had seen the bow bend light, mercy stretched across sky. But his visions did not end with water. They carried him forward into a day when judgment would not come with flood but with flame. He saw fire falling from heaven, not wild but precise, not chaotic but purposeful. He saw mountains melting, idols cracking, thrones consumed. He saw earth itself purified by fire as once it had been washed by water. The flood had cleansed corruption of flesh. Fire would cleanse corruption of spirit. Water had erased giants. Fire would erase demons. Water had humbled nations. Fire would judge them. Enoch trembled at the sight, but he did not despair. For within flame he saw mercy too. Fire did not only destroy, it refined. Gold emerged purer, wheat cleaner, souls stronger. Judgment was not only end but beginning. He saw heavens darkened, stars falling, moon bleeding, sun dimming. He saw earth shaking, seas roaring, mountains splitting. He saw men running, hiding in caves, crying to rocks, "Fall on us, hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne." He saw kings trembling, warriors powerless, merchants ruined, priests silenced. He saw nations undone in a moment. He saw silence after storm, a silence heavier than flood. Yet he also saw the faithful preserved. Just as ark had floated on waters, so covenant would shelter them in fire. He saw them walk through flame as if through morning mist. He saw them shine like stars, crowns on their heads, songs on their lips. He saw mercy shield them, refining them but not consuming them. He saw them inherit what fire left, a world remade, a creation renewed. Enoch knew men would mock when they heard. They would say, "Flood is past, fire will never come." They would laugh, build towers, crown idols, worship spirits. But he also knew fire was certain. He had seen it as surely as he had seen waters. He wrote, "The day will come when the Holy One will rise in judgment with fire, and all proud will fall." His words burned into scrolls, hidden but not silenced. Prophets after him echoed the vision. They cried of a day when heavens would roll like scrolls, earth consumed, nations judged. They spoke of fire from sky, of thrones cast down, of mercy revealed. Some called it Day of the Lord, others End of Age, others great and terrible day, but all spoke of fire, echoing Enoch. His vision was root, there's the branches. Together they testified water was warning, fire is final. Nations feared and mocked in equal measure. Some priests used fire as threat, demanding sacrifices to appease gods. Some kings laughed, boasting their walls could withstand flame. Some poets sang of apocalypse as myth, entertaining crowds. But faithful whispered truth, teaching children to prepare. They told them fire was not to be feared if mercy was remembered. They told them covenant shields in storm, ark floats in flood, mercy shelters in flame. They told them the bow still shone, promise still stood, fire was coming but mercy would endure. Enoch, watching, trembled. He had seen flood, now he saw fire. He wept for nations who would mock, rejoiced for faithful who would endure. He knew the pattern, pride swelling, judgment falling, mercy preserving. Water had come, fire would come, but covenant stretched across both. For mercy is not drowned, not burned. A mercy outlasts both water and flame. The prophecy of fire foreshadowed apocalypse. It was not only end of nations but unveiling of truth. Masks torn, lies stripped, secrets revealed. Fire reveals what water hides. Water can cover, but fire exposes. Enoch saw idols burn, revealing stone. He saw kings judged, revealing dust. He saw spirits consumed, revealing curse. He saw faithful shine, revealing mercy. Fire was not only destruction, it was revelation. If you hear this now, prepare not with fear but with faith. Do not build towers, do not crown idols, do not bow to spirits. Cling to covenant, bow at the bow, trust mercy. Fire is coming, but mercy will preserve. Flood was shadow, fire is fulfillment. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember and live. Enoch's vision of fire was not locked in his own age. It spilled forward into generations, echoed by prophets, feared by nations, twisted by priests. His words were seed, later voices watered them, and the vision grew. Each age retold it, some rightly, some wrongly, but always it burned in memory. Prophets stood in marketplaces, crying of a day when fire would fall. They lifted hands to the sky, declaring that heavens would shake, earth would burn, idols would melt. Some spoke of mountains consumed, rivers boiling, stars falling. Others sang of thrones judged, books opened, souls weighed. Their words pierced like arrows, unsettling kings, awakening peasants. Some believed and bowed, others laughed and mocked. But prophecy is not diminished by mockery. Truth remains even when ignored. Some prophets spoke with tenderness. They told the faithful not to fear, for mercy would shield them. They compared judgment to a refiner's fire, purifying gold. They compared it to harvest, wheat preserved, chaff burned. They told people that those who clung to covenant would shine like stars after fire. They comforted widows, orphans, strangers, reminding them that fire destroys pride but preserves humility. Judgment is terror for rebels, hope for faithful. Other prophets thundered with dread. They warned kings that their palaces would burn, priests that their temples would melt, merchants that their gold would dissolve. They cried that fire would expose secrets, reveal lies, unmask corruption. They painted pictures of terror so vivid that some nations trembled. Yet even in dread, mercy was hidden, for the terror was warning, meant to turn hearts before fire came. Nations reacted with distortion. Priests took words of fire and bent them into threats for gain. They told people that gods demanded sacrifice to withhold fire. They demanded grain, animals, children. They profited from fear, twisting prophecy into control. Their temples grew rich, their altars dark, their hands bloody, but their fire was false. For no sacrifice to idols could halt judgment, no ritual could silence covenant. Kings reacted with arrogance. They mocked fire, building higher palaces, forging stronger weapons, boasting that no flame could touch them. They laughed at prophets, silenced them, killed them. They trusted walls, armies, wealth. They forgot flood, ignored covenant, despised bow. But their pride was tinder, and fire would consume it. Poets reacted with entertainment. They told of end of world in songs, dramas, stories. They turned prophecy into myth, making people laugh instead of tremble, admire instead of repent. They filled theaters with spectacle, distracting nations from warning. They doled prophecy with entertainment, turning fire into fiction. And yet, even in distortion, fragments endured. For myths still carried echo of truth, however faint. The faithful reacted with preparation. They prayed, taught children, whispered warnings. They clung to covenant, bowed at the bow, trusted mercy. They did not fear fire, but they lived ready. They built no towers, crowned no idols, listened to no oracles. They remembered Enoch's visions, trusted prophets' words, lived humbly. They believed that mercy would preserve them, as Ark had preserved Noah. Their preparation was not in weapons or walls, but in faith. Enoch, watching, saw the echoes. He saw prophets repeat his visions, nations distort them, faithful prepare. He wept at priests who profited from fear, kings who mocked judgment, poets who twisted warning. But he rejoiced at faithful who bowed, prophets who cried, remnants who remembered. He knew the pattern: pride swelling, fire looming, mercy preserving. He knew the end was certain, though delayed. He knew mercy endured across generations. The prophecy of fire became part of nations' memory. Some feared it, some mocked it, some forgot it. But it never vanished. It lived in scrolls, in songs, in whispers. It haunted kings, comforted widows, disturbed merchants. It waited, echoing through ages. For prophecy does not age. It waits for fulfillment. If you hear this now, prepare rightly. Do not fear priests' lies, kings' arrogance, poets' myths. Do not trust walls, weapons, wealth. Trust covenant. Bow at the bow. Live humbly. Fire is coming, but mercy endures. Judgment will reveal, but faith will preserve. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember and live. The vision of fire reached its height. Enoch saw heavens split, earthquake, seas roar. He saw fire pour down like rivers, not chaotic but guided, striking where pride had rooted, burning where idols had risen, consuming where corruption had spread. The flood had washed the world, this fire would strip it bare. Nothing hidden would remain, nothing false would endure. He saw kings trembling on thrones of gold as flames consumed their palaces. He saw priests crying in temples as idols cracked and melted. He saw merchants screaming as treasures dissolved into ash. He saw armies scatter as weapons turned to dust. Pride that had seemed unshakable collapsed in moments. The fire did not bargain, did not delay, did not spare arrogance. It came swift, precise, unstoppable. He saw nations running to caves, hiding in rocks, begging mountains to fall. Hide us, they cried, cover us from the face of him who sits on the throne. But no cave was deep enough, no rock heavy enough,
Today we
no mountain high
learn
enough.
about the
Fire found them all,
enchantment
revealing what
of
they had hidden, exposing what they had concealed.
spheres.
Secrets burned like parchment, lies dissolved like smoke. Fire is truth in flame, and truth cannot be hidden. Yet he also saw the faithful stand. They did not flee, for they had nothing to hide. They lifted eyes to fire and did not tremble. They bowed to mercy and were preserved. Flames passed over them, refining but not consuming. They shone like stars, crowns on heads, songs on lips. They rejoiced, for judgment that destroyed pride preserved faith. They walked through fire as Noah had floated through flood, carried not by strength but by mercy. He saw spirits of Nephilim consumed. They writhed, shrieked, dissolved. Their whispers silenced, their hunger ended, their curse fulfilled. They had devoured for ages, but now they were devoured. He saw chains tightened on watchers, flames engulfing their prison, rebellion burned forever. What flood had drowned, fire erased. No spirit remained to corrupt, no shadow lingered to whisper. The earth was cleansed finally, fully. He saw creation remade, Fire did not leave ash only, it left purity. Mountains stood bright, rivers clear, fields fertile. Sky shone without shadow, sea calm without storm. Cities rebuilt not with pride, but with humility, not with idols, but with gratitude. He saw a tree of life flourish, its branches wide, its leaves healing, its fruit abundant. He saw nations walk in light, kings bow in humility, children laugh without fear. He saw covenant fulfilled, promise complete. He saw the Son of Man enthroned, radiant, ruling with justice and mercy. His face was like dawn, his voice like many waters, his crown brighter than stars. Angels bowed, nations sang, faithful rejoiced. He judged with fire but healed with mercy. His throne was flame, but his rule was peace. Enoch recognized him, the one he had seen in visions, the one who would come. He rejoiced, for hope was fulfilled. Promise made flesh, mercy eternal. Enoch wept, but his tears were joy. He had seen flood, he had seen fire, he had seen mercy endure both. He had seen rebellion rise, judgment fall, covenant outlast all. He had seen nations forget, faithful remember, mercy preserve. He had seen corruption drowned, whispers silenced, creation renewed. He had seen the end, and it was good. The vision closed, but its echo endured. Enoch's words burned on scrolls, whispered in caves, carried by prophets, remembered by faithful. The flood was past, fire awaited, covenant endured. Nations mocked, but prophecy stood. Kings forgot, but mercy remembered. Priests twisted, but truth remained. Fire waited, sure as dawn. If you hear this now, live ready, do not build towers, do not crown idols, do not trust whispers. Bow at the bow, cling to covenant, trust mercy. Fire is coming, but mercy endures. Judgment will consume pride, but preserve faith. Creation will be remade, and the faithful will shine. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember and live. Enoch's visions were filled with terror. Watchers bound, giants drowned, spirits roaming, fire consuming. Yet woven through the dread was a thread of hope, shining brighter than flame. Again and again, Enoch spoke of one like a son of man, radiant, enthroned, ruling with justice. In him, judgment and mercy met. In him, covenant was fulfilled. In him, hope endured. Enoch described him as ancient yet youthful, clothed in glory, yet clothed like man. His face shone like sun at dawn, his eyes like fire, his voice like rushing waters. Angels bowed before him, nations trembled, faithful rejoiced. He sat on a throne of flame, surrounded by wheels of light, books opened before him. He judged kings, priests, spirits, nations. None escaped his gaze, none silenced his voice. He was mercy in flesh, justice incarnate, covenant embodied. Enoch trembled when he saw him. He had walked with God, but this vision overwhelmed him. He fell as dead, unable to lift eyes. Yet the Son of Man lifted him, spoke with tenderness, strengthened him. Do not fear, he said. You are witness, messenger, friend. You will testify to generations, and though they mock, truth will endure. Enoch wept, comforted by glory, steadied by presence. The Son of Man was not like the watchers. They had descended in lust, corrupting. He descended in mercy, restoring. They had taken women, birthing monsters. He would take covenant, birthing salvation. They had brought forbidden knowledge, enslaving. He would bring true wisdom, freeing. They had been bound in chains. He would be enthroned in glory. The contrast was stark, the choice clear. Nations could follow rebels to chains, or Son of Man to life. Enoch saw him judge kings. Thrones toppled, crowns melted, scepters snapped. Kings who claimed descent from gods were revealed as dust. Priests who bowed to idols were revealed as liars. Merchants who profited from fear were revealed as thieves. Prophets mocked were vindicated. Faithful hidden were revealed. Widows forgotten were honored. Justice turned world upside down, raising humble, lowering proud. The Son of Man's rule was not like men's. It was true. He saw him comfort faithful. He wiped tears, healed wounds, crowned heads. He welcomed martyrs, embraced orphans, blessed strangers. He gave crowns not of gold, but of light, thrones not of stone, but of righteousness, songs not of boast, but of gratitude. He turned sorrow into joy, ashes into beauty, mourning into dancing. Fire refined them, but mercy crowned them. They shone like stars, walked in light, sang forever. He saw him destroy spirits. Demons fled, shrieking, consumed. Nephilim's hunger ended, watchers' whispers silenced. Chains tightened. Fire devoured, rebellion erased. The earth was freed of corruption, creation released from bondage. Shadows lifted, lies ended, truth reigned. No more fear, no more whispers, no more idols. Only mercy, only light, only covenant fulfilled. Enoch knew nations would struggle to believe. They would mock visions, twist them, turn them into myth. They would crown idols instead of bowing to Son of Man. They would follow whispers instead of truth. But he also knew the vision was sure. Fire would come, Son of Man would rule, covenant would stand. No mockery could erase it, no twisting undo it, no forgetting silence it. Truth waits, but it does not fail. The Son of Man was not distant hope only, he was present promise. He walked with Enoch in vision, strengthening him. He walks still, unseen yet near, strengthening faithful. His rule is future in fullness but present in whispers. Every time faithful bow, they crown him. Every time prophets speak, they honor him. Every time widows pray, they draw near to him. He is enthroned already, though nations forget. He is present already, though idols distract. He is Son of Man eternal. If you hear this now, lift your eyes. Do not fear shadows. Do not trust idols. Do not follow whispers. Look to the Son of Man. His throne is sure, his rule eternal, his mercy endless. Fire will come, but he will preserve. Judgment will fall, but he will shelter. Nations will topple, but he will reign. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember the Son of Man. Remember and live. Enoch's vision lifted higher still. He had seen thrones toppled, spirits consumed, kings silenced. But now his eye is open to a horizon wider than earth. He saw the Son of Man exalted, and before him all creation gathered. It was not a courtroom of men, but a cosmic assembly. The heavens bent low, the earth stood still, and time itself seemed to hold its breath. The throne of flame was no mere seat of power, it was a symbol of justice itself, alive and burning. Wheels of fire spun beneath it. Eyes blazing in every direction, seeing all, forgetting nothing. Books lay open. Pages vast as valleys, written with every deed, every word, every hidden thought. The nations trembled, for the books did not lie. What kings tried to hide, what priests tried to twist, what merchants tried to cover, everything was there, exposed in lines of fire. Crowns glittered on the heads of rulers, but in the light of the throne, they looked like tin. Idols loomed in temples, but in that fire, they were revealed as stone. The masks of men fell, the disguises of spirits melted. What remained was truth, naked, unfiltered, undeniable. This was the unveiling, the apocalypse, not of chaos but of clarity. Enoch's heart quaked as he watched. He knew this moment was why the flood had come, why fire was promised, why prophets had cried, why faithful had endured. All history bent toward this throne, this unveiling, this Son of Man. Yet even in terror, he felt awe. For on that throne was not a tyrant hungry for blood, but one whose face shone like dawn, whose eyes were fire yet filled with mercy. Judgment here was not cruelty but truth, not destruction but renewal. And he saw nations bow. Some fell willingly, joy in their faces, songs on their lips. Others collapsed unwillingly, dread in their eyes, silence on their tongues. But all bowed. Pride could not stand. Arrogance could not resist. Rebellion could not endure. Every crown was cast down, every idol abandoned, every whisper silenced. The Son of Man was acknowledged by all, not as myth, not as vision, but as reality. Enoch saw faithful raised. They shone like stars, clothed in robes of light, crowned with glory. They were not kings of conquest, but kings of service, not priests of idols, but priests of mercy. He saw martyrs vindicated, their blood crying no longer but singing. He saw widows embraced, orphans welcomed, strangers honored. He saw those who had whispered prayers in hidden places, now singing openly before nations. The first became last, the last became first. He saw death defeated. The great enemy, ancient and cruel, was swallowed in flame. Graves opened, shadows fled, bones clothed in life. No more funerals, no more mourning, no more tears. The curse that began in Eden ended at the throne. The Son of Man spoke, and life answered. Creation sighed, healed at last. He saw creation itself transformed. Rivers gleamed, forests flourished, skies cleared. Lions no longer hunted. Wolves no longer devoured. Children played in fields without fear, climbed mountains without danger, swam seas without dread. The earth, once scarred by flood and fire, shone renewed. It was Eden reborn, but greater. Not garden only, but city. Not innocence regained, but wisdom redeemed. A place where light never fades, where song never ends, where mercy reigns forever. Enoch wept, overwhelmed. He had walked with God in hidden ways, whispered prayers while giants roared, seen visions while nations mocked. Now he saw why. Every warning, every prophecy, every covenant bent toward this. The Watcher's rebellion, the Nephilim's hunger, the flood's cleansing, the fire's refining, all of it pointed here to this throne, this Son of Man, this eternal kingdom. Yet he also saw something more. He saw his own smallness. He was a witness, nothing more, nothing less. A messenger across ages, carrying visions to those who would listen. He knew his name might be forgotten, his scrolls hidden, his words mocked. But the vision was not his, it belonged to eternity. Even if men forgot him, they could not erase the Son of Man. And here is the mystery. Enoch saw not only his age, not only the end of ages, but a pattern that repeats. Every empire rises in pride, every culture crowns idols, every age mocks prophets. And every empire falls, every idol cracks, every whisper fades. Flood was past, fire is promised, but even now the cycle continues. What Enoch saw is not only history and prophecy, it is present reality. Look around, towers of pride, idols of gold, whispers of corruption. The same shadows, the same rebellion. The Son of Man's throne still awaits, so Enoch's vision presses us. Where do we stand? Among the kings clinging to crowns? Among priests bowing to idols? Among merchants profiting from fear? Or among the remnant, bowing at the bow, clinging to covenant, waiting for fire but trusting mercy? The vision is not only for then, it is for now. Enoch's words end with hope, death defeated, creation renewed, nations healed, mercy eternal. The Son of Man reigns, and nothing can undo it. Not watchers, not Nephilim, not demons, not kings. His throne is sure, his kingdom unshakable, his mercy endless. This is the end of visions, but not the end of story. For in him, the story never ends. If you hear this now, let it burn in you. Not as myth, not as entertainment, not as curiosity, but as reality. The throne is real, the books are written, the fire will fall, the Son of Man will reign. Do not delay, do not mock, do not forget. Bow now, while bow still curves, while mercy still waits, while promise still shines. Be among the faithful. Remember Enoch's visions. Remember the Son of Man. Remember and live. The visions of Enoch were vast, giants drowned,
Today
spirits roaming,
we
fire
learn
consuming,
about
Son
the
of Man enthroned.
enchantment
Yet for
of
centuries, his book was hidden,
celestial
dismissed,
spheres.
almost lost. How could a text so ancient, so haunting, so powerful vanish from the world? Enoch's story was not only of visions but of silence, not only of revelation but of suppression. The forgetting of Enoch is itself a mystery, one that whispers through history. At first, his words spread. Ancient communities copied them on scrolls, whispered them by firelight, read them in caves. Prophets echoed his visions, scribes preserved his warnings, faithful clung to his hope. The Book of Enoch was treasured, cited, honored. In some places, it was read alongside sacred texts, considered part of the great story. His visions shaped imaginations, stirred hearts, warned nations. But then, something shifted. Kings feared it. For Enoch's visions declared that thrones would topple, crowns would melt, pride would fall. No ruler likes a prophecy that calls him dust. Priests despised it, for Enoch denounced idols, condemned rituals, mocked temples built to false gods. No priest likes a scroll that unmasks his lies. Even some religious leaders grew uneasy, for Enoch's visions were too strange, too fierce, too uncomfortable. They spoke of angels bound, demons roaming, fire coming, Son of Man enthroned. Such words threatened established orders, unsettled careful theologies. Better to silence them. And so the book was hidden, councils met, lists were drawn, canons formed. Decisions were made, this book stays, this one goes. Some texts were welcomed, others exiled. Enoch was judged too dangerous, too strange, too uncontrollable. It was not destroyed outright, but quietly excluded. And exclusion is often more effective than fire, for a book forgotten is as silenced as a book burned. Yet fragments endured. In deserts, caves, monasteries, faithful hid scrolls. They copied them in secret, translated them into tongues, passed them across generations. Sometimes only fragments survived, pages torn, verses scattered. But even fragments carried fire. When discovered centuries later, they shocked scholars, reminded faithful, unsettled institutions. For here was proof that Enoch had not vanished, that his visions still burn. Why was it forgotten? Some say it was politics. Leaders feared its challenge to authority. Others say it was theology, visions too strange for neat systems. Others say it was providence, hidden until the right time, preserved for later generations. Perhaps it was all three, for Enoch's visions were always inconvenient, always disruptive, always untamable. His words do not sit quietly, they roar, and roaring, they were silenced. But silence is never final. Scrolls resurfaced in deserts, fragments in caves, translations in libraries. Scholars studied, believers marveled, prophets rejoiced. The Book of Enoch, once banned, whispered again. Its visions once more unsettled kings, mocked idols, warned nations. Its hope once more comforted faithful, strengthened widows, inspired seekers. Its silence was broken, its fire rekindled. And so we ask, why does it matter? Why recall an ancient, forgotten book? Because the patterns remain. Pride still builds towers, idols still glitter, whispers still deceive, nations still mock. Giants may be gone in flesh, but spirits still roam. Flood is past, fire still looms. And the Son of Man still reigns, his throne still sure, his mercy still endless. Enoch's visions are not relics but mirrors. They reveal not only his age but ours. Enoch's book matters because it tells truth others wanted hidden. It unmasks rebellion, warns of judgment, proclaims hope. It reminds us that history is not random but patterned, that mercy endures through flood and fire, that the throne is sure even when nations forget. It matters because it calls us to choose rebellion or covenant, pride or humility, idols or mercy, whispers or truth. It matters because it still burns. Enoch, watching, knew this too. Perhaps he foresaw not only flood and fire, but forgetting and remembering. Perhaps he knew his scroll would be hidden, his words silenced, his visions mocked. Yet he also knew truth cannot be erased. Fire may be delayed, but it will fall. Scrolls may be hidden, but they will surface. Visions may be mocked, but they will endure. The Son of Man reigns, whether remembered or forgotten. If you hear this now, let it stir you. Do not dismiss Enoch as myth. Do not silence him as strange. Do not forget him as irrelevant. His visions are gift, warning, promise. They are ancient, but they are present. They are old, but they are alive. They were forgotten, but now they are remembered. And remembering you live. the silence of Enoch's book was never absolute. Though councils excluded it and rulers ignored it, echoes of his visions rippled through later ages. They surfaced in scriptures, in prayers, in traditions. Like a river underground, unseen but flowing, Enoch's influence shaped landscapes of faith long after his scrolls were hidden. The Dead Sea Scrolls preserved fragments. In caves near Qumran, jars held brittle pages copied by communities who treasured Enoch's words. They read of watchers, of Nephilim, of judgment by fire, of the Son of Man enthroned. These scrolls shaped their worldview, sharpened their hope, deepened their warnings. For them, Enoch was not myth but guide, not relic but prophet. His visions framed their sense of time, history as battlefield, future as unveiling. Early Christians knew him too. Some of their writings quoted Enoch directly, speaking of angels who sinned, of chains in darkness, of fire prepared for rebels. One letter even names him, citing his prophecy that the Lord would come with myriads of holy ones to judge. For the first followers, Enoch was part of the story, his visions blending with theirs, his hope aligning with their faith. Though later authorities pushed the book aside, its imprint remained in their words. Islam too carried echoes. Traditions speak of Idris, righteous, lifted to heaven without tasting death. His story mirrors Enoch, walking with God, taken alive, and trusted with wisdom. Some even linked Idris with Hermes, the wise, the messenger, the scribe. Enoch's name shifted, his story transformed, but the core remained a man so close to God that death could not touch him, visions so vast that time could not silence them. Even beyond scriptures, cultures carried fragments. Myths of giants, stories of floods, whispers of angels descending, warnings of fire, all bore resemblance to Enoch's visions. In Greece, titans imprisoned in chains echoed watchers bound in Dudale. In Mesopotamia, flood epics mirrored Noah's story, itself framed in Enoch's warnings. In Africa and Asia, tales of heavenly beings who gave forbidden knowledge stirred memories of his scroll. Though names differed, the shadow of Enoch stretched wide. Why such persistence? Because truth, once spoken, cannot be erased. Councils may exclude, rulers may ban, priests may silence, but words burn into memory, seep into culture, echo through tradition. Enoch's visions were too vast to vanish, too fierce to fade, too true to be erased. They slipped through cracks, hid in caves, whispered in myths, and so they endured. Enoch's influence mattered because it kept alive a deeper vision of history. Not history as endless cycles only, but a story moving toward unveiling. Not world ruled by chance, but by covenant. Not rebellion unchecked, but judged. Not despair final, but hope sure. His visions gave framework for apocalypse, for the idea that time bends toward judgment and renewal, that unseen realities shape seen ones, that what is hidden will one day be revealed. Without Enoch, the language of apocalypse would be thinner, the imagination of faith smaller. Even today, scholars marvel at the reach of his book. They trace phrases in scriptures back to his scrolls, connect myths across cultures to his visions, see patterns in history through his warnings. Believers read him and feel both dread and hope, both terror at judgment and comfort at mercy. Skeptics read him and still admit his influence, his persistence, his haunting relevance. Enoch, watching, perhaps foresaw this too. He knew his scroll would be hidden, but also that fragments would survive, echoes would spread, influence would endure. Perhaps he smiled, knowing that though men forget, heaven remembers and truth endures. His visions were not his alone, but entrusted for generations, meant to outlive councils, outlast kings, unsettle empires, comfort faithful. The Book of Enoch was forgotten officially, but remembered secretly, excluded formally, but included informally, silenced publicly, but whispered privately. It shaped without being acknowledged, endured without being honored, spoke without being named. And that is part of its mystery. For sometimes the most dangerous truths are hidden, and sometimes the most powerful words are whispered. If you hear this now, remember the influence. Do not dismiss Enoch as relic, nor silence him as myth. His visions shaped prophets, apostles, traditions, cultures. They still shape us if we listen. His scroll was forgotten, but his fire endured. And fire, once lit, cannot be contained. The silence is broken. What was hidden in caves, banned by councils, forgotten by libraries, now whispers again. The Book of Enoch has returned, not as relic, but as reminder. Its visions still burn, its warnings still echo, its hope still shines. And if we dare to listen, we will see that it is not only about past or future, but about now. Look at our age. Towers rise higher than mountains, crowned with glass and steel. Nations boast of power, rulers of wealth, merchants of markets. Idols may no longer be carved of stone, but they glitter in screens, in currencies, in brands. Priests may not burn incense to angels, but they promise salvation through ideologies, through movements, through illusions. Spirits may not appear as giants, but their whispers echo in greed, in violence, in pride. The same patterns, the same rebellion, the same hunger. Enoch warned of this. He saw that rebellion repeats, corruption returns, whispers endure. He saw that nations forget covenant, bow to idols, crown pride. He saw that faithful are mocked, prophets silenced, truth twisted. He saw that flood cleansed once, but fire still waits. His visions speak not only of then, but of now, not only of them, but of us. And so remembering Enoch is itself resistance. To read his book is to defy forgetting, to reject silence, to expose lies. It is to see idols as stone, kings as dust, whispers as empty. It is to bow not to pride, but to mercy, not to shadows, but to light. It is to cling to covenant when nations mock, to trust fire will purify when shadows overwhelm, to hope in Son of Man when rulers boast. Why does it matter now? Because we still need to be unsettled. Too often faith grows tame, reduced to ritual, contained in temples, softened for comfort. Enoch is never tame. His visions roar, unsettled, disturbed. They remind us that reality is larger than politics, deeper than markets, older than nations. They remind us that unseen forces shape history, that rebellion has cosmic roots, that judgment is certain, that mercy is eternal. They shake us awake. Why does it matter now? Because we still need hope. Giants may not walk, but corruption still does. Spirits may not devour flesh, but greed devours lives. Fire has not yet fallen, but shadows still grow. Without hope, despair wins, fear spreads, apathy reigns. Enoch's visions give hope, not naive optimism, but fierce confidence. He shows that rebellion ends, that corruption falls, that fire purifies, that Son of Man reigns. He shows that mercy outlasts all. His hope is not wish but witness, seen and testified. Why does it matter now? Because remembering is act of faith. Councils excluded his book, but we remember. Kings silenced his words, but we recall. Priests despised his visions, but we listen. Every act of remembering Enoch is act of defiance against pride, idols, whispers. It is alignment with faithful remnant across ages, those who whispered to children, who copied scrolls in caves, who clung to visions in silence. To remember is to join them, to walk with Enoch again. Enoch's closing vision remains the Son of Man enthroned, fire purifying, faithful shining, creation renewed. That is not only future, but anchor. It steadies us in present storms, strengthens us in present struggles, sustains us in present despair. It whispers that nations are not final, idols not eternal, pride not forever. Only mercy endures. Only covenant stands. Only throne remains. So the question is not whether Enoch matters, but whether we will listen. Will we shrug at visions, dismiss them as myth, silence them as strange, or will we let them burn us, unsettle us, awaken us? Will we bow to idols or to mercy? Listen to whispers or to covenant, crown
Today
pride or await
we
son of
learn
man.
about the
His book leaves no neutral ground.
enchantment of
It demands choice.
celestial
Enoch, watching,
spheres.
perhaps smiles now. His scroll survived councils, kings, centuries. His visions still roar. His hope still shines. He walked with God, and he walks still, testimony across ages. His silence was long, but his voice endures, and in his words, so can we. If you hear this now, let it be more than story. Let it be mirror. Look into Enoch's visions and see not only watchers and Nephilim, flood and fire, but yourself, your nation, your idols, your hope. Choose covenant. Bow at the bow. Trust mercy. Await Son of Man. For giants may have drowned, but shadows still whisper. Flood is past, fire is near. The throne is ready. The books are open. The dawn is coming. Remember Enoch. Remember and live. You have now walked the forgotten path of Enoch. You have stood on Mount Hermon as the watchers swore their oath. You have seen giants devour the earth and spirits wander restless. You have entered the prisons of angels, felt the flood rise, glimpsed the fire fall. You have stood before the throne of the Son of Man, radiant in glory. And yet, this was not only his story, it is ours. The Book of Enoch was not written to entertain, but to warn. It was not preserved to amuse, but to prepare. The visions are not relics of a forgotten age, but mirrors held to every age, including our own. Look around. Towers rise, idols glitter, whispers deceive. Pride still crowns itself, violence still spreads, fear still enslaves. The shadows of Nephilim may no longer walk in flesh, but their spirits live on in greed, in cruelty, in arrogance. The flood has passed. The fire is near. But remember, the bow still shines. Mercy is not drowned, not burned, not silenced. The throne is real, the books are open, the Son of Man reigns. His kingdom is not distant myth, but coming reality, and his mercy still waits. This is why the Book of Enoch matters. This is why it was hidden, banned, nearly erased because it cannot be tamed. It exposes rulers, unsettles priests, mocks idols, warns nations. It tells us the truth we do not want to hear, that everything proud will fall, everything corrupt will burn, everything hidden will be revealed. But it also tells us the truth we long for, that mercy endures, that faithful will shine, that creation will be remade, that death will die. The question is not whether the visions are true. The question is whether we will listen, whether we will walk with Enoch or mock him, whether we will bow to idols or to the throne, whether we will drown in whispers or live in covenant. The Book of Enoch ends, but the story does not, for even now, the bow curves across the sky, the fire waits, the throne stands. And even now, the Son of Man whispers, "Come, walk with me, remember and live." So when you leave this story, do not leave unchanged. Carry it, whisper it, remember it. For giants may have drowned, but shadows still whisper. Flood is past, fire is near. The dawn is coming, and when it comes, may you stand in light,